40 enchanting fantasy facts throughout history. Welcome, dear dreamer, to a journey through time and wonder. Tonight, we'll walk together through the mist-shrouded corridors of ancient history, where magic and reality intertwined like vines in a forgotten garden. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let yourself drift back thousands of years, to a time when the boundary between the magical and the mundane was whisper-thin. Our first 15 facts explore the ancient world's most enchanting beliefs, the spells, the prophecies, the sacred mysteries that our ancestors held as truth. So settle in, get comfortable, and let these tales carry you gently towards sleep as we begin with the greatest library the ancient world ever knew. Fact 1. The Library of Alexandria's Lost Spell Books. In the heart of ancient Egypt, on the sun-drenched shores of the Mediterranean, stood a building that held the dreams of the entire world. The Great Library of Alexandria wasn't just a collection of scrolls and tablets, it was humanity's first attempt to gather all knowledge under one roof. But among the mathematics, philosophy, and poetry, there existed something far more mysterious: the magical texts. Imagine walking through those marble halls in 250 BCE. The air smells of papyrus and ink, of cedar oil used to preserve the precious scrolls. You pass shelf after shelf of human knowledge, and then you reach a restricted section, guarded more carefully than all the rest. Here, locked away from casual scholars, were the spell books. According to ancient accounts, the library housed texts from every magical tradition known to the ancient world. There were Egyptian books of the dead, containing spells to guide souls through the afterlife. There were Babylonian incantations carved onto clay tablets, words of power older than Egypt itself. Greek grimoires detailed the summoning of spirits and the reading of omens in the flight of birds and the patterns of smoke. Scholars whisper of one collection in particular, the lost books attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, the thrice great Hermes, a legendary figure who was said to be part god, part man, and all-magician. These texts supposedly contained the secrets of alchemy, astrology, and theurgy, divine magic that could bring a mortal closer to the gods. But what made these texts so dangerous, so carefully guarded? The ancient librarians believed that certain words, when spoken correctly, could reshape reality. A properly pronounced incantation could heal the sick, curse an enemy, or even, if the legends are to be believed, grant eternal life. The tragedy is that we'll never know what wonders and terrors those pages contained. The Library of Alexandria was destroyed, not in a single dramatic fire as popular myth suggests, but gradually, over centuries of neglect, conquest, and cultural change. By the time the last scrolls turned to dust, countless magical texts had vanished from human memory forever. Sometimes, late at night, occultists and historians wonder the same thing. What if just one of those spell books had survived? What secrets might we unlock? What ancient magic might still work, If only we had the words. The lost spellbooks of Alexandria remain one of history's most tantalizing mysteries, a reminder that some knowledge, once gone, can never be recovered. As you drift towards sleep tonight, imagine those scrolls, their ink fading, their spells unspoken, waiting in some dimension of memory for someone to remember them back into existence. Fact 2. Cleopatra's Secret Alchemy. When you think of Cleopatra, you might picture beauty, romance, and political intrigue. But the last pharaoh of Egypt was far more than a seductress or a tragic figure in history's grand drama. Cleopatra VII was a scholar, a linguist who spoke 9 languages, and, according to ancient sources, a dedicated practitioner of alchemy. In her private chambers within the Palace of Alexandria, Cleopatra maintained a laboratory. This wasn't some dusty, cobweb-filled room from a fairy tale. No, this was a serious workspace filled with distillation equipment, crucibles, and vessels of every shape and size. Here, away from the political machinations of Rome and the endless demands of ruling a kingdom, Cleopatra pursued the ancient art of transformation. The Arabic alchemical tradition preserves her name with reverence. Medieval Islamic scholars attributed several alchemical texts to Cleopatra, including one called Chrysopoeia, the art of gold making. In this text, she describes experiments with metals, heating them in special furnaces, combining them with mysterious substances from distant lands, all in pursuit of the ultimate goal, transmutation. But what was Cleopatra really searching for? Yes, turning base metals into gold would have been useful for a queen constantly managing the finances of a kingdom, but the true goal of alchemy was always more profound. Alchemists believed that if you could perfect matter, transforming lead into gold, you could perfect the human soul as well. The physical transformation was a metaphor for spiritual enlightenment. Ancient sources tell us that Cleopatra was particularly interested in cosmetics and perfumes, but these weren't frivolous pursuits. In the ancient world, the creation of perfumes was considered a sacred art, closely related to alchemy. The distillation of flower essences, the extraction of precious oils, the combination of scents to create something entirely new, this was transmutation in its purest form. There's a beautiful legend that says Cleopatra created a perfume so powerful, so intoxicating, that it could make anyone who smelled it fall desperately in love. Whether or not this is true, we know she was obsessed with roses. When Mark Antony visited her, she had the floors of her chambers covered knee-deep in rose petals. Imagine the fragrance, the luxury, the sheer overwhelming beauty of it. Some historians believe Cleopatra's interest in alchemy extended to the creation of poisons. She was known to have tested various toxins on condemned prisoners, carefully observing which caused the quickest, least painful death. This wasn't cruelty. Cleopatra, ever the pragmatist, was preparing for every possibility. When she finally chose to end her own life rather than be paraded through Rome as a captive, legend says she knew exactly which serpent would deliver the death she desired. The irony is exquisite. Cleopatra spent her life trying to master transformation, to turn the base into the precious, to control the very essence of matter. In the end, the greatest transformation was her own, from living queen to eternal legend. In that sense, perhaps her alchemy succeeded beyond her wildest dreams. As you rest tonight, think of Cleopatra in her laboratory, surrounded by bubbling alembics and precious metals, seeking not just gold but something far more valuable, the secret of change itself. Fact 3. The Oracle of Delphi's hallucinogenic visions. High on the slopes of Mount Parnassus in ancient Greece, perched on a rocky outcrop overlooking a valley of olive groves, stood the most famous oracle in the ancient world, the Temple of Apollo at Delphi. For over 1,000 years, kings, generals, and common citizens made the pilgrimage to this sacred site to hear the prophecies of the Pythia, the Oracle of Delphi. Picture this. You've traveled for days, perhaps weeks, to reach this place. You've purified yourself in the Castalian spring, offered a sacrifice, paid your fee. Finally, you're allowed to approach the inner sanctum of the temple. The air is thick with incense, frankincense, myrrh, and other sacred resins burning on golden tripods. And there, seated on a three-legged stool above a crack in the earth, is the Pythia. She's a woman, usually middle-aged or older, dressed in the robes of a maiden in honor of Apollo. As you watch, she begins to rock back and forth. Her eyes roll back. Strange sounds emerge from her lips, words, but not in any normal cadence. A priest stands nearby, ready to interpret her ecstatic utterances into the prophecy you've come so far to hear. For centuries, people believed the Pythia's visions came from divine possession, that Apollo himself spoke through her mouth. But modern archaeology and geology have uncovered something equally fascinating. The oracle was likely getting high. In the 1990s, geologists examining the ruins at Delphi made a remarkable discovery. The temple sits directly above the intersection of two fault lines. From cracks in the bedrock beneath the temple, gases would have seeped upward, specifically ethylene, a sweet-smelling gas known to produce a euphoric, trance-like state when inhaled in moderate concentrations. The ancient descriptions suddenly make perfect sense. The Pythia sat on her tripod, positioned directly above the chasm where the gases emerged. As she breathed in the ethylene, she would have experienced a dreamy, dissociative state. She might have felt weightless, detached from her body, filled with a sense of profound insight and connection to the divine. In this altered state, her subconscious mind could weave together threads of information, gossip, political news, patterns she'd observed, into cryptic prophecies. The brilliant part is that the prophecies were deliberately ambiguous. When King Croesus of Lydia asked if he should attack Persia, the oracle famously replied, "If you cross the river, a great empire will fall." Croesus assumed it meant he would destroy the Persian Empire. Instead, he destroyed his own. The prophecy was true, just not in the way he expected. But here's what makes Delphi truly magical. Even if we understand the geological and chemical reasons for the Pythia's visions, it doesn't diminish the wonder. For over a millennium, this place served as a spiritual center, a point where people believed they could touch the divine. The oracle's words shaped the course of history, influenced the decisions of empires, and gave comfort and guidance to countless souls. The last recorded prophecy of Delphi was delivered in 362 CE to the Emperor Julian. The oracle said, "Tell the king, the fair-wrought hall has fallen to the ground. Apollo has no chapel left, no prophesying bay, no talking spring. The stream has dried that had so much to say." The age of oracles was ending. The gases still seeped from the earth, but no one sat above them anymore. The temple fell into ruin. The art of reading those divine whispers was lost. As you settle into sleep, imagine yourself in that ancient temple, breathing in sacred smoke, feeling the boundary between yourself and the universe grow thin. Perhaps in dreams, we all become oracles, receiving messages from depths we can't quite understand when we wake. Fact 4. Pythagoras and the music of the spheres. You probably know Pythagoras from geometry class. A squared plus b squared equals c squared and all that. But the Greek philosopher who lived around 570 BCE was far more than a mathematician. Pythagoras was a mystic who believed that numbers were the fundamental language of the universe, and that mathematics wasn't just a tool for measurement, but a form of magic that could reveal the hidden harmonies underlying all of reality. Pythagoras founded a school in southern Italy that was equal parts university and mystery cult. His followers lived communally, bound by strict rules. They couldn't eat beans, yes, really, Pythagoras had a strange terror of beans. They couldn't wear wool. They had to observe periods of complete silence that could last years. In return, they were initiated into secret mathematical and musical knowledge that Pythagoras believed could bring the soul closer to divine perfection. The most beautiful of Pythagoras' teachings was his theory of the music of the spheres. He observed that when a blacksmith strikes an anvil, different-sized hammers produce different musical notes. When a musician plucks a string, the pitch depends on the string's length and tension. Everything that vibrates produces sound, and those sounds follow mathematical ratios. Here's where it gets magical. Pythagoras reasoned that if everything follows these mathematical harmonies, then the planets themselves, moving through the heavens on their crystal spheres, must also produce music. Each planet, he believed, hummed a note corresponding to its distance from Earth and the speed of its orbit. Together, these celestial notes created a cosmic symphony, a harmony of the spheres that echoed through the universe at all times. Why can't we hear it? Pythagoras had an answer for that too. We've been hearing this music since the moment we were born, since before birth, even. It's so constant, so fundamental to existence, that we can't distinguish it from silence. It would be like asking a fish to notice that it's wet. The cosmic symphony is the background radiation of existence itself. But Pythagoras claimed that through mathematics, through music, through the purification of the soul, one could learn to hear what had always been there. His advanced students practiced listening exercises, played specific musical modes, and meditated on mathematical ratios, all attempting to attune their consciousness to the celestial harmony. Think about what this means. Pythagoras believed that the universe wasn't chaotic, random, or meaningless. It was a perfectly tuned instrument, played by divine hands. Every planet, every star, every soul was a note in an eternal song. To study mathematics was to read the sheet music of God. Modern physics, in a strange way, has vindicated Pythagoras. We now know that atoms vibrate at specific frequencies, that light behaves as both particle and wave, that the entire universe might be made of vibrating strings of energy at the quantum level. The ancient mystic wasn't entirely wrong. Reality does seem to be fundamentally mathematical, fundamentally harmonic. Some musicians and composers have been haunted by Pythagoras' vision. They've attempted to translate the actual orbital periods and distances of planets into musical notes. The results are eerie and beautiful, strange, shimmering compositions that feel both alien and deeply familiar. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, listen to the silence around you. Is it truly silent, or is there something underneath? A hum, a vibration, a distant music playing just below the threshold of your awareness? Perhaps Pythagoras was right. Perhaps we're all swimming in a sea of celestial harmony, and the trick isn't learning to hear it. It's remembering that we've been hearing it all along. Fact 5. The Mesopotamian Demon Bowls. In the ruins of ancient Mesopotamia, the land between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers where civilization first flowered, archaeologists have discovered thousands of clay bowls decorated with a peculiar form of magic. These are the demon bowls, also called incantation bowls, and they represent one of humanity's oldest surviving examples of protective magic. Picture yourself in the ancient city of Babylon, around 600 CE. Your family has been plagued by misfortune. Your children wake screaming from nightmares. Strange noises echo through your home at night. Your crops are failing. Your spouse has fallen ill. In the ancient world, these weren't random occurrences, they were the work of demons. Mesopotamian culture was haunted by malevolent spirits. There was Lilith, the night demon who strangled infants in their cribs. There were the 7 Maskim, demons who served the underworld goddess Ereshkigal. There were spirits of diseases, spirits of storms, spirits of every possible misfortune. The world was crowded with invisible threats. So you go to a professional, a scribe who specializes in protective magic. Together, you commission a demon bowl. The scribe takes a simple clay bowl and on the inside surface, in a spiral pattern starting from the center and working outward, writes an incantation. These aren't just random words, they're carefully crafted spells that name specific demons, command them to depart, and invoke protective angels and divine names to seal the charm. Some incantation bowls are written in Aramaic, some in Hebrew, some in Mandaic. The languages blend together, incorporating names from Jewish, Christian, Zoroastrian, and older Babylonian traditions. The ancient world was syncretic. People believed that more divine names meant more power. Why invoke only one god when you could invoke 12? A typical incantation might read something like this: bound and sealed and suppressed are the demons and spirits and devils and curses and evil eyes that are in this house. In the name of Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and all the holy angels, you are divorced from this place. As this bowl is turned upside down, so may you be turned away from the children of this house. Once the spell was written, the bowl was buried. Most commonly, it was placed upside down in the foundation of the house, under a doorway, or at the corners of a property. The demon would, in theory, be trapped inside the inverted bowl, or the spell would create a protective barrier that no evil could cross. Thousands of these bowls have survived. They were found during excavations of ancient homes, still in their original positions under floors and thresholds. When archaeologists carefully lifted them, they discovered the spiraling text inside, perfectly preserved, still working, in a sense, to protect homes whose inhabitants turned to dust millennia ago. What's particularly touching is how personal these spells are. They mention specific names: protect Mariah, daughter of Rachel, from the evil eye and from Lilith. Guard the children of Joseph from all harm. These aren't abstract magical formulas. They're desperate prayers from parents trying to protect their families with the only tools available to them. Modern magical practitioners have revived the tradition. You can find contemporary demon bowls, created with the same techniques, inscribed with protective spells for modern fears: anxiety, depression, addiction, toxic relationships. The form has changed little. A bowl, an incantation, a burial or placement in a significant location. There's something profound about this continuity. For at least 1,500 years, and probably much longer, humans have been writing spells in clay bowls and burying them in the earth, hoping that words and faith and ritual can shield us from harm. Whether or not the magic works in a literal sense, the intention behind it, the fierce protective love, the refusal to accept misfortune passively, that's a kind of magic that never fades. As you rest tonight, imagine a protective bowl buried beneath where you sleep, inscribed with words of power, keeping watch while you dream. Perhaps such things are still working, all around us, invisible guardians placed by ancestors we'll never know. Fact 6. Egyptian Dream Interpretation. The ancient Egyptians were obsessed with dreams. They believed that when you fell asleep, your soul, your BA, temporarily left your body and traveled to other realms. In dreams, you might visit the land of the dead, receive messages from gods, or catch glimpses of the future. Dreams weren't just random neural firing, they were a form of divine communication, and interpreting them correctly could mean the difference between prosperity and disaster. The oldest dream dictionary in the world is an Egyptian papyrus dating to around 1350 BCE, currently housed in the British Museum. It's called the Dream Book, or sometimes the Chester BT Papyrus III, and it's an absolutely fascinating document that reveals how our ancestors made sense of the strange theater that plays in our minds each night. The papyrus is organized very practically. It lists dreams in two categories: good dreams and bad dreams. For each dream scenario, it provides an interpretation. The format is simple but elegant. If a man sees himself in a dream, followed by the scenario, then good or bad, then the interpretation. Here are some examples that will feel surprisingly familiar. If a man sees himself in a dream with his face in a mirror, bad. It means a new life. Wait, a new life is bad? To the Egyptians, change was often frightening. The known was safe, the unknown was dangerous. If a man sees himself in a dream drinking warm beer, bad. Suffering will come to him. Anyone who's experienced a hangover can probably agree with this interpretation. If a man sees himself in a dream seeing the moon shining, good. His God will pardon him. Dreams of celestial light were considered divine blessings. If a man sees himself in a dream with his teeth falling out, bad. It means the death of a relative. This interpretation has persisted for over 3,000 years. People still have anxiety dreams about losing teeth. But the dream book wasn't just for personal use. Egypt had professional dream interpreters, often priests attached to temples, who could be consulted for complex or troubling dreams. These interpreters had access to more extensive dream libraries, secret knowledge passed down through generations. Dreams were so important in Egyptian culture that they practiced dream incubation. If you had a problem, an illness, a difficult decision, a question about the future, you could sleep in a temple specifically to invite a dream message from the gods. The temples of Serapis and Imhotep were particularly famous for this. You would go through purification rituals, make offerings, and then sleep in a special chamber. The god was expected to visit you in your dream and provide guidance. Here are records of pharaohs making crucial military and political decisions based on dreams. Thutmose IV became pharaoh because of a dream. As a young prince, he fell asleep near the Great Sphinx, and in his dream, the Sphinx, representing the god Harmachis, spoke to him, promising him the throne if he would clear away the sand that was burying the monument. Thutmose did so, and the prophecy came true. What's magical about this isn't whether the dream was really divine or just Thutmose's subconscious ambition talking. It's that an entire civilization believed that sleep was a portal, that the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds grew thin when consciousness relaxed, and that's when truth could slip through. We've lost something of that reverence for dreams. We wake up, the dream evaporates, and we rush into our day. But the Egyptians kept dream journals, discussed their dreams, treated them as significant events worth analyzing and remembering. Tonight, before you sleep, set an intention. Tell yourself that you'll remember your dreams. You're about to engage in the same practice that pharaohs and priests did thousands of years ago. Your BA will travel, just as theirs did. Who knows what messages might be waiting for you in the realm between waking and sleeping? Sweet dreams, dreamer. May your visions be blessed and your interpretation clear. Fact 7. The Eleusinian Mysteries. Of all the mystery cults in the ancient world, none was more famous, more revered, or more secret than the Eleusinian Mysteries. For nearly 2,000 years, initiates gathered at the sanctuary of Demeter and Persephone in Eleusis, about 14 miles from Athens, to participate in a ritual so sacred that revealing its secrets was punishable by death. And here's the remarkable thing, the secret held. We know almost nothing about what actually happened in the inner chamber of the temple. Thousands upon thousands of people were initiated: emperors, philosophers, poets, slaves, merchants, people from every class and background. Yet despite 2 millennia of initiates, despite the fall of paganism and the rise of Christianity, despite every historical upheaval, almost no one broke their oath of silence. What we do know is this: the mysteries centered on the myth of Demeter and Persephone. Persephone, the maiden daughter of the grain goddess Demeter, was abducted by Hades and taken to the underworld. Demeter, in her grief, caused all plants to wither and die. The earth became barren. Eventually, a compromise was reached. Persephone would spend part of the year in the underworld with Hades and part of the year above ground with her mother. When Persephone returned, spring bloomed. When she descended, winter came. The mysteries were celebrated annually in the fall, and the ritual took 9 days. It began with a procession from Athens to Eleusis, following the same path Demeter supposedly took while searching for her lost daughter. The initiates carried sacred objects, fasted, and underwent purification rites. But then came the secret part, the epopteia, the seeing. On the final night, initiates entered the telesterion, a massive hall that could hold thousands of people. The doors were sealed. What happened next, we can only guess. We have tantalizing clues. Ancient writers who'd been initiated said the experience was life-changing. Cicero wrote, "For it seems that we have learned from the mysteries how to live happily and to die with better hope." Sophocles said those who'd witnessed the rites were thrice blessed and would have a better fate in the afterlife. Some scholars believe the climax of the ritual involved a kind of ancient psychedelic experience. There's evidence that the initiates drank kykeon, a barley drink that may have been contaminated with ergot, a fungus containing compounds similar to LSD. The combination of fasting, sensory manipulation, powerful symbolism, and possibly hallucinogenic substances could have produced a genuine mystical experience, a feeling of death and rebirth, a vision of the goddess, a direct encounter with the divine. Others think the secret was more symbolic. Perhaps a sacred drama was performed showing Persephone's descent and return. Perhaps a sacred object was revealed, possibly a shaft of wheat, symbolizing the mystery of life emerging from apparent death. Perhaps it was simply the power of collective ritual and the breaking down of social barriers as rich and poor, slave and free, underwent the same transformation. What's certain is that the experience was profound. People spoke of it in hushed, reverent tones for the rest of their lives. The Emperor Marcus Aurelius was initiated. The playwright Aeschylus was nearly executed for allegedly revealing parts of the mysteries in one of his plays. The cult of Eleusis was one of the last pagan traditions to be suppressed when Christianity became dominant. It was finally closed in 392 CE by the Christian Emperor Theodosius. The last Hierophant, the high priest who conducted the mysteries, was a man named Nestorius. When he was forced to close the sanctuary, he supposedly said, "The Greeks are dead. The age of the mysteries was over." But here's what haunts me. Somewhere in that sealed hall, for nearly 2,000 years, something happened that changed people. They went in as ordinary individuals and emerged feeling they touched something eternal. The details are lost, but the effect remains in the historical record, the traces of transformation. Perhaps that's the real mystery, not what happened in the telesterion, but the fact that humans can create experiences so powerful, so sacred, that they can keep a secret for 2 millennia out of pure reverence. As you drift towards sleep tonight, imagine yourself among those ancient initiates, walking in procession toward Eleusis, carrying your torch, fasting and purified, about to witness something that will change you forever. The doors open. You step into darkness. And then, well, some secrets are meant to remain mysteries, even in dreams. Fact 8. King Solomon's Ring of Power. In Jewish, Christian, and Islamic tradition, King Solomon stands as the epitome of wisdom. He's the king who asked God for understanding rather than wealth and power. He's the judge who settled disputes with legendary insight. Divide the Baby remains one of history's most famous legal precedents. But in the magical traditions that grew up around his legend, Solomon was something even more impressive, the master of demons. The story goes that God gave Solomon a special ring, inscribed with the sacred name of God, the Tetragrammaton, the 4 Hebrew letters that were too holy to speak aloud. With this ring, Solomon could command all spirits, demons, and supernatural beings. They were compelled to obey him, unable to resist the power of the divine name. The most detailed account of Solomon's magical practices appears in a text called the Testament of Solomon, written sometime between the 1st and 5th centuries CE. In this text, Solomon describes how he used his ring to capture and interrogate demons, forcing them to reveal their names, their powers, and, most importantly, what angels could defeat them. The testament reads almost like a paranormal researcher's field notes. Solomon encounters a demon named Ornias who's been tormenting one of the workers building the temple by stealing half his wages and draining his life force. Solomon captures Ornias with the ring and forces him to explain himself. Then Solomon makes Ornias bring other demons to him, one by one, until he's compiled an entire encyclopedia of the underworld. There's Asmodeus, the king of demons, who appears with 3 heads, bull, ram, and man, and causes men to commit terrible acts. There's Beelzebub, the lord of flies. There's Lilith, the night hag. Each demon is forced to state its name and purpose, and then Solomon commands it to work on building the temple, turning the forces of chaos into servants of divine order. The image of demons laboring to build a holy temple is philosophically rich. It suggests that even evil, when properly controlled and directed, can serve good purposes. The destructive forces don't disappear. They're transformed, redirected, put to work creating something sacred. Medieval grimoires, magical textbooks, are full of instructions for creating your own version of Solomon's ring. The Key of Solomon, one of the most famous grimoires, provides detailed specifications. The ring must be made of virgin gold or silver, inscribed during specific planetary hours, consecrated with elaborate rituals. The magician who wears it is supposed to gain Solomon's powers of command over spirits. But there's a deeper symbolism here. The ring in mystical Judaism represents the seal of God, the perfect circle, without beginning or end, representing divine authority and wholeness. To wear God's ring is to act as God's agent, exercising divine authority in the material world. Islamic tradition also reveres Solomon. Suleiman in Arabic, as a prophet with power over jinn, spirits of smokeless fire that existed alongside humans and angels. The Quran describes how Solomon commanded an army that included humans, jinn, and birds. He could understand the language of animals. Once, an ant warned its colony that Solomon's army was approaching, and Solomon, hearing this, smiled and thanked God for the ability to understand creation. There's a poignant detail in Jewish tradition. Solomon's ring didn't just give him power over demons. Inscribed on it were 4 Hebrew words, Gam Ze Weather, this too shall pass. Even at the height of his power and wisdom, Solomon wore a reminder that nothing lasts forever. Power fades. Kingdoms crumble. Even the wisest king is mortal. According to legend, Solomon eventually lost the ring. Some say thrown into the sea by a demon who briefly possessed his form. Some say it was stolen. Without the ring, Solomon lost his throne and wandered as a beggar until he recovered it. The message seems clear. Magical power without wisdom is hollow, and even wisdom can be lost if we're not careful. The ring itself has never been found, of course. It probably never existed as a physical object. But as a symbol, it endures. The idea that with the right words, the right understanding, the right connection to the divine, we might command the demons that haunt us. Not the literal demons of ancient cosmology, but the modern ones: fear, doubt, despair, addiction, anger. Perhaps that's the real magic of Solomon's ring. The promise that wisdom can give us power over the forces that would otherwise control us. We can't make demons build temples anymore, but we can redirect our darkness into something constructive, something holy. Tonight, as you settle into sleep, imagine that ring on your finger. A perfect circle, inscribed with the true name of God, granting you authority over every fear that tries to keep you awake. Command them, this too shall pass. Watch them bow and depart. Sleep in peace, protected by wisdom older than empires. Fact 9. The Babylonian Star Catalogues. Nearly 4,000 years ago, in the mud-brick cities of ancient Mesopotamia, humans looked up at the night sky and saw not just random points of light but a vast celestial library, a book written in stars, if only they could learn to read it. The Babylonians became the ancient world's greatest astronomers, and in doing so, they created what would become astrology. The priests of Babylon, called Baru, were not just religious officials, they were scientist mystics, standing on ziggurat towers night after night, meticulously recording the positions of stars and planets. They divided the sky into constellations: the Bull of Heaven, the Great Twins, the Scorpion, the lion. These aren't arbitrary groupings, they're the ancestors of our modern zodiac. The oldest surviving star catalogue is the Mul.Pin, a series of cuneiform tablets dating to around 1000 BCE, though the observations they record are much older. The name means the Plough star, referring to the constellation we know as Triangulum. These tablets are astonishing in their precision. They list stars and constellations, their rising and setting dates, the length of daylight throughout the year, and the movements of the planets. But the Babylonians weren't just tracking stars for the sake of knowledge. They believed the heavens were a divine script, and the movements of celestial bodies were omens, messages from the gods about events on earth. This wasn't superstition in the way we might think of it. It was based on a sophisticated worldview. The cosmos was orderly, following mathematical patterns, and everything was interconnected. As above, so below. The Enuma Anu Enlil, a massive compendium of astrological omens, contains over 7,000 predictions based on celestial events. A typical entry reads like this: if on the 14th day of the month an eclipse occurs, and the eclipse begins in the south and clears in the north, the enemy will besiege the king's fortress, but it will not fall. Think about what this represents. Thousands of hours of observation, correlating celestial events with earthly outcomes, building a massive database of cosmic influences. Modern astronomers might scoff, but they're using essentially the same method: observation, pattern recognition, prediction. The Babylonians were scientists. They just had a different theory about what patterns in the sky meant. The planets held special significance. The Babylonians identified 5 wandering stars: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, and associated each with a god. Jupiter was Marduk, king of the gods. Venus was Ishtar, goddess of love and war. Mars was Nergal, god of plague and warfare. These associations weren't random, they were based on observed characteristics. Mars is red, like blood, so it became the war planet. Venus is brilliant and beautiful, appearing as both morning and evening star, like the dual nature of love. What's remarkable is how this knowledge spread and endured. When Alexander the Great conquered Babylon in 331 BC, Greek scholars gained access to these astronomical records. They were astounded by the sophistication and antiquity of Babylonian observations. The Greeks adopted and adapted this knowledge, blending it with their own philosophical traditions to create the astrology we know today. Every time someone checks their horoscope, every time an astronomer calculates planetary positions, they're using techniques and concepts that originated in ancient Babylon. The zodiac, you know, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, those are Babylonian constellations given Greek names. But here's what truly amazes me. The Babylonians could predict eclipses. Think about that. Without telescopes, without modern mathematics, using only naked eye observations and sexagesimal arithmetic, base 60 math, which gave us our 60-minute hours and 360-degree circles, they discovered the Saros cycle, the 18-year period after which eclipses repeat. They could tell you decades in advance when the moon would darken in blood-red shadow or the sun would be swallowed by darkness at noon. To the people of that time, this must have seemed like pure magic. The priests could predict the future because they could read the writing in the stars. They understood the language of the cosmos. Were they right that planetary positions influence human affairs? That's not the point. The point is that they looked at the overwhelming complexity of the universe and saw pattern, meaning, connection. They refused to accept that the beauty and regularity of the heavens was meaningless. They insisted that we were part of the cosmic order, not separate from it. Tonight, if the sky is clear where you are, look up. Those stars, those planets wandering through the constellations, they're the same ones the Babylonian priests watched from their ziggurats nearly 4 millennia ago. The patterns they identified, the stories they told about those patterns, still echo through our culture. You're looking at a book written before human language existed, and we're still trying to read it, still finding meaning in the eternal dance of lights in the darkness. As you close your eyes tonight, imagine yourself on a ziggurat tower, stylus in hand, clay tablet ready, watching the stars wheel slowly across the sky, searching for the hidden message in their eternal patterns. Fact 10. Thoth's Emerald Tablets. In the shadowy borderlands between history and legend, there exists a text so mysterious, so influential, and so completely uncertain that scholars still debate whether it ever truly existed. These are the Emerald Tablets, sometimes called the Smaragdine Table, attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, but in older traditions, to the Egyptian god Thoth. Thoth was the Egyptian god of wisdom, writing, and magic. He's depicted with the head of an ibis, holding a writing palette and reed pen. According to myth, Thoth invented hieroglyphics, mathematics, astronomy, and magic. He served as the scribe of the gods, recording the judgment of souls in the afterlife. He was wisdom incarnate. The legend says that Thoth, wanting to preserve the sum of all knowledge before a great catastrophe, sometimes said to be the biblical flood, inscribed the fundamental secrets of the universe onto tablets made of emerald, imperishable, eternal, radiant with green fire. These tablets contained everything: the secret of transmutation, the nature of the soul, the structure of the cosmos, the key to immortality. The oldest version of the Emerald Tablet text that survives appears in Arabic, dating to around the 8th century CE. But the text claims to be far, far older. It's written as if Thoth himself is speaking directly to the reader. True, without falsehood, certain and most true. That which is above is like that which is below, and that which is below is like that which is above, to accomplish the miracles of the one thing. This single line, as above, so below, became the fundamental principle of Western occultism and alchemy. It suggests that the entire universe is interconnected, that the same patterns repeat at every scale, from the cosmic to the atomic. The movements of planets mirror the movements of atoms. The structure of the solar system reflects the structure of the human body. Everything is a fractal reflection of everything else. The text continues in this cryptic, poetic style, describing the creation of the world, the nature of transformation, and the path to enlightenment. Medieval alchemists became obsessed with it. They believed it contained encoded instructions for creating the Philosopher's Stone, the legendary substance that could turn lead into gold and grant eternal life. Sir Isaac Newton was fascinated by the Emerald Tablet. He translated it from Latin into English and filled notebooks with attempts to decode its meaning. This wasn't a frivolous hobby. Newton genuinely believed that ancient wisdom traditions possessed knowledge that had been lost, and that by recovering and understanding texts like the Emerald Tablet, he could unlock deeper truths about the nature of reality. The text describes something called the One Thing, a primordial substance from which everything else emerges. The alchemists called it the prima materia, the first matter. By purifying this substance through a series of operations, dissolution, separation, conjunction, putrefaction, the alchemist could transform it into the Philosopher's Stone. But the secret, the text insists, is that this process isn't just about physical substances. It's about the transformation of the alchemist's own soul. You will separate the earth from fire, the subtle from the gross, gently and with great ingenuity. It ascends from earth to heaven and descends again to earth, and receives the power of the superiors and inferiors. This is describing distillation, heating a substance until it vaporizes, then cooling the vapor until it condenses. But it's also describing spiritual ascent and descent, the journey of the soul from matter to spirit and back again, enriched and transformed. The emerald tablet ends with a promise and a warning. Thus you will have the glory of the whole universe. All obscurity will be clear to you. This is the greatest force of all powers, because it overcomes every subtle thing and penetrates every solid thing. In this way the world was created. From this comes wonderful adaptations, of which this is the procedure. Therefore I am called Hermes Trismegistus, having the three parts of the philosophy of the whole universe. That which I had to say about the operation of the sun is completed. The three parts are thought to be alchemy, transmutation of matter, astrology, understanding of cosmic influences, and theurgy, divine magic. Master all three, the text suggests, and you master reality itself. But here's the deepest mystery. The physical emerald tablets have never been found. No archaeologist has unearthed a green stone inscribed with ancient wisdom. The tablets exist only in copies of copies of copies, translations of translations, each version slightly different from the last. Some scholars believe the text is medieval, not ancient at all, a brilliant forgery that spawned centuries of mystical tradition. Does it matter if the tablets are real? The ideas they express, the interconnection of all things, the power of transformation, the possibility of perfecting both matter and spirit, these ideas have inspired countless seekers. From medieval alchemists to modern quantum physicists exploring the holographic principle, the notion that as above, so below continues to resonate. Perhaps that's the real magic. An idea so powerful that it doesn't need a physical object to exist. The emerald tablets are, in a sense, made of the most durable substance imaginable, not emerald, but human imagination, human hope, human curiosity about the fundamental nature of reality. Tonight, as you surrender to sleep, imagine those glowing green tablets hidden somewhere in the earth, waiting to be discovered. Or perhaps they were never meant to be found, only sought. Perhaps the seeking itself is the transmutation, the search is the stone, and wisdom lies not in finding answers but in learning to ask better questions. Fact 11. The Sacred Wells of Celtic Britain. In the misty landscape of ancient Britain, long before the Romans came with their roads and aqueducts, long before Christianity transformed the spiritual landscape, the Celtic people recognized certain places as thin spots where the veil between this world and the other world grew gossamer delicate, where mortals might brush against the divine. Among the most sacred of these thin places were the wells. These weren't ordinary sources of water. A sacred well was a portal, a doorway, a point of connection between the mortal realm and the mystical dimension the Celts called the Otherworld, a parallel reality inhabited by gods, spirits, fairies, and the honored dead. The wells were guarded, venerated, approached with reverence and offerings. Imagine approaching one of these wells on a foggy morning in ancient Britain. Perhaps it's the well at Glastonbury, or the one at Bath that would later become the Roman temple to Sulis Minerva. You carry an offering, a bronze brooch, a clay figure, a bundle of sacred herbs. The well is surrounded by ancient trees, their branches heavy with strips of cloth tied there by previous pilgrims. Each cloth represents a prayer, a wish, a plea for healing. You kneel at the edge of the stone-lined shaft. The water below is dark and impossibly deep. When you look into it, you're not just seeing water, you're looking into the eye of the earth itself, into the realm beneath and beyond. You drop your offering into the depths. The splash echoes strangely, as if the well is much larger inside than it appears. And then you wait, hoping for a sign, a vision, an answer from the beings on the other side. The Celts believed that certain wells had specific powers. Some healed sickness. You would drink the water or bathe in it, and ailments would vanish. Some granted prophecy. If you gazed long enough into the well's dark mirror, you might see visions of the future or the distant past. Some wells were said to contain the heads of gods or heroes, still living and speaking, offering wisdom to those brave enough to listen. In Irish mythology, there's the Well of Sagai's, located in the Otherworld itself. This well was surrounded by 9 hazel trees, and when the hazelnuts fell into the water, they were eaten by the salmon of knowledge. The salmon gained all the wisdom in the universe, and anyone who ate even a tiny portion of the fish would gain infinite understanding. The hero Fionn Mac Cummill accidentally tasted the salmon while cooking it for his master, and instantly knew all things that had been and all things that would come to be. But the wells could be dangerous too. There were rules, protocols, offerings required. Approach a sacred well with impure intentions or without proper respect, and you might be cursed rather than blessed. The spirits of the wells, often depicted as beautiful but terrible women, guardians of the threshold, did not suffer fools or the arrogant. When Christianity spread through Britain, the Church faced a problem. People would not stop venerating the wells. The practice was too deeply rooted, too powerful. So rather than suppress it, the Church absorbed it. Sacred wells were rededicated to saints. The well goddess became Saint Bridget or Saint Anne or Saint Winifred. The offerings continued, the pilgrimages continued, but now they had Christian blessing. And they continue still. Today, you can visit these same wells. At Glastonbury, at Bath, at hundreds of sites across Britain and Ireland, people still tie ribbons to trees, still drop coins into the water, still come seeking healing and hope. The traditions have survived for thousands of years, adapting, transforming, but never quite disappearing. What is it about wells that captures human imagination? Perhaps it's the mystery of depth. We can't see the bottom, can't know how far down the water goes. Perhaps it's that water is necessary for life, and a well that never runs dry seems like a gift from something greater than ourselves. Or perhaps wells really are thin places, points where consciousness can slip through to something else, something other. There's a practice called well dressing, still performed in parts of England. Communities create elaborate pictures using flower petals, pressing them into clay to create temporary artworks that are displayed at the well. The images are biblical now: Christ blessing children, Noah's Ark, the Madonna. But the practice is ancient, a continuation of the offerings made to the well spirits thousands of years ago. The message of the wells seems to be this: there are places in the world where the ordinary and the extraordinary meet. Not everywhere, specific locations, marked by water rising from unknown depths. If you approach with respect, with an open heart, with offerings given freely, you might encounter something beyond yourself. You might be healed. You might be changed. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine lying beside a sacred well. The water below whispers ancient secrets. The trees overhead rustle with prayers. You are safe here, protected by the guardians of this threshold. And if you listen very carefully, you might hear voices from the deep, not frightening, but kind, welcoming you to rest, to dream, to slip through to that other world where all things are whole and all wounds are healed. Fact 12. Roman Curse Tablets. The Romans, for all their engineering prowess and military might, were deeply superstitious people. They believed in omens, made offerings to household gods, consulted augurs before important decisions, and when someone wronged them, they turned to magic for revenge. Enter the curse tablet, known in Latin as a defixio, plural, defictions. These are some of the most fascinating and darkly humorous artifacts from the ancient world. Thin sheets of lead or pewter inscribed with curses, then folded, pierced with nails, and deposited in graves, wells, or temples, especially those dedicated to underworld deities. Archaeologists have found thousands of these cursed tablets across the Roman Empire, from Britain to Egypt, from Spain to Syria. They're written in Latin, Greek, and various local languages, and they reveal the everyday frustrations, feuds, and fears of ordinary people 2,000 years ago. Let me paint you a picture. It's 150 CE in the city of Bath, Britain. You're a Roman citizen named Decilianus, and you're furious. Someone has stolen your hooded cloak from the public bathhouse. It's not just about the cloak, it's the principle. You've been violated, disrespected. The thief must pay. But you don't know who the thief is. So you go to the temple of Sulis Minerva, the goddess of the sacred hot spring. You purchase a small sheet of lead from a vendor who specializes in such things. With a stylus, you scratch out your curse in rough, hurried letters. To the goddess Sulis Minerva, I give the thief who has stolen my hooded cloak, whether slave or free, whether man or woman. Let him who stole it be struck down, whether by death, or loss of blood, or his own eyes, or his children's children. Unless he brings my hooded cloak to the temple of Sulis. You roll up the lead sheet, fold it several times, maybe pierce it with an iron nail for extra emphasis. The nail fixes or binds the magic, and drop it into the sacred spring. The goddess will receive your petition. We have this exact curse tablet. It's currently in the Roman Baths Museum in Bath, England, along with hundreds of others found in the sacred spring. They're grimly hilarious. One person curses the thief who stole their gloves. Another curses someone who spread malicious gossip. There's one that curses a business rival, asking that his hands and feet become useless so he can't work. But curse tablets weren't always about petty theft. Some are much darker. There are love curses, binding spells meant to compel someone to fall in love with the curse's author. I bind Rodine to me, her mind, her breath, her reasoning, her voice, so that she thinks only of me, desires only me, loves only me. These are disturbing when you think about them. Magical roofies, attempts to override someone's free will. There are curse tablets targeting enemies in business or politics. Chariot racing was the major sport of the Roman world, and rival fans would curse the opposing team's horses and drivers. I invoke you, demon whoever you are, and demand that from this hour, from this day forward, you torture and kill the horses of the blue and green teams. Kill the drivers too. Kill them all. Some tablets call upon specific demons by name, entities from the underworld who specialize in particular kinds of harm. The magician might draw crude symbols, magical characters, strings of vowels believed to be words of power. Ablanath and Alba, Abraxas, Iao. The more obscure and foreign the words, the more powerful the magic. The tablets were hidden away, dropped in wells, buried in graves, hidden at crossroads, nailed to temple walls. The idea was that they needed to reach the chthonic powers, the gods and spirits who dwelt beneath the earth. The surface world was governed by Jupiter and the Olympian gods, but below, in darkness and shadow, different powers held sway. These were the entities you called on for curses. What's remarkable is how democratic this practice was. We have curse tablets from wealthy merchants and from slaves. The Latin ranges from beautifully composed to barely literate. Magic was one of the few areas where someone powerless in the social hierarchy could claim agency. Were the curses effective? Well, they were believed to be, which is its own kind of power. If you knew someone had cursed you, the psychological effect alone could be devastating. You'd interpret every misfortune as the curse taking effect. You'd sicken yourself with fear and stress. And some curse tablets include what we'd now call reverse curses, protective spells to deflect curses sent against you. Let whoever has cursed me suffer themselves the fate they intended for me. Turn their words back upon their own heads. The Church eventually suppressed curse tablets as pagan magic, but the practice never entirely died out. Throughout the medieval period and into the modern era, people continued to write curses and bind them with ritual. The form changed. Instead of lead tablets in wells, you might write a curse on parchment and burn it, or bury it at a crossroads under a full moon, but the fundamental impulse remained, the desire to make the universe punish those who've wronged us. There's something very human about curse tablets. They are physical manifestations of anger, frustration, powerlessness transformed into action. The person writing the curse takes their swirling, destructive emotions and crystallizes them into words, into ritual, into an object that can be handled and disposed of. In a way, it's therapeutic. You've done something, taken a concrete step, entrusted your anger to forces greater than yourself. As you settle into sleep tonight, imagine all the small frustrations and irritations of your day written on a tablet of lead. See yourself folding that tablet, binding it, dropping it into deep water. Watch it sink into darkness, taking your anger with it. The gods will handle it now. You can rest. Your grievances have been heard. Justice, in whatever form it takes, is no longer your burden to carry. Fact 13. The Phoenix in Egyptian mythology. There's a bird that never dies. It lives for 500 years, or 1,000, or 1461, depending on which ancient source you consult. When it feels death approaching, it builds a nest of aromatic branches and spices, cinnamon bark, frankincense, myrrh. It settles into this fragrant pyre, sings one final song of heartbreaking beauty, and then bursts into flame. From the ashes, a new phoenix rises, young and radiant, ready to live another impossibly long life. This is the phoenix, one of the most enduring symbols in human mythology. But before it became a universal emblem of resurrection and renewal, before it appeared in Harry Potter and corporate logos and countless fantasy novels, the phoenix was Egyptian, and its story is far stranger and more beautiful than most people know. The Egyptians called it the Bennu bird. In their sacred texts and artwork, it appears as a gray heron with a long beak and two feathers rising from its head. Not the fiery eagle of later European tradition, but a wading bird, the kind you'd see in the marshes along the Nile at dawn. The Bennu bird was sacred to Ra, the sun god, and to Osiris, god of the dead and resurrection. According to the pyramid texts, some of the oldest religious writings in human history, the Bennu was present at the beginning of creation. When the primordial waters of chaos receded and the first land emerged, the Bennu bird was perched on the Ben stone, the capstone of a pyramid representing the primordial mound of creation, and it opened its beak and cried out. That first cry broke the silence of eternity and set time in motion. Think about that symbolism for a moment. The universe begins not with violence or grand proclamation, but with a bird's call at dawn. The first sound is not a bang but a song. The Greeks, when they encountered Egyptian religion, were fascinated by the Bennu. They translated its name as phoenix, from the Greek word for purple-red, perhaps referring to the color of dawn, the time when the bird sang. But in the Greek retelling, the story became more dramatic. The phoenix didn't just renew, it died spectacularly and was reborn from its own ashes. The Roman historian Pliny the Elder wrote about the phoenix with a mixture of skepticism and wonder. He noted that the bird lived for either 540 or 1,461 years, the latter being the length of the Egyptian Satthic cycle, the time it took for the calendar to realign with the stars. When its time came, it flew to Heliopolis in Egypt, the city of the sun. There, on the altar of the Sun Temple, it built its nest and immolated itself. A new phoenix rose from the remains, gathered the ashes of its predecessor into an egg made of myrrh, and flew with it to the temple, depositing the egg as an offering. Later Christian writers couldn't resist the symbolism. A creature that dies and rises again? The phoenix became a symbol of Christ's resurrection, of the soul's immortality, of the promise of life after death. Medieval bestiaries always included the phoenix, usually with detailed theological commentary explaining its significance. It's not just about resurrection. It's about transformation through destruction. The phoenix doesn't die and come back unchanged. It dies completely, reduced to ash, and what emerges is both the same bird and a new bird. It carries the essence of its former self but exists in a renewed form. This is different from other immortality myths. The Greek gods didn't die, they just were. Vampires in folklore live forever but remain fundamentally the same. The phoenix offers something more profound, the possibility of dying while not ending, of being destroyed and remade, of continuity through discontinuity. And notice that the death is self-initiated. The phoenix chooses when to die. It builds its own pyre, arranges the circumstances of its own destruction. There's agency here, deliberate transformation rather than mere survival. In alchemical tradition, the phoenix became the supreme symbol of the great work, the process of perfecting base matter into gold, or perfecting the human soul. The stages of alchemical transformation were often symbolized by death and rebirth. The matter is blackened, mortification, then whitened, purification, then reddened and transformed into gold, rubedo, the final stage. The phoenix represented the entire process, willingly entering the fire of transformation and emerging perfected. Modern psychology has borrowed this symbolism. We talk about rising from the ashes of trauma, addiction, loss. We recognize that sometimes transformation requires a kind of death, the death of who we were, of old patterns, of comfortable but limiting identities. The phoenix myth acknowledges that growth can be painful, that it might feel like burning alive, but promises that what emerges can be more beautiful than what was lost. There's also something comforting in the phoenix's solitude. Unlike many mythological creatures that exist in flocks or families, there's only ever one phoenix. It doesn't need others of its kind. Its transformation is individual, intimate, a private death and rebirth witnessed only by the flames. And yet, it always returns to the temple. Even in its moment of renewal, it doesn't forget the sacred center. It carries the ashes of its former self as an offering, honoring what was while embracing what is. Tonight, think about what within you might need to burn away. What old story about yourself, what limiting belief, what fear or hurt you've been carrying? Imagine building a nest of sweet-smelling spices around it. Imagine the liberating flame. Imagine rising from those ashes lighter, freer, renewed. You've died 1,000 small deaths already in your life. Each time you've changed, grown, let go of something that no longer served you. Each morning, in a sense, you're the phoenix, waking from the small death of sleep, renewed for another day. Rest now. Burn away the day's burdens in dreams. Rise again with the sun. Fact 14. Media's Potion Mastery. Before there were wicked witches and poisoners, before there were mad alchemists and evil sorceresses, there was Medea, the original witch of Western literature, a woman whose knowledge of herbs, potions, and the dark arts made her one of the most feared and fascinating figures in Greek mythology. Medea was a princess of Colchis, a kingdom on the eastern edge of the Black Sea, at the very edge of the Greek world. Her father was King Aetes, her aunt was Circe, another famous enchantress, and her grandfather was Helios, the sun god himself. Magic, it seems, ran in the family. But Medea wasn't just born into power, she studied it. Ancient sources describe her as a priestess of Hecate, the goddess of witchcraft, crossroads, and the moon. In Hecate's temple, Medea learned pharmakeia, the art of drugs and poisons, the knowledge of every plant's properties, the ability to extract essences and combine them into potions that could heal, harm, transform, or kill. The story that made Medea famous begins when Jason and the Argonauts arrived in Colchis seeking the Golden Fleece. The fleece hung in a grove guarded by a massive serpent that never slept. King Aetes, not wanting to give up his treasure, set Jason impossible tasks: yoke fire-breathing bulls with bronze hooves, plow a field with them, sow the field with dragon's teeth which would sprout into fully armed warriors, then defeat those warriors. Jason would have died attempting the first task, but Medea saw him and, through Aphrodite's intervention, fell desperately in love. Unable to bear the thought of his death, she betrayed her father and her kingdom. She went to Jason in secret and gave him a jar of ointment. "Smear this on your body and your weapons," she instructed. "It will make you invulnerable for one day. Fire cannot burn you, iron cannot cut you, no force can harm you." What was in that ointment? The ancient sources say it was made from a flower that grew from the blood of Prometheus, the titan who stole fire from the gods. Medea had climbed to the Caucasus Mountains where Prometheus was chained, waited for the eagle to tear his liver, collected the blood that dripped from his wound, and found the plant that grew from it. She harvested the flower at midnight, during a lunar eclipse, with prayers to Hecate. Then she extracted its essence through a process involving distillation, purification, and incantation. This is pharmakeia at its finest, botanical knowledge combined with ritual timing and divine invocation. Media understood that a plant's power wasn't just in its chemical properties but in when and how it was gathered, in the intentions and prayers that accompanied its preparation. The ointment worked. Jason survived the bulls, survived the warriors. But the serpent that guarded the fleece remained. Again, Medea intervened. She came to the grove with Jason and sang to the serpent while sprinkling it with a sleeping potion. The creature's eyes, which had never closed, slowly drifted shut. Jason took the fleece, and he and Medea fled cautious together. But this is where Medea's story becomes dark. When her father pursued them, Medea killed her own brother, dismembered his body, and scattered the pieces in the sea, knowing her father would stop to retrieve them for proper burial, allowing the Argonauts to escape. Later, when Jason's uncle refused to give up his throne, Medea convinced his daughters that she could make their father young again. She demonstrated by cutting up an old ram, boiling it in a cauldron with herbs, and pulling out a living lamb. Convinced, the daughters killed and dismembered their father. But Medea didn't provide the herbs of regeneration. The old king died horribly, and Jason took the throne. Most famous and terrible of all, when Jason eventually betrayed Medea to marry a Greek princess, Medea took revenge. She sent the bride a beautiful robe and crown, gifts laced with poison. When the princess put them on, they burst into flame, burning her and her father alive. Then, in the ultimate act of vengeance, Medea killed her own children by Jason, denying him heirs, ending his legacy. The ancient Greeks were horrified by Medea but also deeply fascinated. The playwright Euripides wrote a tragedy about her that's still performed today, 2,400 years later. In his version, Medea is not a simple villain but a complex character, brilliant, passionate, betrayed, pushed beyond endurance. Her final act is monstrous, but the play asks us to understand the rage that drove her to it. What Medea represents is the power and danger of knowledge. She knew things most people didn't, which plants could heal, which could kill, how to manipulate the natural world to achieve supernatural results. This knowledge gave her agency in a world that offered women very little. But it also isolated her, made her dangerous, turned her into someone capable of terrible things. In the ancient world, real women who possessed too much knowledge of herbs and potions were often feared as witches. Midwives who could ease childbirth might also be accused of causing miscarriages. Healers who could cure illness might be suspected of causing it. The line between medicine and magic, between helper and harmer, was dangerously thin. Media's legacy is complicated. She's a symbol of female rage against patriarchal betrayal. She's a cautionary tale about the corruption of knowledge by vengeance. She's a reminder that the same skills that heal can also harm, that power without wisdom leads to tragedy. But she's also undeniably powerful. In a mythology full of male heroes and male gods, Medea stands out as a woman who refused to be passive, who wielded knowledge as a weapon, who shaped her own destiny even when that destiny led to darkness. The herbs she knew, the potions she made, most of them are lost to us now. We can guess at some: opium poppy for sleep, hemlock for poison, mandrake for visions. But the exact formulas, the ritual preparations, the words spoken over the bubbling cauldron, these are gone, preserved only in myth and poetry. Perhaps that's for the best. Medea's story warns us that some knowledge is dangerous, that power without love becomes cruelty, that mastery of the physical world means nothing if we've lost our humanity. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, think of Medea in her laboratory, surrounded by jars of dried flowers, roots, and seeds. She knows their secrets, knows which combination will save a life and which will end one. She is brilliant and terrible, victim and villain, wise woman and monster. And perhaps we all carry a little of her complexity within us, the capacity for both healing and harm, for both devotion and destruction. May we choose wisely which potions we brew, which poisons we refuse to make. Fact 15. The Sibyl's Prophetic Books. In the ancient world, prophecy was serious business. Kings and generals wouldn't make major decisions without consulting the gods first. But how do you consult the divine? You could visit an oracle like Delphi, you could study the flight of birds, or, if you were Roman, you could turn to the Sibylline books. The Sibyls were women touched by divine madness, gifted, or cursed, with the ability to prophesy. Unlike the Oracle of Delphi who spoke for Apollo, the Sibyls were independent operators scattered across the Mediterranean world. There was the Sibyl of Cumae in Italy, the Sibyl of Delphi, separate from the oracle, Sibyls in Libya, Persia, and Babylon. Each one channeled prophesies in states of ecstatic frenzy. The most famous was the Cumaean Sibyl, who lived in a cave near Naples. According to legend, Apollo fell in love with her and offered her anything she desired. She grabbed a handful of sand and asked to live as many years as there were grains in her hand. Apollo granted the wish, but she forgot to ask for eternal youth. So she aged and aged, withering and shrinking, until she was tiny enough to be kept in a jar. When children asked her what she wanted, she would whisper, "I want to die." But before her endless decay, she had her encounter that would shape Roman history. The last king of Rome, Tarquinius Superbus, Tarquin the Proud, reigned in the 6th century BCE. One day, an old woman appeared before him carrying 9 books. She offered to sell them to him for an enormous price. Tarquin, arrogant as his name suggests, laughed at her presumption. Who was this old woman to demand such a sum? The woman said nothing. She simply took 3 of the books and burned them before his eyes. Then she offered him the remaining 6 books, for the same price as before. Tarquin, annoyed, refused again. The woman burned 3 more books. Now only 3 remained, and she offered them to Tarquin for the original price, the cost of 9 books for just 3. Finally, Tarquin consulted his augurs, the priests who read omens. They examined the 3 remaining books and turned pale. These were prophecies, they said, divine wisdom that Rome would need for its survival. Tarquin must buy them at any cost. So Tarquin paid the enormous sum for the 3 books. The old woman handed them over and disappeared, never to be seen again. The augurs later identified her as the Cumaean Sibyl herself. The 3 Sibylline books were placed in a stone chest in the Temple of Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill, Rome's most sacred site. They were guarded more carefully than the city's gold. A special college of priests, initially 2 men, later expanded to 10, then 15, were the only ones allowed to read them. These weren't like normal books you could browse through. They could only be consulted by order of the Senate in times of crisis. And what was in them? Prophecies, written in Greek hexameter verse, the same meter Homer used for the Iliad and Odyssey. The verses were cryptic, requiring interpretation. They didn't predict specific events so much as provide guidance for appeasing the gods during disasters. Rome turned to the Sibylline books during plagues, famines, military defeats, earthquakes, and terrifying omens. When the books were consulted, they often prescribed the introduction of new religious rites, usually borrowed from Greek religion. It was through consultation of the Sibylline books that Rome adopted the worship of Apollo, the cult of Ceres, the secular games, and many other religious practices. In 83 BCE, disaster struck. The Temple of Jupiter burned down, and the Sibylline books were destroyed. Rome was devastated. How could they navigate crises without divine guidance? The Senate immediately sent envoys across the Mediterranean to collect Sibylline prophecies from other sources, particularly from Erythrae in Asia Minor. They compiled a new collection, carefully vetting each prophecy for authenticity. These new books served Rome for another 400 years, through the transition from republic to empire, through the rise of Christianity. The Christian emperors were uncomfortable with pagan prophecies, even ones that had guided Rome for centuries. Finally, in 405 CE, the general Stilicho ordered the Sibylline books burned. The age of Sibylline prophecy was over. But fragments survived. The so-called Sibylline oracles that exist today are actually Jewish and Christian prophecies written in the style of the original Sibylline books. Early Christians were so impressed by the Sibyl tradition that they created their own Sibylline texts, putting prophecies of Christ's coming into the mouth of the ancient prophetesses. Michelangelo, painting the Sistine Chapel ceiling, included 5 Sibyls among the biblical prophets: the Cumaean, Delphic, Erythraean, Persian, and Libyan Sibyls. In his vision, these pagan women were granted knowledge of Christ's coming, their prophecies as valid as Isaiah or Jeremiah. What I find haunting about the Sibylline books is the story of their acquisition. The old woman burning book after book until the buyer recognized their value. It's a perfect metaphor for how we treat wisdom. We're offered knowledge, insight, divine guidance, and we dismiss it as too expensive, too difficult, not worth the cost. Only after we've lost most of it do we finally realize what we've thrown away. And then we pay the original price for a fraction of what was offered. How much wisdom has humanity burned through arrogance, through short-sightedness, through the assumption that there will always be another chance? The Sibylline books are gone. The Sibyls are silent. We have only fragments, scraps, shadows of the guidance they once provided. But perhaps that's enough. Perhaps 3 books out of 9, a handful of prophecies, a few surviving verses, perhaps even a fragment of wisdom, if we truly hear it, is enough to guide us through our crises. Tonight, as you close your eyes, imagine yourself in that temple on the Capitoline Hill. The priests have opened the stone chest. The sacred scroll is unrolled. The verse is read, cryptic, mysterious, requiring interpretation. But somewhere in those ancient words is guidance for your crisis, your question, your need. The Sibyl speaks across centuries, her voice strange and eternal. The wisdom you need was offered to you long ago. You may not have the full teaching, but what remains is enough. Listen carefully. Interpret wisely. The gods have spoken. Sleep now, with the remnants of prophecy echoing in your dreams. And so ends our first journey through the ancient world's magical beliefs. We've walked through the smoke-filled halls of Alexandria's lost library, stood beside Cleopatra's alchemical furnaces, breathed the hallucinogenic vapors at Delphi, heard the music of spheres with Pythagoras, and touched the boundaries between worlds at sacred wells and through prophetic books. These weren't foolish people believing foolish things. These were humans trying to make sense of a mysterious universe, reaching for the divine, seeking transformation, hoping that words and rituals and knowledge might give them some control over the uncontrollable forces of existence. Their magic has faded, but the longing that created it remains. We still seek wisdom in old books, still hope for transformation, still stand at thresholds wondering what lies beyond. The forms change, but the human heart's hunger for wonder, for meaning, for connection to something greater, that never changes. Rest now, dear dreamer. More mysteries await in the parts to come. But for now, let these ancient enchantments carry you gently into sleep. Part 2: Legendary Creatures and Beasts. Welcome back, dear dreamer. If you're still with us, you've journeyed through the ancient world's most enchanting beliefs, through libraries of lost spells, alchemical laboratories, and prophetic temples. Now, as the night deepens and sleep draws closer, we turn our attention to the creatures that have haunted human imagination for millennia. These aren't just monsters from fairy tales. They're the beasts that stalked through our ancestors' dreams and fears, the creatures that embodied our understanding of nature's power and mystery. Some were terrifying, some were benevolent, but all of them revealed something about the people who believed in them. So settle deeper into your pillows, let your breathing slow, and prepare to meet the legendary creatures that have prowled, flown, and swum through human mythology across the world. We begin with a creature so pure, so magical, that its very horn was believed to cure all poisons and grant eternal life. Fact 16. Unicorns in medieval medicine. Close your eyes and picture a unicorn. You're probably seeing a beautiful white horse with a spiraling horn on its forehead, maybe with a flowing mane, perhaps standing in a moonlit forest or beside a crystal stream. This image is so embedded in our culture that it's easy to forget. For most of history, people didn't think unicorns were magical fairy tale creatures. They thought unicorns were real animals, as real as elephants or lions, just rarer and harder to find. And more than that, they believed that the unicorn's horn possessed the most powerful medicinal properties in the world. The unicorn appears in ancient texts from multiple cultures. Greek historians like Ctesias described a wild ass in India with a white body, purple head, and a horn capable of protecting against poison. The Bible mentions the Reem, often translated as unicorn in older versions. Medieval bestiaries, those encyclopedias of real and imagined animals, always included the unicorn, usually depicted as a small, fierce creature more like a goat than a horse. According to medieval lore, the unicorn was impossible to capture through force. It was too swift, too strong, too fierce. The only way to catch a unicorn was through purity. A virgin maiden would sit alone in the forest. The unicorn, drawn to her innocence, would lay its head in her lap and fall asleep. Then hunters could approach and capture it. This image became rich with religious symbolism. The unicorn represented Christ, wild and untamable, yet docile in the presence of the Virgin Mary. Medieval tapestries like The Hunt of the Unicorn depicted this allegory in exquisite detail, noblemen pursuing the sacred beast, the unicorn taking refuge with a maiden, its eventual capture and death mirroring Christ's passion. But beyond symbolism, people believed unicorn horn, called alicorn, had miraculous medical properties. Wealthy nobles and royalty paid astronomical sums for what they believed were genuine unicorn horns. These horns, ground into powder or fashioned into drinking cups, were thought to neutralize any poison. If poison touched a alicorn, it would bubble and fizz, alerting the intended victim. Kings and queens drank only from unicorn horn cups, terrified of assassination. Cure epilepsy, plague, fever, and virtually any disease. Alicorn powder mixed with water or wine was prescribed by the finest physicians in Europe. Extend life and preserve youth. Some believed that regular consumption of alicorn could grant near immortality. Purify contaminated water. Dipping a piece of alicorn into a well would supposedly make the water safe to drink. The demand for alicorn was so great that an international trade developed. Merchants sold what they claimed were authentic unicorn horns for prices that would bankrupt kingdoms. Queen Elizabeth I of England possessed a unicorn horn valued at £10,000, roughly $10 million in today's currency. When the French crown jewels were inventoried in 1560, a unicorn horn 7 feet long was listed among the most precious items. Here's the truth that makes this story both sad and fascinating. These weren't unicorn horns at all. They were narwhal tusks. The narwhal is a real whale that lives in Arctic waters. Males grow a long, spiraling tusk, actually an elongated tooth, that can reach 10 feet in length. When medieval merchants obtained these tusks, whether through trade with Norse sailors or finding them washed up on beaches, they recognized a business opportunity. These strange, spiraling ivory pieces looked exactly how people imagined unicorn horns should look. The deception was perfect because unicorns were supposedly rare creatures from distant lands. No one in medieval Europe had actually seen one, so there was no way to verify authenticity. If you claim this horn came from a unicorn hunted in the mountains of Cathay or the forests of India, who could contradict you? Physicians genuinely prescribed alicorn for their patients. They weren't charlatans, they truly believed in its efficacy. Medical texts from the Renaissance include detailed instructions for preparing alicorn remedies. Ambrose Pare, one of the greatest surgeons of the 16th century, wrote extensively about testing alicorn's supposed properties. He was skeptical, noting that he'd seen animals die from poison despite wearing alicorn amulets, but many of his colleagues dismissed his doubts. The belief persisted for centuries. Even as the Age of Enlightenment dawned and science began to challenge medieval superstitions, unicorn horns remained in pharmacies and royal treasuries. It wasn't until the 18th century that the trade finally collapsed, as Arctic exploration revealed the true source of these horns, and medical science developed better treatments for disease. But here's what I find beautiful about the unicorn horn phenomenon. It reveals something profound about human hope. People wanted to believe that somewhere in the world, a creature existed that was pure goodness, that its very essence could heal and protect. They wanted to believe that purity was powerful, that innocence could tame wildness, that nature provided antidotes for every poison. The unicorn represented everything good we wish existed in the world: beauty, purity, healing, magic. And when we were offered proof of its existence, we wanted so desperately to believe that we overlooked the obvious questions, paid impossible prices, and built entire medical practices around ground-up narwhal tusk. Were they foolish? Perhaps. But there's something touchingly human about our ancestors clutching their unicorn horn cups, believing they held magic, believing they were protected. We still do this, in our own ways. We believe in superfoods that will make us immortal, in crystals that channel energy, in practices and products that promise to purify and perfect us. The form changes, but the longing remains. We want to believe in magic. We want to believe that somewhere, something exists that's entirely good, entirely pure, capable of healing all wounds. And maybe that's its own kind of truth. The unicorn may not be real, but the human capacity for hope, that's as real as anything. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine a unicorn approaching through moonlight. Its horn spirals like a narwhal's tusk, like the growth rings of ancient trees, like the galaxies spinning through space. It lowers its head, and you touch the horn. It's warm, vibrating with life. And whether it's magic or metaphor, you feel something shift inside you. A healing, a purification, a renewal. The unicorn's gift isn't its horn. It's the reminder that believing in goodness, even impossible goodness, can make us gentler, kinder, more hopeful. Sleep now, protected by the blessing of impossible creatures. Fact 17. The basilisk's deadly gaze. In the depths of the earth, in caverns beneath deserts where no rain falls and no life grows, something terrible waits to be born. A serpent, old, evil, corrupted by years of feeding on poison and darkness, lays an egg. But this is no ordinary egg. It's small, leathery, misshapen. And when a toad finds it and sits upon it, incubating it with cold-blooded warmth, what hatches is an abomination. The basilisk, the king of serpents, whose very gaze brings death. The basilisk is one of the most feared creatures in European mythology and medieval bestiaries. Unlike dragons with their fiery breath or giants with their crushing strength, the basilisk's weapon is far more insidious, its glance. Simply looking at a basilisk means instant death. The creature doesn't need to touch you, doesn't need to bite you. Eye contact alone is enough to stop your heart, petrify your flesh, end your life in a moment of pure terror. Medieval texts describe the basilisk as a serpent about a foot long, with a crown-like crest on its head, hence its title as king. Some accounts give it the body of a rooster and the tail of a serpent, creating the cockatrice, a related monster. But whether serpent or hybrid, the effect is the same, death by sight. The creature's deadliness extends beyond its gaze. According to Pliny the Elder, writing in the 1st century CE, the basilisk's breath withers vegetation and splits stones. It kills birds flying overhead. Its very presence corrupts the earth around it, creating a wasteland where nothing can grow. A man on horseback who struck a basilisk with a spear died instantly, and the poison traveled up the spear and killed the horse as well. But why is the basilisk so deadly? Medieval scholars, trying to understand this creature through natural philosophy, developed theories. Some suggested the basilisk possessed a contrary nature. Its being was so opposed to life that contact with it negated existence itself. Others proposed that the basilisk was a creature of pure concentrated venom, its entire body saturated with poison so potent that it radiated death. The astrological explanation was equally elaborate. The basilisk was supposedly born under evil planetary alignments, when Mars and Saturn converged with malefic stars. The cosmic forces that governed its birth imbued it with properties antithetical to life. Yet despite its terrible power, the basilisk had vulnerabilities. Medieval bestiaries loved these details. No creature could be invincible, for that would challenge God's supremacy. First, mirrors. If you held up a mirror to a basilisk, its deadly gaze would reflect back, killing it instantly. This led to the image of heroes going into basilisk lairs armed with polished shields, using reflection as a weapon. The symbolism is rich. Evil cannot face its own nature. Darkness cannot bear to see itself clearly. Second, the weasel. For reasons that medieval scholars debated endlessly, weasels were supposedly immune to the basilisk's power and could kill it. Some texts suggest weasels smelled of rue, an herb believed to counter poison. Others claimed weasels were simply the natural enemy of serpents, part of God's design of checks and balances in nature. Third, the crow of a rooster. The basilisk, born from a rooster's egg, in some versions, feared the sound of a rooster's crow. Travelers through basilisk country would carry roosters for protection, and the basilisk's cry would supposedly flee at the sound of normal fowl. These vulnerabilities reveal something important about how medieval people thought about evil. It's powerful, yes, deadly and terrifying. But it's not omnipotent. It has weaknesses. Self-awareness destroys it, the mirror. Purity and natural order counter it, the weasel. And ordinary, everyday reality, represented by the rooster's crow, can banish it. The basilisk appeared in medieval literature as both a literal monster and a metaphor. Dante referenced it in the Divine Comedy. Shakespeare mentioned it multiple times. In medieval morality tales, the basilisk often represented sin or temptation, something that kills through mere contact, that corrupts everything around it, but that can be defeated through spiritual armor and divine protection. But let's go deeper. What is the basilisk really? Why did this particular monster capture medieval imaginations so completely? I think it's because the basilisk represents our deepest fear, that existence itself might be hostile, not through violence or aggression, but through simple incompatibility. The basilisk doesn't hate you. It doesn't want to kill you. It just is, and its being negates yours. To see it is to die. There's no escaping, no fighting back, no mercy. This fear feels very modern, doesn't it? The existential dread that the universe is fundamentally indifferent or even antagonistic to human life. That consciousness itself might be incompatible with reality's true nature. That enlightenment, really seeing what is, might destroy us. Medieval people expressed this anxiety through monster stories. We express it through cosmic horror and existential philosophy. But it's the same fear, that truth might kill us, that seeing clearly might be unbearable, that knowledge and survival might be mutually exclusive. And yet, the mirror, the weasel, the rooster's crow. These defenses suggest that even the most deadly truth can be managed. Turn evil's gaze back on itself. Trust in natural law and purity. Don't forget the ordinary world, the rooster crowing at dawn, the simple rhythms of life that continue regardless of monsters. In 1587, a basilisk was reportedly found in a cellar in Vienna. The entire district evacuated in terror. Finally, a brave man descended into the cellar armed with a mirror. He found not a basilisk, but a diseased rooster with deformed scales that resembled a crown. The monster was sick poultry. The terror was real, but the danger was imagined. How many basilisks do we create in our own minds? How many deadly things do we grant the power to kill us with a glance? Anxieties, fears, truths we dare not face. And how often are they, when finally confronted, revealed to be something far less deadly than we imagined? Tonight, as you settle into sleep, imagine yourself carrying a mirror, not just a physical one, but a mirror of consciousness, of self-awareness. Whatever basilisk waits in your dreams, whatever fear threatens to petrify you with a glance, you have the power to reflect it back, to see it clearly, and in that clarity, to disarm it. The weasel is fearless in its natural purpose. The rooster crows at dawn regardless of monsters. You too can face the thing that threatens to kill with a glance, and discover it cannot touch you if you refuse to give it power. Rest now. No basilisk can enter the protected space of sleep. Dream peacefully, guarded by mirrors and morning light. Fact 18. Japanese kitsune shapeshifters. In the mountain forests of Japan, where ancient cedar trees grow so thick that sunlight barely reaches the ground, where stone shrines mark crossroads and sacred groves, there lives a creature both revered and feared, the kitsune, the fox spirit. To Western audiences, the word kitsune might conjure images from anime or video games, cute fox girls with multiple tails. But the traditional kitsune of Japanese folklore is far more complex, far more powerful, and far more dangerous than modern pop culture suggests. The fox in Japanese culture occupies a unique position. It's not quite a god, not quite a demon, something in between, a bridge between the human and spirit worlds. And the longer a fox lives, the more magical it becomes. An ordinary fox, living its life in the forest, is just an animal. But as decades pass, as the fox grows older and wiser, it begins to develop supernatural powers. First, it gains the ability to shapeshift. Then it grows additional tails. The number of tails indicates the kitsune's age and power. A fox with one tail might be 100 years old. A fox with 9 tails, a QB no kitsune, might be 1,000 years old or more, possessing power rivaling that of gods. The 9-tailed fox is the ultimate kitsune, the apex of vulpine power. These ancient spirits have seen empires rise and fall, have accumulated vast knowledge and magical abilities. They can transform into any human form, male or female, young or old. They can manipulate fire, create illusions so perfect that reality itself bends to accommodate them. They can possess humans, driving them mad or controlling their actions like puppets. But here's what makes kitsune fascinating. They're not simply evil. Unlike Western demons or monsters, kitsune are morally ambiguous. Some are benevolent, serving the god Inari as messengers and protectors. These are the Zenko, good foxes, white or golden in color, associated with rice cultivation, prosperity, and fertility. Inari shrines across Japan are guarded by fox statues, and devotees leave offerings of rice, sake, and fried tofu, a favorite food of kitsune. Others are Yako or Nojitsune, field foxes or wild foxes, tricksters and troublemakers who enjoy deceiving humans. These kitsune aren't necessarily malevolent, but they are capricious, operating by their own logic and morality. They might help a kind person or torment a cruel one. They might fall in love with a human and live as a devoted spouse for years. Or they might drive entire villages mad with elaborate illusions just for the entertainment value. Japanese folklore is rich with kitsune stories, and they reveal a sophisticated understanding of deception, identity, and the nature of reality. One famous tale tells of a young man who falls in love with a beautiful woman he meets in the forest. They marry, and she's a perfect wife. Loving, clever, hardworking. They have children together. Years pass in happiness. But one day, the family dog begins barking furiously at the wife, aggressive in a way it's never been before. The woman, startled, forgets to maintain her human form, and her husband glimpses her true nature, a fox. Overcome with shame at being discovered, she flees back to the forest, resuming her fox form, abandoning her human family. The husband and children are devastated, but there's a touching epilogue. The fox mother continues to watch over her children from the shadows, protecting them throughout their lives, loving them still despite the unbridgeable gap between their worlds. This story appears in countless variations across Japan, and it's heartbreaking because it explores the tragedy of incompatible natures. The love is real. The relationship is real. But ultimately, the fox cannot permanently be human, and humans cannot enter the fox's world. Identity is not just form, it's essence, and some gulfs cannot be crossed, no matter how much love exists. Other stories are trickster tales. A kitsune disguises itself as a beautiful woman and marries a wealthy merchant, then slowly bankrupts him through extravagant spending before vanishing with his fortune. A kitsune possesses a corrupt official, forcing him to confess his crimes in front of the entire village. A kitsune creates an elaborate illusion of a magnificent palace to impress travelers, only to reveal at dawn that they've been sleeping in an abandoned graveyard. These stories served a social function. They explained the inexplicable. Why did that respected merchant suddenly go mad and squander his wealth? Kitsune possession. Why did the village official confess out of nowhere? A righteous kitsune sought justice. Why do people sometimes see things that aren't there? Kitsune illusions. But they also explored deeper themes. Kitsune stories are often about masks and performance. The fox creates a human form, plays a human role, but underneath remains fundamentally other. This resonated in Japanese culture, where social harmony depends on maintaining appropriate facades, where the distinction between hon, true feelings, and taitmei, public face, is central to social interaction. The kitsune masters this duality. It can be perfectly human while remaining perfectly fox. It lives in both worlds simultaneously. In this sense, the kitsune represents something we all experience, the gap between who we are and who we present ourselves to be, the performance of identity, the masks we wear so convincingly that sometimes we forget they're masks. Kitsune are also associated with foxfire, kitsunebi, Mysterious lights seen hovering over fields and forests at night. Japanese folklore explains these as the fox's tails glowing, or as magical flames the foxes create to lead travelers astray. Science now explains them as will-o'-the-wisps, bioluminescence, or other natural phenomena. But there's poetry in the older explanation, the idea that mysterious lights in darkness might be ancient spirits dancing, playing, living their own lives parallel to ours. To detect a kitsune in human form, folklore offers several methods. Look for the shadow. A kitsune may perfectly mimic human appearance, but its shadow sometimes reveals its true shape: fox ears, a tail. Check the reflection. In water or mirrors, the kitsune might appear in its true form. Observe around dogs. Dogs can always recognize kitsune and will bark, growl, or cower in their presence. Test with awareness. If you suspect someone is a kitsune, observe them carefully. They may betray themselves through unnatural grace, uncanny knowledge, or unusual reactions to certain foods or situations. But here's the question that haunts these stories. If you discover that your beloved spouse, your trusted friend, your helpful neighbor is a kitsune, what do you do? The folklore is divided. Some stories end in tragedy. The discovered kitsune flees, the relationship ends, loss is inevitable. Others end with acceptance. The human decides that the love matters more than the deception, that the relationship is real even if one party isn't quite what they seem. Modern Japan has inherited this ambiguity. Kitsune appear in everything from ancient no plays to contemporary manga and anime. They're mascots for products, characters in video games, subjects of fine art. The nine-tailed fox has become a global icon, appearing in Korean, Chinese, and Western media. But something is often lost in translation. The modern kitsune is frequently reduced to a cute character, a sexy fox girl, stripped of the deeper implications. The traditional kitsune was about mystery, about the unknowability of others, about the seductive danger of illusion, about love that crosses boundaries that perhaps shouldn't be crossed. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine walking through a Japanese forest at twilight. Foxfire glimmers between the trees. A beautiful person appears on the path, offering guidance, companionship. Are they what they seem? Does it matter? In dreams, we're all shapeshifters, wearing different forms, living different lives. Perhaps we all have tales hidden beneath our human skins, counting the years of our secret selves. Sleep now, and may the kitsune of your dreams be kind. Fact 19. The Kraken's historical sightings. The ocean is vast, deeper than mountains are tall, darker at its depths than any cave. For most of human history, the sea was mystery itself, a realm where known and unknown bled together, where sailors' tales and marine biology couldn't be distinguished, where monsters were not only possible but probable. And among all the sea monsters, none loomed larger in imagination and terror than the Kraken. The earliest accounts of the Kraken come from Norwegian and Icelandic sailors in the 13th century. They described an island that wasn't an island, a mass so large it could be mistaken for land, but which would suddenly stir, creating whirlpools and waves capable of swallowing entire ships. This was the Kraken, so vast that sailors might anchor to its back without realizing they were resting on a living creature. The bishop and historian Eric Pontoppidan, writing in 1752, provided one of the most detailed accounts of the Kraken. His Natural History of Norway describes the creature as round, flat, and full of arms or branches spanning 1.5 miles across. When it rose to the surface, it appeared as a group of small islands. When it dove back down, it created a maelstrom powerful enough to drag ships and whales into the depths. But Pontoppidan's most fascinating observation was about how the Kraken hunted. The creature would rise beneath schools of fish, herding them upward until the fish were concentrated in a writhing mass near the surface. Then seabirds would gather to feast on the trapped fish. And fishermen, seeing the birds, would row to that spot, thinking they'd found good fishing grounds. They would drop their nets and pull up enormous catches. But this bounty was dangerous. The Kraken was still below, and if the fishermen grew too greedy, staying too long, the creature might seize the boat itself, dragging the entire vessel down to the depths where no light reached and pressure crushed wood and bone alike. This detail is brilliant. The Kraken doesn't just destroy, it provides. It feeds the fishermen before it feeds on them. There's almost a fairness to it, a transaction. Take your share and leave, and the Kraken lets you live. Take too much, and you become part of the take. For centuries, the Kraken occupied that liminal space between myth and reality. Scientists were skeptical. How could a creature that size exist? Where was the physical evidence? Bones? A carcass? Something concrete? Sailors insisted they'd seen it, but sailors were known to exaggerate, especially after months at sea with nothing but rum and monotony. Then, slowly, evidence began to accumulate. In 1853, a Danish naturalist named Japetus Steenstrup examined the beak of an enormous squid found washed ashore. He realized this creature was far larger than any squid previously known to science. He named it Architeuthis dux, the giant squid. More specimens appeared. Dead giant squid washed up on beaches in Newfoundland, Norway, New Zealand. In 1861, the French gunboat Alchemists encountered a living giant squid off the Canary Islands. The crew tried to capture it, managing to loop a rope around its tail, but the squid's body was so soft and heavy that the rope cut through the flesh, and most of the creature fell back into the sea. They retrieved only the tail portion, but it was enough to confirm creatures of enormous size did exist in the deep ocean. The largest giant squid ever measured was 43 feet long, with eyes the size of dinner plates, the largest eyes in the animal kingdom, adapted for detecting faint light in the abyssal depths. These creatures have 8 arms and 2 longer feeding tentacles covered with hundreds of suction cups lined with tooth-like serrations. They hunt fish and smaller squid in the midnight zone, between 1,000 and 3,000 feet below the surface, a realm of perpetual darkness and crushing pressure. But here's where it gets even more fascinating. The giant squid isn't the ocean's largest squid. That title belongs to the colossal squid, Mesonicoteuthis hamiltoni, which can grow even larger, possibly up to 46 feet or more. Where the giant squid has suction cups with teeth, the colossal squid has rotating hooks. It's a creature from nightmares, a predator designed for a world without mercy. And we've barely seen them. Only a handful of living giant squid have been filmed in their natural habitat. The first footage wasn't captured until 2004, and the first video of a live giant squid in American waters wasn't taken until 2019. These creatures have existed in Earth's oceans for millions of years, but they remain so elusive, so adapted to depths we can barely explore, that they've evaded human understanding until very recently. So the Kraken was real. Not quite as the sailors described. No creature spans 1.5 miles. No living thing can pull down a full-sized ship with ease. But the core truth was there. In the deep ocean, creatures of enormous size exist. Creatures with grasping tentacles and enormous eyes. Creatures that could absolutely attack a small boat or a swimmer if they chose to. The historical sightings of the Kraken make more sense now. A giant squid surfacing, its tentacles spread out, could easily be mistaken for multiple objects. The disturbed water created by a large squid's movements could create dangerous conditions for small vessels. And if a giant squid became tangled with a boat, the struggle would be terrifying, tentacles as thick as a man's thigh wrapping around the rigging, sucker marks left on wooden flesh, the creature's beak capable of cutting through rope and canvas. Some accounts describe the kraken as having many heads. We now understand this was likely describing the creature's multiple arms and tentacles, all moving independently, creating the appearance of a multi-headed beast. The kraken has never left popular imagination. It appears in Tennyson's poetry, below the thunders of the upper deep, far, far beneath in the abysmal sea, his ancient, dreamless, uninvaded sleep the kraken sleepeth. It attacks ships in Pirates of the Caribbean. It's a Pokemon, a character in fantasy novels, a villain in video games. But the real kraken, the giant squid in its natural habitat, is more wondrous than any fiction. Imagine a creature the size of a school bus, with intelligence glinting in eyes larger than your head, navigating by bioluminescence in a world of eternal night, hunting in 3 dimensions through a space more alien to us than the surface of Mars. The ocean still holds mysteries. Sounds have been recorded in the deep that don't match any known creature. Sonar detects massive objects that disappear before they can be identified. Fishermen in deep water still sometimes report tentacles reaching out of the depths, though now they know to call them squid rather than sea monsters. The boundary between myth and reality is thinner than we like to believe. The kraken was dismissed as sailors' fantasy, yet it was real. What other myths might be waiting in the depths, in the remote forests, in the unexplored caves and trenches of the world? Tonight, as you float toward sleep, imagine yourself descending into the ocean's midnight zone. The pressure increases. The light fades. And then, in the darkness, you see them, eyes the size of dinner plates, reflecting your light back at you. Tentacles undulate in the current. The kraken considers you ancient and alien, deciding whether you're threat, prey, or simply another mystery in its domain. And then it releases you, diving deeper, back to the abyss where humans cannot follow, where the old magic still swims in darkness, where monsters are real and science and mythology meet in the cold, deep places beyond the reach of sun. Fact 20. Dragons in Chinese imperial power. In the West, dragons are monsters to be slain, fire-breathing reptiles guarding hoards of gold, enemies of knights and heroes, representations of chaos and greed and evil. Saint George kills the dragon and saves the maiden. Beowulf dies killing the dragon but saves his people. Tolkien's Smaug is a villain, Wagner's Fafnir must be destroyed, and even Daenerys' dragons, though nominally good, bring primarily destruction. But travel east, crossed the Silk Road, journeyed to China, and the dragon is transformed. Here, the dragon, Long, in Mandarin, is not a villain but a symbol of supreme power, wisdom, and divine authority. And nowhere was this symbolism more potent than in the imperial throne of China, where emperors were quite literally considered dragons in human form. The Chinese dragon is a chimeric creature, a synthesis of many animals reflecting the diverse unity of nature itself. According to traditional descriptions, the dragon has the head of a camel, the horns of a stag, the eyes of a rabbit, or demon, in some versions, the ears of a cow, the neck of a snake, the belly of a frog, the scales of a carp, the claws of an eagle, the paws of a tiger. This composite nature is significant. The dragon isn't a single species but an amalgamation, representing mastery over all creatures, dominion over all the elements. It swims like a fish, flies like a bird, walks like a beast. It belongs everywhere and nowhere, transcending categories. Chinese dragons are closely associated with water. They dwell in rivers, lakes, and seas, controlling rain and floods. This made them crucial to an agricultural society dependent on reliable rainfall. The dragon wasn't a destroyer, it was a benefactor, bringing the water that made crops grow, that allowed civilization to flourish. But not all dragons were equal. Dragon taxonomy in Chinese mythology is complex, with different types serving different functions. There were the Tianlong, celestial dragons, who pulled the chariots of gods, the Shenlong, spiritual dragons, who controlled wind and rain, the Fukenglong, treasure dragons, who guarded buried wealth, and the Delong, earth dragons, who controlled the flow of rivers and streams. And above all these, there was the imperial dragon. The imperial dragon was distinguished by specific characteristics. It had 5 claws on each foot. This detail was legally enforced. Only the emperor could use the 5-clawed dragon in his insignia. Nobles and high officials were permitted 4-clawed dragons. Lower ranks could use 3-clawed dragons. Anyone else caught displaying a 5-clawed dragon could be executed for treason. This wasn't mere symbolism. The Emperor of China was considered the Son of Heaven, a semi-divine figure who ruled by the mandate of heaven. His very person was sacred. And his connection to dragons was explicit. The emperor sat on the dragon throne, slept on the dragon bed, wore the dragon robe. When an emperor died, the Chinese didn't say he had died. They said he had mounted the dragon or returned to heaven on the dragon's back. The emperor's face was called the dragon face. His children were dragon seeds. Everything associated with the emperor incorporated dragon imagery. The dragon robe itself was a masterpiece of symbolism. The emperor's formal robe was typically yellow, the color of earth and the center in Chinese cosmology, and embroidered with 9 5-clawed dragons among clouds, waves, and mountains. 9 was the ultimate yang number, representing completeness and imperial authority. The dragons weren't decorative. They were a statement: I am the dragon. I control the elements. Heaven has granted me authority over all beneath the sky. This identification went beyond metaphor. Chinese imperial ideology held that certain individuals could be literally born as dragons in human form. There are legends of empress mothers dreaming of dragons before giving birth to sons who would become great emperors. The first emperor of unified China, Qin Shi Huang, was said to have been conceived when his mother encountered a dragon. Even the emperor's movements were described in dragon terms. He didn't walk, he manifested dragon strides. His commands were dragon decrees. His handwriting was dragon script. The very concept of the emperor was inseparable from dragon nature. But this created a problem. What happens when the dragon emperor dies or is overthrown? According to the mandate of heaven, divine favor could be withdrawn if an emperor became corrupt or failed to rule justly. Natural disasters, floods, droughts, earthquakes, were interpreted as signs that the mandate was failing. Eventually, a new dynasty would rise, claiming that heaven had transferred its mandate to them. The transition was explained through dragon imagery. The old emperor was a dragon who had become sick or corrupted. The new emperor was a fresh dragon, vital and worthy. The civil wars and rebellions that marked dynastic transitions were sometimes described as battles of dragons, cosmic struggles between competing claimants to dragon authority. This ideology persisted for millennia. From the first emperor of unified China in 221 BC until the last emperor, Huai, who abdicated in 1912, every legitimate ruler claimed dragon nature. Even when foreign dynasties conquered China, the Mongol Yuan dynasty or the Manchu Qing dynasty, they adopted Chinese imperial symbolism, including the dragon, to legitimize their rule. And the symbolism endures. Though China is now a republic, the dragon remains its most potent cultural symbol. Chinese people call themselves descendants of the dragon. The dragon dance is performed at festivals and celebrations. Dragon imagery permeates Chinese art, architecture, and popular culture. But there's a melancholy footnote to this story. When the last emperor abdicated, When millennia of dragon emperors ended, what happened to the dragon throne itself? It remained in the Forbidden City, in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, empty. Tourists can visit it today, photograph it from a distance. You're not allowed to approach too closely. It's a magnificent piece of craftsmanship, carved from single pieces of precious wood, covered in gold leaf, surrounded by dragon columns and dragon screens. But it's just a chair now. No emperor sits there. No dragon manifests in human form. The throne is a museum piece, a remnant of a cosmology that no longer operates, a symbol whose referent has disappeared. Or has it? Power still seeks symbols. Leaders still drape themselves in imagery meant to elevate them above ordinary humanity. We've traded dragon robes for business suits, but the impulse remains. The desire to embody something greater than ourselves, to claim authority through association with the divine or the cosmic. The Chinese dragon emperor was the most elaborate expression of this impulse, a 2,000-year tradition of ritually transforming mortal men into mythological beings. And perhaps that's the real magic, not that dragons exist, but that humans can create systems of meaning so powerful, so all-encompassing, that for millennia, an entire civilization believed that their ruler was a creature of legend walking among them. Tonight, as you drift into dreams, imagine the dragon throne in darkness. The Forbidden City is silent. No emperor has sat there for over a century. But in the stillness, perhaps something stirs, a shimmer in the air, a sense of presence. The dragon hasn't left. It's just sleeping, waiting, like all ancient powers wait, for the moment when myth and reality might blur together once more. Sleep now, and may your dreams be filled with dragon flight, with the view from on high, with the power and wisdom of creatures that never truly existed but were never entirely imaginary. Fact 21. The Manticore of Persia. In the mountains and forests of ancient Persia, in the lands that are now Iran, travelers told stories of a creature so terrible that merely encountering one meant certain death. Not just probable death, not likely death, but absolute certainty. This was the Manticore, and unlike many legendary beasts, there was no trick to defeating it, no weakness to exploit, no hero brave enough to slay it. If you saw a Manticore, you died. The only question was how quickly. The name Manticore comes from the Persian Machexwar or Madkora, which translates directly to man-eater. This wasn't symbolic. The creature's entire purpose, its reason for existing, was to hunt and devour human beings. The Greek physician Ctesias, who served at the Persian royal court around 400 BCE, provided the first detailed Western description of the manticore. He claimed to have seen evidence of its existence and spoke with Persian hunters who'd encountered it. According to Ctesias, the manticore had the body of a lion, massive, powerful, covered in blood-red fur, the face of a human, not humanoid or human-like, but an actual human face, capable of expression, 3 rows of teeth in its mouth, interlocking like those of a shark, designed to tear flesh, a tail like a scorpion's, tipped with venomous spines that it could shoot like arrows, a voice that sounded like a trumpet mixed with a flute, musical yet discordant, beautiful yet terrifying. This last detail is particularly unsettling. The manticore didn't roar like a lion or hiss like a snake. It sang. Imagine hearing that sound in the forest, a melody that sounds almost human, almost beautiful, drawing you closer. And then you see the source, a lion-bodied monster with a human face, watching you with intelligent, malevolent eyes. The manticore's hunting method was described as horrifically efficient. It would stalk human prey, following them through the forest without making a sound. When the moment was right, it would launch its tail spines, dozens of them, fired with the force of arrows. The spines contained a venom that paralyzed the victim instantly. Unable to move, unable to scream, the person could only watch as the manticore approached. And then came the worst part. The manticore ate its prey whole. Not just the flesh, but everything: bones, clothing, weapons, possessions. The 3 rows of interlocking teeth ground everything to nothing, leaving no trace that a person had ever existed. No body to bury, no bones to find, no evidence of death. People simply vanished. This detail served a cultural purpose in ancient Persia. When travelers disappeared in the wilderness, and they often did, in a time of bandits, wild animals, disease, and accident, the manticore provided an explanation. The person hadn't run away, hadn't been killed by human enemies, hadn't simply gotten lost. They'd been taken by the manticore, consumed utterly, erased from the world. Medieval European bestiaries adopted the manticore with enthusiasm, adding their own embellishments. Some gave it dragon's wings. Others said its human face could speak, luring victims with promises or cries for help. The symbolism became explicitly Christian. The manticore represented the devil, beautiful and persuasive from one angle, the human face, bestial and deadly from another, the lion's body, carrying death in its tail, the scorpion. But let's examine the deeper horror here. What makes the manticore so disturbing isn't just its lethality, many legendary creatures kill. It's the human face. A lion with a lion's face is a predator, but it's comprehensible. It operates by animal logic. But a lion with a human face suggests intelligence, awareness, choice. The manticore knows what it's doing. It understands its prey. That human face implies consciousness, perhaps even sadism, the capacity to enjoy the hunt, to savor the fear, to take pleasure in the kill. And there's something deeply wrong about the human face on an animal body. It violates categories, crosses boundaries that shouldn't be crossed. It's similar to the uncanny valley effect, the revulsion we feel toward things that are almost human but not quite. The manticore is the inverse, almost animal but not quite, infected with humanity in a way that corrupts both natures. Some scholars believe the manticore might be based on distorted reports of real animals. Tigers entered Persian mythology and might have been described in exaggerated terms as stories passed from hunter to trader to traveler. The human face might be the tiger's frontal facial structure, which is more forward-facing than many other big cats. The tail spines might be a confused description of a porcupine encountered in the same region. But this rationalization misses the point. The manticore isn't just a misidentified tiger. It's a projection of specific anxieties. The fear of being consumed without a trace, the fear of intelligence behind predation, the fear of something that combines human awareness with animal brutality. The manticore represents the predator that knows you. It's not like a shark or a crocodile, operating on instinct. It sees you as you see it, as an individual, a person, a conscious being. And it kills you anyway, eats you anyway, erases you anyway. In modern times, the manticore has become somewhat domesticated through fantasy literature and games. It's a monster to fight, a challenge to overcome, maybe even a creature that can be befriended or tamed. This softening is how we cope with old terrors. We shrink them, make them manageable, turn them into entertainment. But the original manticore wasn't manageable. It was the nightmare that couldn't be escaped, the fate that couldn't be avoided. In ancient Persian culture, where death was often sudden, inexplicable, and absolute, the manticore was a perfect symbol, death with a human face, watching you with intelligent eyes, singing a beautiful song as it ends your existence completely. There's a Persian proverb that survived into the medieval period: to seek the manticore is to seek one's own erasure. It meant pursuing something so dangerous that not just death but complete annihilation awaited. No glory, no memory, no trace. Just gone. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, imagine walking through an ancient forest. You hear a sound, musical, almost beautiful. For a moment, you want to follow it. But something stops you. Some instinct, some ancestral memory warns you. Beauty can hide teeth, intelligence can serve hunger, and not every face that looks human contains humanity. Turn away from the sound. Walk back toward the light, toward safety, toward home. Some mysteries are better left unexplored. Some songs are better left unheard. Sleep in the knowledge that you're safe here, far from the forests where the manticore sang its terrible melodies. Fact 22. Selkies of Scottish shores. On the rocky coasts of Scotland, the Orkney Islands, the Hebrides, and the western shores where the Atlantic crashes against ancient stone, there exists a legend both heartbreaking and beautiful. It's the story of the Selkies, creatures who are seals in the water and humans on land, caught forever between two worlds, belonging fully to neither. The word Selkie comes from the Scots word for seal, and these beings are intimately connected to the sea. In their natural form, Selkies are seals, sleek, graceful, at home in the cold northern waters. But when they come ashore, they can shed their seal skins and emerge as humans of extraordinary beauty. The transformation works like this. A Selkie swims to a remote beach, usually at night, often during a full moon. The seal hauls itself onto the rocks, and then, in a moment of magic, the skin peels away like a garment. Underneath is a human form, naked and perfect. The Selkie carefully hides the seal skin among the rocks, then walks inland to dance, to sing, to experience the land world for a brief time before the sea calls them back. But here's where the tragedy enters. If a human finds the hidden seal skin and takes it, the Selkie cannot return to the sea. They are trapped in human form, bound to the land, separated from their true nature. And this is exactly what happens in most Selkie tales. A lonely fisherman, a shepherd, a farmer walking along the shore sees a group of Selkies dancing on the beach. He watches, enchanted by their beauty and grace. He notices where one of them has hidden her seal skin. He steals it, hides it away, and when the Selkie realizes her skin is gone and she cannot transform back, he offers her a choice. Stay with him, marry him, live as a human. What choice does she have? Without her skin, she cannot survive in the sea. So she agrees. She becomes his wife. Often, in these stories, she's a good wife, kind, hardworking, beautiful. They have children together. Years pass. Sometimes she seems happy, or at least content. She learns to cook, to keep house, to raise children. She integrates into the human community. But she never stops looking at the sea. She stands at the shore for hours, watching the waves, listening to the seals calling to each other. Her eyes hold a sadness that never quite fades. She's living a life, but it's not her life. She's wearing a human form, but it's not her form. She's trapped in someone else's story. And then, inevitably, she finds the skin. Maybe one of the children discovers it while playing in the attic. Maybe she stumbles upon it herself while cleaning. Maybe the husband, guilty and aging, finally tells her where it's hidden. The moment she touches that seal skin, everything changes. The most poignant versions of the tale have her hesitate. She looks at her husband, older now, worn by years of work and weather. She looks at her children, half human, half selkie, confused about their own nature. She loves them. The love is real. The years together were real. But the sea is calling, and a selkie cannot resist the sea. She puts on the skin. The transformation is immediate. She's a seal again, whole again, herself again. And she dives into the waves and swims away, leaving her human family standing on the shore, watching her disappear into the depths. Some versions end there, a tragedy of incompatible natures, love that cannot bridge the gap between land and sea. But other versions add a grace note. The Selkie mother returns sometimes, swimming close to shore when her children come to the beach. She brings them fish, watches over them from the water, protects them from drowning. She cannot be their mother in the human way anymore, but she hasn't entirely abandoned them either. And the children? In Scottish lore, the descendants of Selkies are said to have certain characteristics: webbed fingers or toes, an affinity for the sea, restlessness on land, and eyes that hold the color and depth of the ocean. They are caught between worlds like their seal mother, never quite fitting into human society, always drawn to the water. There are male Selkies too, and their stories follow a different pattern. A female Selkie is usually trapped into marriage. A male Selkie is usually sought out deliberately. Women, often unhappy in their marriages, lonely, longing for something more, would go to the shore and shed 7 tears into the sea. This would summon a male Selkie, who would emerge from the waves in human form and become her lover. These relationships were temporary by nature. The Selkie man would stay for a time, but he always returned to the sea eventually. Sometimes he left the woman pregnant. Children born of these unions were said to have unusual gifts: second sight, the ability to predict storms, power over the sea. But what do Selkie stories really mean? On one level, they're about cultural contact, the mixture of Norse settlers, seal hunters from the north, with native Scottish populations. Seals were economically important but also somewhat mysterious, their large dark eyes and vaguely humanoid cries making them seem almost person-like. On a deeper level, Selkie tales are about captivity and freedom, about what happens when we trap someone in a life that isn't theirs. The husband who steals the seal's skin loves the Selkie, but his love is possessive, controlling. He can't love her as she truly is, a creature of the sea, so he tries to make her into something else. And it works, for a while. She adapts. She conforms. But the core self remains, waiting for the chance to return. Selkie stories resonate because most of us have felt trapped in skins that don't quite fit. Jobs we've taken for practical reasons, relationships we've stayed in out of obligation, identities we've performed because they were expected. We've hidden our true skins somewhere safe and tried to live in the forms that others need us to wear. And we've felt that longing for the sea, that pull toward our authentic selves, that desire to shed the false skin and dive back into the element where we belong. The tragedy is that Selkie mothers love their human children. The stories make this clear. But they cannot be both, cannot be fully Selkie and fully human mother simultaneously. They must choose, and they always choose the sea. Not because they don't love, but because denying your fundamental nature is a form of death, and eventually, everyone must choose between slow death on land or life in the sea, even if that life means loss. In the Orkney Islands, people still tell Selkie stories. They'll point to certain families and whisper that they have Selkie blood. Some take it seriously, others treat it as charming folklore. But the stories persist, passed down through generations, because they speak to something universal: the pain of divided loyalty, the impossibility of being fully yourself while meeting others' needs, the choice between safety and freedom. Tonight, as you settle into sleep, imagine standing on a cold Scottish shore. The waves crash against the rocks. In the water, just beyond the breakers, a seal watches you with dark, knowing eyes. Is it just a seal, or is it something more? Does it see you as you truly are, beneath whatever skin you're wearing? And if you found a seal's skin hidden among the rocks, would you take it, or would you leave it where it belongs, understanding that love without freedom is just another kind of cage? Sleep now and dream of the sea. Dream of transformation. dream of the skin you've hidden away, and the courage it might take to claim it again. Fact 23. The Thunderbird of Native American Tribes. In the vast sky above the North American continent, in the realm of clouds and storms and wind, there flies a bird so enormous that its wings blot out the sun. When it flaps those wings, thunder rolls across the earth. When it blinks its eyes, lightning splits the sky. This is the thunderbird, one of the most powerful and widespread figures in Native American mythology. The thunderbird appears in the traditions of numerous tribes across North America, from the Pacific Northwest to the Great Plains, from the Arctic to the Southwest. The details vary by region and culture, but certain core elements remain consistent. The thunderbird is massive, powerful, associated with storms, and generally benevolent toward humans, though terrible in its wrath. Among the tribes of the Pacific Northwest, the Haida, Tlingit, Kwakwaka'wakwa, and others, the thunderbird is often depicted as the most powerful of all spirits. In their cosmology, it lives on the highest mountain peaks, in a realm where ordinary birds cannot fly, where the air is thin and crackling with electrical energy. The thunderbird's size is difficult to comprehend. According to tradition, it's large enough to carry a whale in its talons, not a small whale, but a full-grown orca or gray whale. When it hunts, it dives from the clouds, seizes the whale from the ocean, and carries it back to the mountain peaks to feed. The sound of its wings is the thunder. The flash of its eyes is the lightning. Some traditions describe the thunderbird as wearing a lake on its back. When it shakes itself, the water falls as rain. Others say that lightning bolts are actually snakes that the thunderbird carries, throwing them down at enemies or prey. In Plains tribes traditions, among the Lakota, Cheyenne, Arapaho, and others, the thunderbird, Wakinian in Lakota, is a complex figure, both creator and destroyer. Thunderbirds are plural here, a species of supernatural birds rather than a single entity. They bring the rains that make the plains bloom with grass, ensuring the buffalo have food and the people can survive. But they also bring violent storms, tornadoes, and destruction. The Lakota have a tradition of Heyoka, sacred clowns who do everything backwards, speaking in opposites, acting in ways that seem foolish but carry spiritual significance. A person becomes Heyoka through a vision of the thunderbird. The experience is so powerful, so overwhelming, that it reverses something fundamental in the person's spirit, marking them forever as someone who has touched the raw power of the storm. Thunderbird imagery appears constantly in Native American art. Totem poles of the Pacific Northwest often feature thunderbirds at the top, appropriate, since they belong to the sky. The characteristic depiction shows a bird with curved beak, powerful talons, and wings spread wide, often with smaller faces or figures between the wings. These faces might represent the lightning serpents, or humans the thunderbird has transformed, or simply aspects of its power. On the Great Plains, thunderbird symbols were painted on teepees, shields, and ceremonial drums. Warriors who dreamed of thunderbirds might wear feathers in specific arrangements or paint lightning bolts on their horses. The thunderbird was a war spirit, yes, but also a protector. Its power was so great that even mentioning it could offer protection. But the thunderbird wasn't uniformly benevolent. Like all forces of nature, it was dangerous. Lightning strikes kill people. Storms destroy crops and homes. The thunderbird's power was necessary for life but could also end life. The appropriate human response was respect bordering on fear, gratitude mixed with caution. Some tribes had specific protocols for how to behave during thunderstorms. You didn't point at lightning or count the seconds between lightning and thunder. You didn't mock the storm or challenge it. These actions could anger the thunderbird, causing it to strike you directly. The respectful approach was to be quiet, to acknowledge the power moving through the sky, to understand that you were witnessing something sacred and dangerous. There are stories of thunderbirds fighting with other supernatural creatures. In many traditions, the thunderbird's eternal enemy is the underwater panther or horned serpent, a creature of the depths, associated with floods, drowning, and chaos. The thunderbird represents the sky and order. The underwater panther represents the depths and chaos. Their battles shake the earth and tear the sky, and humans caught between them must find shelter and prey. One of the most fascinating aspects of thunderbird lore is the possibility of physical evidence. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, newspapers occasionally ran stories about giant bird sightings. In 1890, two cowboys in Arizona claimed to have shot and killed a massive winged creature with a wingspan of 160 feet. They supposedly dragged it to town and had it photographed, though the photograph, if it ever existed, has never been found. In 1977, 3 boys in Illinois reported being attacked by enormous birds. One boy, 10-year-old Marlon Lowe, claimed a giant bird grabbed him by the shoulders and lifted him several feet off the ground before his screams caused it to release him. His mother corroborated seeing an enormous bird, much larger than any eagle, near their home. Cryptozoologists have speculated about surviving populations of Terratornis or Argentavis, massive prehistoric birds that went extinct thousands of years ago. Could isolated populations have survived into modern times, giving rise to thunderbird legends? It's unlikely but not impossible. The coelacanth, after all, was thought extinct for millions of years before being found alive in the 20th century. But whether the thunderbird is a real creature or a spiritual force or a metaphorical representation of storm systems, its meaning remains clear. Nature is powerful, and that power deserves respect. The storm that brings life-giving rain can also bring destruction. The same force that nourishes can kill. And humans, no matter how clever or advanced, remain vulnerable to powers far greater than ourselves. In modern times, the thunderbird has been adopted as a symbol by various groups, not always with permission or proper understanding. It appears in corporate logos, sports team mascots, military insignia. This appropriation troubles many Native Americans, who view the thunderbird as a sacred symbol, not a cartoon or a brand identity. But within Native communities, the thunderbird remains vital. Traditional stories are still told. Children learn to respect storms. Artists continue to create thunderbird imagery using both traditional and contemporary methods. The spiritual meaning persists. We are small, the world is vast, and powerful forces move through it that we can only partly understand. Tonight, if a storm passes over where you're sleeping, listen to the thunder. According to tradition, that's the thunderbird speaking, moving through its domain, carrying the rain that makes life possible. The lightning is its eyes, scanning the earth below. The wind is its wings, stirring the air, shaking the trees, reminding everything that lives that power and vulnerability exist side by side, that we're protected and threatened by the same sky, sheltered and exposed beneath the same vast wings. Rest now, small creature, under the watching eye of the storm. The thunderbird knows you're there. And for tonight, at least, it has decided to let you sleep in peace. Fact 24: European Werewolf Trials. In the 16th and 17th centuries, at the same time European courts were prosecuting thousands of people for witchcraft, another kind of trial was taking place, one that seems even more bizarre from our modern perspective. These were the werewolf trials, legal proceedings in which actual courts, with judges and testimony and torture and execution, prosecuted people for the crime of transforming into wolves and committing murder. The courts genuinely believed they were prosecuting shapeshifters. Witnesses testified to seeing the accused transform. Confessions were extracted describing in detail how the transformation worked, what it felt like, what atrocities were committed in wolf form. And people were executed, burned alive, typically, for being werewolves. The werewolf trials were most intense in France and Germany, though they occurred throughout Europe. One of the most famous cases was Peter Stump, tried in Cologne, Germany in 1589. Peter Stump was a wealthy farmer who, according to testimony and his own confession, extracted through torture, had been given a magical belt by the devil. When he fastened this belt around his waist, he transformed into the likeness of a greedy, devouring wolf, strong and mighty, with eyes great and large, which in the night sparkled like brands of fire, a mouth great and wide, with most sharp and cruel teeth, a huge body, and mighty paws. In this form, Stump allegedly terrorized the countryside for 25 years, killing and eating 14 children, 2 pregnant women, and countless livestock. The details of his confession are horrific. He described the taste of human flesh, the pleasure he took in the hunt, the sexual satisfaction he found in violence. The court sentenced him to a death designed to mirror his crimes. He was strapped to a wheel, and his flesh was torn from his body with red-hot pincers in 10 places. Then his arms and legs were broken with the blunt side of an axe. Finally, he was beheaded, and his body was burned. His severed head was placed on a pole alongside the torture wheel, which was topped with the carved figure of a wolf. The display stood as a warning. Was Peter Stump actually a werewolf? Of course not. But something happened in that region. People disappeared, bodies were found torn apart, and the community needed an explanation. Stump was likely a serial killer, possibly suffering from a psychiatric condition. The werewolf confession gave a framework for understanding his crimes. He wasn't simply evil, he was supernaturally corrupted, possessed by demonic power. But not all werewolf trials involved actual violence. In 1692 in Livonia, modern-day Estonia and Latvia, a man named Theis was tried for claiming to be a werewolf. But his case was unusual because he argued that being a werewolf was a good thing. Theis, an elderly man of about 80, testified that he was one of the Hounds of God, a group of werewolf warriors who descended into hell 3 times a year to battle witches and devils. These benevolent werewolves, he claimed, fought to ensure good harvests and protect the community. Without them, the forces of darkness would steal the grain and leave people to starve. The judges were baffled. Werewolves working for God? This contradicted all their theological understanding. They tried to convince Theis he was wrong, that all werewolves were agents of Satan. But Theis stubbornly insisted on his version. He was a good werewolf, fighting for the community, blessed not cursed. The court eventually convicted him anyway and sentenced him to 10 lashes and banishment, a remarkably mild punishment compared to most werewolf trials. The judges seemed more confused than convinced, unsure how to handle a werewolf who claimed to be on God's side. These trials reveal how werewolf beliefs functioned in European society. The werewolf was a way to explain several disturbing phenomena. Serial killers and violent criminals. Before modern criminology, extreme violence needed supernatural explanation. A person who killed repeatedly, who seemed to enjoy causing suffering, wasn't just bad, they were corrupted by demonic forces. Mental illness. People suffering from conditions we'd now recognize as schizophrenia, dissociative disorders, or psychotic breaks might genuinely believe they transformed into animals. Clinical lycanthropy, the delusion of being or transforming into an animal, is still recognized by modern psychiatry. Social outsiders. People who lived alone, who didn't attend church regularly, who were involved in activities the community found suspicious. These individuals might be accused of lycanthropy to enforce social conformity. Unexplained livestock deaths. When animals were found torn apart in ways that didn't match normal predation, werewolves provided an explanation. The werewolf belief had ancient roots. Roman writers described men who transformed into wolves. Norse berserkers wore wolf skins and entered battle frenzies. Ancient Greek mythology told of King Lycaon, transformed into a wolf by Zeus as punishment for serving human flesh at a divine banquet. But the medieval and early modern European werewolf was distinct. It was explicitly connected to demonic pacts. A person became a werewolf through selling their soul to the devil, who provided an enchanted belt, ointment, or wolf skin. The transformation was voluntary. The person chose to put on the belt or skin, chose to transform, chose to kill. This made them morally culpable in a way that victims of curses wouldn't be. This differed from later romantic and Hollywood versions of the werewolf. The modern werewolf is usually cursed, transformed against their will during full moons, horrified by their actions, seeking a cure. The werewolf becomes a tragic figure, a victim of supernatural forces beyond their control. But the werewolves of the trial records were willing participants in evil. They enjoyed what they did. They chose monstrosity. This made them not pitiable but damnable. The werewolf trials declined along with the witch trials. As Enlightenment thinking spread and courts became more skeptical of supernatural accusations. The last major werewolf trial in Europe occurred in 1720, when a beggar in Salzburg was executed for claiming to have killed people in wolf form. By the 19th century, werewolves had largely moved from the courtroom to literature. Gothic novels, horror stories, and eventually films transformed the werewolf from a satanic murderer into a romantic tragic figure, the cursed man struggling against his beast nature, the monster who retains enough humanity to suffer for his crimes. But the trial records remain, dusty and disturbing, evidence of a time when legal systems prosecuted shapeshifting as a capital crime. Real people were tortured, confessed to impossible transformations, and were executed for being creatures that didn't exist. Were they all innocent? Not in the sense that Peter Stump probably did commit terrible murders. But he wasn't a werewolf. He was a human predator, and the werewolf framework allowed the community to process the horror of his crimes while distancing them from the even more disturbing truth that ordinary-looking people, neighbors, community members, can contain such capacity for evil. The werewolf trial transcripts make for difficult reading. The confessions are filled with gruesome details, the torture methods are explicit, the executions are elaborate and cruel. But underneath the supernatural framework, they are documents of human darkness, our capacity for violence, our need for explanatory narratives, our willingness to believe the impossible if it helps us understand the unbearable. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine the forests of medieval Europe, dark, deep, full of real wolves whose howls carried for miles. Imagine villagers huddled around fires, trying to explain why their children went missing, why their livestock lay torn apart, why some people seem to contain such inexplicable cruelty. The werewolf gave them an answer. Wrong, yes. Impossible, certainly. But psychologically necessary. A way to contain the horror, to name the nameless, to transform human monstrosity into supernatural evil that could be identified, tried, and destroyed. The werewolf trials are over. The courts no longer burn shapeshifters. But we still create monsters to explain what we cannot bear to understand. And perhaps that's its own kind of transformation, not of body, but of narrative, changing unbearable human reality into something we can process, something we can destroy, something that, unlike the darkness in human hearts, can actually be killed. Sleep now. The wolves that prowl tonight are only animals. And the monsters that wear human faces, well, the courts handle those differently now. Fact 25. The Sphinx's ancient riddle. In the desert sands of ancient Egypt, carved from living limestone and weathered by 5,000 years of wind and sun, sits the Great Sphinx of Giza. Its lion's body stretches 240 feet long. Its human head rises 66 feet into the air. It gazes eternally eastward, toward the rising sun, keeping watch over the pyramids and the dead pharaohs entombed within them. But the Egyptian Sphinx, silent, enigmatic, a guardian of tombs and temples, is not the Sphinx that most people picture when they hear the word. That honor belongs to the Greek Sphinx, a creature far more terrifying and interactive than its Egyptian counterpart. And the Greek Sphinx is known for one thing above all others: its riddle. The most famous Sphinx in Greek mythology wasn't a guardian of treasure or tombs. It was a plague upon the city of Thebes, sent by the gods as punishment. This Sphinx was female, with the body of a winged lion, the head and breasts of a woman, and sometimes the tail of a serpent. She perched on a rock outside the city gates and posed a riddle to every traveler who tried to enter. Those who answered correctly were allowed to pass. Those who answered incorrectly were killed on the spot, seized by the Sphinx's powerful claws and devoured, or thrown from the rock to their death. No exceptions, no mercy, no second chances. Get the riddle right and live. Get it wrong and die. The riddle was this: what creature walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? Day after day, travelers approached the Sphinx. Day after day, they failed to answer correctly. Day after day, bodies accumulated at the base of the rock. Thebes was under siege, not by an army but by a single creature and an unsolved riddle. The city was cut off, isolated, starving. No one could enter or leave safely. Finally, Oedipus arrived. Oedipus, who was fleeing his own fate, trying to escape a prophecy that said he would kill his father and marry his mother. He approached the Sphinx without fear, and when she posed her riddle, he answered, "Man." In infancy, he crawls on 4 legs. In adulthood, he walks on 2 legs. In old age, he uses a staff as a 3rd leg. The answer was correct. And according to the myth, when Oedipus solved the riddle, the Sphinx was so overcome with rage or shame or divine compulsion that she threw herself from the rock and died. The siege was lifted. Thebes was saved. Oedipus was hailed as a hero and made king, marrying the widowed Queen Jocasta. Of course, we know how that story ends. Oedipus had indeed killed his father, not knowing who he was, and married his mother, not knowing their relationship. In solving the Sphinx's riddle about the stages of human life, Oedipus demonstrated intelligence and cleverness. But he couldn't solve the riddle of his own identity, his own fate, his own family. The Sphinx knew one truth, the answer to her riddle. But Oedipus didn't know the truths that mattered most. This irony is intentional. The Sphinx's riddle is about self-knowledge, about understanding the human condition, the progression from helplessness to strength to decline. But Oedipus, who understands this abstract truth perfectly, doesn't understand himself at all. Let's examine the riddle more closely, because it's deceptively profound. On the surface, it's a clever play on words, a description of human development from infancy through old age. But the riddle is also about how we measure ourselves, how we define capability and independence. The infant crawls, dependent on others for everything. The adult walks upright, independent and strong. The elder uses a cane, returning to a kind of dependency. The riddle describes a circle. We begin helpless, achieve brief mastery, and return to helplessness. This is the human condition, temporary strength surrounded by vulnerability. The division into morning, noon, and evening is poetic but also pointed. These aren't equal periods. Morning and evening, childhood and old age, can last for decades. But noon, the peak of adult strength, is brief. Midlife arrives and passes quickly. The time when we walk confidently on our own two legs, needing no support, is shorter than we'd like to believe. The Sphinx's riddle forces us to confront mortality and limitation. To answer correctly, you must acknowledge that you will decline, that you will become helpless again, that your strength is temporary. Many ancient Greeks would have found this acknowledgement difficult. Greek culture celebrated youth, strength, physical beauty. Admitting that all of it fades, that everyone ends up needing a third leg, would have required humility. But there's another layer. Some classical scholars suggest the riddle has a second answer, never spoken. The answer is also the Sphinx herself. Think about it. The Sphinx is a composite creature. 4 legs, lion, 2 legs, arms, human, and a serpent's tail, which could be the third leg in the evening. The Sphinx is describing herself, and the challenge is whether the traveler recognizes that the monster asking the question is also the answer. This reading is darker. It suggests that the Sphinx is testing whether humans can recognize monstrosity in themselves. The creature that asks, "What are you?" is also asking, "Do you recognize yourself in me?" The human-headed monster wonders if humans understand that they too are composite creatures, part animal, part rational, part mysterious, walking a path from helplessness to helplessness. Oedipus gives the correct answer, man, but misses the deeper answer. We are all sphinxes, all riddles to ourselves, all composites of conflicting natures that we don't fully understand. In Egyptian mythology, the Sphinx served a different function. The Great Sphinx at Giza, and the hundreds of smaller sphinxes that lined temple approaches, were guardians. They protected sacred spaces, embodying the pharaoh's power. The human head often represented the ruling king, combined with the lion's strength. They didn't speak, didn't pose riddles, simply stood eternal watch. But even in Egypt, the Sphinx represented a boundary between the human and the divine, between the knowable and the mysterious. To pass by a Sphinx was to acknowledge that you were entering sacred space, where normal rules didn't apply, where the gods might speak, where death and life intermingled. The Greeks, encountering Egyptian sphinxes during their travels and trade, transformed the silent guardian into an active threat. Instead of a boundary marker, it became a boundary enforcer. Instead of passive watchfulness, it demanded active engagement. The riddle became the test, not of purity or worthiness, but of knowledge. Of self-knowledge, specifically. In later literature and art, the Sphinx became symbolic of mystery itself. Sphinx-like means enigmatic, inscrutable, impossible to read. The Freudian Oedipal complex brings the Sphinx back into psychology, the question of identity, of how we understand ourselves in relation to our parents, of what knowledge might destroy us if we truly comprehended it. There's a famous painting by Gustave Moreau, Oedipus and the Sphinx, showing the moment of their encounter. The Sphinx is wrapped around Oedipus, almost embracing him, her breasts pressed against his chest, her face close to his. It's intimate, almost sexual. The riddle, in this depiction, isn't a hostile challenge but a seduction. The monster wants the hero to know her, to understand her, to see himself in her. And here's the final, most unsettling layer. What if the Sphinx didn't actually die when Oedipus answered correctly? What if that's just what Oedipus believed happened? What if the Sphinx is still there, still asking her riddle, and every generation thinks they've defeated her with their clever answer, when really they've just walked past her, satisfied with surface knowledge, missing the deeper truth? The riddle of the Sphinx isn't really about 4 legs, 2 legs, 3 legs. It's about whether we can bear to truly see ourselves, not as we wish to be, not as we present ourselves, but as we actually are, creatures who begin helpless, briefly pretend to mastery, and end helpless again. Creatures who are part reason, part instinct, part mystery even to ourselves. creatures who think we've solved the riddle when we've barely understood the question. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine standing before the Sphinx. She asks her ancient question. You know the traditional answer: man, human, the progression through ages. But she waits, watching with those enigmatic eyes, as if expecting something more. As if the real answer isn't a word but a recognition. An acknowledgement that you, too, are a riddle, a mystery walking on whatever number of legs your current age requires, trying to understand yourself before time runs out and the answer no longer matters. The Sphinx doesn't kill you. She never did. You pass by, satisfied with your clever answer, and she returns to her eternal waiting, watching the next traveler approach, ready to ask the same question she's been asking for thousands of years. Do you know what you are? Sleep now, riddle creature. Morning, noon, and evening all await. Fact 26. Pegasus and the Muses. In the ancient Greek world, creativity was not a human invention. It was a gift from the gods, channeled through divine beings called the Muses, 9 sisters who governed all artistic and intellectual pursuits. And the Muses had a sacred meeting place, a spring where their power concentrated and flowed. That spring was created by a single strike from the hoof of a flying horse, Pegasus. But before Pegasus became the symbol of poetic inspiration, before he carried heroes across the sky, his birth was an act of violence and transformation. Pegasus emerged from the blood of Medusa when the hero Perseus beheaded her. From the severed neck of the Gorgon, whose gaze turned men to stone, sprang 2 offspring, Chryse, a golden warrior, and Pegasus, a winged horse white as snow. Think about this origin for a moment. From death and monstrosity, from blood and horror, emerges something beautiful and transcendent. From the slain monster comes a creature of pure grace and power. This is transformation mythology at its finest. Beauty born from ugliness, flight from earthbound horror, inspiration from death. Pegasus didn't remain with Perseus. The winged horse flew free, wild and untamable, soaring through the skies of Greece until he came to rest on Mount Helicon, home of the Muses. And there, according to legend, Pegasus struck the ground with his hoof, and water sprang forth, the Hippocrene, the horse fountain, whose waters granted poetic inspiration to anyone who drank from it. The Hippocrene became sacred to poets. To drink from it was to receive the blessing of the Muses, to have your mind open to divine inspiration, to gain the ability to create works of lasting beauty. Roman poets would invoke the Hippocrene in their work, asking for its waters to flow through their verses. The fountain became a metaphor for the source of creativity itself, a wellspring that never ran dry, fed by the strike of a divine hoof on sacred ground. But why a horse? And why wings? In Greek mythology, horses were associated with several gods. Poseidon created the first horse, and horses were sacred to him. They represented power, speed, wildness, nobility. A horse could carry you faster than you could run, could traverse terrain impossible on foot. Horses were freedom and power combined. Wings added another dimension, transcendence. Wings meant escape from earthly constraints, the ability to rise above, to see from perspectives impossible for ground-dwelling creatures. Birds flew, and so belonged partly to the realm of the gods, who lived on mountaintops and in the sky. All descend, wildness that could touch the divine. He represented the potential for human consciousness to rise above its limitations, to access truths and beauties beyond ordinary perception. This is why Pegasus became permanently associated with the Muses and with poetry specifically. Poetry, in the Greek conception, was humanity's attempt to capture divine truth in mortal language. The poet was a mediator between gods and humans, someone who could hear the Muses' whispers and translate them into verse that others could understand. To write poetry was to attempt flight, to lift language above its mundane function of communicating practical information and make it soar into realms of beauty, truth, and transcendent meaning. The poet, like Pegasus, needed both earthly strength, mastery of language, technical skill, discipline, and wings, divine inspiration, the gift of the Muses, the ability to access elevated consciousness. The hero Bellerophon eventually captured Pegasus, though only with divine help. The goddess Athena gave Bellerophon a golden bridle, and when he slipped it over Pegasus's head, the wild horse became tame, allowing Bellerophon to ride him. Together, they accomplished impossible tasks. They defeated the Chimera, a fire-breathing monster with the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a serpent. From Pegasus's back, Bellerophon could attack from above, raining arrows down on the monster while staying out of reach of its flames. But the partnership ended in hubris and tragedy. Bellerophon, drunk on success and mounted on a divine horse, decided to fly to Mount Olympus itself, to join the gods as an equal. This presumption enraged Zeus, who sent a gadfly to sting Pegasus. The horse bucked, and Bellerophon fell, tumbling back to earth. He survived the fall but was crippled and disgraced, spending the rest of his life as a wandering outcast. Pegasus, however, completed the journey to Olympus. Zeus welcomed the winged horse and gave him a new task, carrying Zeus's thunderbolts. Pegasus became a divine mount, living among the gods, no longer accessible to mortals. This story carries a warning about the relationship between humans and divine inspiration. Bellerophon possessed the winged horse, literally rode creativity and transcendence, but he misunderstood what that meant. He thought it made him divine, that having access to elevated consciousness meant he was elevated himself. The truth was more humbling. Inspiration visits us, allows us to accomplish great things, but we remain mortal. We ride the winged horse, we don't become it. Countless poets have learned this lesson. In moments of inspiration, when the words flow like the waters of Hippocrene, when the poem writes itself and you're just the conduit, in those moments, it's easy to feel godlike, to believe you've transcended human limitation. But inspiration is a visitor, not a permanent resident. Pegasus allows you to ride, but he doesn't belong to you. And if you forget this, if you try to claim divine status based on temporary access to divine gifts, you fall hard. The image of Pegasus has endured for millennia. He appears in corporate logos and fantasy novels, on coins and flags, in paintings and sculptures. But often, the deeper symbolism is lost. Pegasus becomes a generic symbol of freedom or fantasy, separated from his specific connection to poetic inspiration and the Muses. Yet for those who create, writers, artists, musicians, anyone who attempts to channel something beyond themselves into form, Pegasus remains a potent symbol. He represents that moment when effort and gift combine, when your trained skill meets unexpected inspiration, when the work lifts off the page and soars. You can't summon Pegasus. You can prepare, you can practice your craft, study the masters, develop your technique. But the arrival of true inspiration, the moment when the winged horse allows you to mount and ride, that's not entirely under your control. You can make yourself ready, but you can't force the gift. And when it comes, when you're riding Pegasus, when the words or images or melodies flow through you with a power that feels beyond your own capacity, in that moment, remember Bellerophon's lesson. Stay humble. Be grateful. Understand that you're being given a temporary ride on something that doesn't belong to you. Create what you can while the moment lasts, but don't mistake the horse's power for your own. The Muses are still there, on Mount Helicon, near the spring that Pegasus created. They still inspire, still whisper to those who listen, still offer the waters of creativity to those who approach with reverence. And Pegasus still flies, carrying thunderbolts for Zeus, but sometimes, just sometimes, descending to earth, allowing a mortal to grasp his menere and rise. Tonight, as you settle into sleep, imagine that spring, the Hippocrene, flowing clear and cold from the spot where divine hooves struck stone. Imagine drinking from it. Feel the water, crisp and electric, filling you with possibility. Ideas bloom in your mind like flowers in fast motion. Words arrange themselves into patterns you've never seen before. You're ready to create, ready to fly. And in the distance, approaching on white wings, outlined against the stars, Pegasus descends, ready to carry you higher than you've ever been. You grasp his menere, pull yourself onto his back, and together you rise, above the mountain, above the clouds, into the realm where creation happens, where humans and gods meet in the act of making beauty from nothing. Tomorrow, you might not remember the specifics of this flight, but something will remain, a residue of inspiration, a readiness to create, a reminder that you have access to sources of power beyond your ordinary self. Sleep now, creator. The muses are watching, and Pegasus is waiting. Fact 27. The Hydra's regenerative powers. In the swamps of Lerna, in the Peloponnese region of ancient Greece, there lived a monster so terrible that even the gods feared it. This was the Lernaean Hydra, a serpent with multiple heads, breath so poisonous that it killed birds flying overhead, and blood so venomous that even its scent was fatal. But what made the Hydra truly impossible to defeat wasn't its venom or its size. It was its ability to regenerate. For every head you cut off, 2 more grew back in its place. Think about the elegant horror of this. You fight the monster. You land a blow. You sever one of its heads. You've made progress, except you haven't. You've made things worse. The beast now has more heads than before, and they're all trying to kill you. Every success becomes a setback. Every wound you inflict multiplies the enemy's power. This was the second labor of Heracles, Hercules in Roman mythology, assigned by King Eurystheus as a seemingly impossible task. Heracles was the greatest hero of Greek mythology, son of Zeus, possessed of supernatural strength, slayer of monsters and men. But the Hydra was designed to defeat even him. The battle itself is one of the great stories of Greek mythology. Heracles drove to Lerna in his chariot, accompanied by his nephew Iolaus. He found the Hydra in its cave and forced it out by shooting flaming arrows into its lair. The serpent emerged, massive and terrible, its multiple heads weaving and striking. Heracles attacked with his club, smashing heads. But each time he destroyed one head, two more erupted from the stump, writhing and snapping. And there was another complication. One of the Hydra's heads was immortal. No matter what Heracles did to it, it could not be killed. The battle went poorly. Heracles was strong, but strength wasn't enough. The Hydra was multiplying faster than he could fight it. And then Hera, Zeus's wife who hated Heracles and wanted him to fail, sent a giant crab to attack him from behind, biting at his feet while he fought the serpent. This is when Heracles did something that defines heroism in Greek mythology. He adapted. He realized that direct assault was futile. So he called for Iolaus's help and developed a new strategy. Heracles would cut off a head. Immediately, before the stumps could regenerate, Iolaus would sear the neck with a burning brand, cauterizing the wound and preventing new heads from growing. They worked together, cut, burn, slowly reducing the number of heads rather than increasing them. When only the immortal head remained, Heracles cut it off and buried it under an enormous boulder, trapping it forever beneath the earth. The battle was won. But Heracles wasn't finished. He took the Hydra's blood, the most potent poison in the world, and dipped his arrows in it. From that point forward, any wound from one of Heracles's arrows was fatal. The smallest scratch would kill even the mightiest opponent. The Hydra's death became the source of new power for the hero. This labor was so difficult, required so much help from Iolaus, that King Eurystheus later declared it didn't count as a solo achievement. The 12 labors became 10 actual labors plus 2 that didn't count, forcing Heracles to perform 2 additional tasks. Even in victory, complications multiplied. The Hydra myth has resonated across centuries because it perfectly captures a certain kind of problem we all face. The problem that gets worse when you attack it directly. Addiction is Hydra-like. You try to quit through willpower alone, fail, feel worse, and the addiction grows stronger. Each failed attempt makes the problem bigger. Anxiety can regenerate like the Hydra. You try to solve one worry, and 3 more emerge to take its place. You can't think your way out of anxiety by addressing each anxious thought individually. They multiply faster than you can counter them. Bureaucracy is famously Hydra-like. You solve one problem, 2 more forms appear. You cut through one layer of red tape, 2 more layers grow in its place. Even rumors and lies function like the Hydra. You debunk one false claim, and two more variations appear, slightly different, requiring new rebuttals. The effort to fight misinformation can sometimes spread it further. The lesson of the Hydra isn't that these problems are unbeatable. The lesson is that they can't be beaten through direct assault alone. You need strategy, you need help, Iolaus with his torch, and you need to change your approach. Don't just attack the symptoms, address the root. Don't just fight harder, fight smarter. And sometimes, you need to accept that complete victory isn't possible. You can only contain the problem, bury the immortal head under a boulder and move on. In medical science, the Hydra has become a symbol for diseases that resist treatment through conventional means. Cancer, particularly, behaves like the Hydra. You kill one tumor, and metastases appear elsewhere. Cut out one cancer stem cell, and more may develop. The search for cancer treatments has borrowed the Hydra metaphor explicitly, looking for ways to prevent regeneration, to cauterize the wound, to stop the multiplication. There's also a real creature called a Hydra, a tiny freshwater organism related to jellyfish. These microscopic animals have extraordinary regenerative abilities. Cut a Hydra into pieces, and each piece can potentially grow into a complete new organism. They are biologically immortal under ideal conditions, showing no signs of aging. The scientist who discovered them in the 18th century named them after the mythological monster, recognizing that nature had already created the Hydra's core feature, the seemingly impossible ability to regenerate. Modern biology has learned that regeneration is more common than ancient Greeks knew. Starfish can regrow arms. Salamanders can regrow limbs. Some worms can be cut into dozens of pieces, each regenerating into a complete worm. The natural world is full of mini-hydras, creatures that seem to mock our understanding of injury and death. But even with these examples, the mythological Hydra remains special because of the multiplication, not just regeneration, but proliferation. Not just healing the wound, but making the problem worse. That's the nightmare at the heart of the myth. Your efforts to destroy the monster feed its power. In modern heroic fiction, we've moved away from this kind of enemy. Contemporary heroes usually face obstacles that can be overcome through strength, cleverness, or moral rightness. The worse the beating the hero takes, the more likely their final triumph. Rocky gets knocked down but gets up again. The Avengers face impossible odds but prevail through teamwork and sacrifice. The Hydra represents an older, darker understanding of heroism. Sometimes the world contains problems that genuinely get worse when you fight them. Sometimes your strength works against you. Sometimes the heroic approach makes things worse, and you need to change not just your tactics but your entire understanding of victory. Heracles couldn't defeat the Hydra alone. He needed help. He couldn't destroy it completely. The immortal head had to be contained, not killed. And his ultimate triumph came not from destroying the monster but from transforming its power into his own, the poisoned arrows that would serve him in future labors. This is a more mature version of heroism. Acknowledge your limitations, accept help, recognize that total victory may not be possible, and find ways to transform your enemy's power into your own strength. The Hydra couldn't be erased from the world, but its venom could serve justice instead of chaos. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, think about the hydras in your own life. The problems that multiply when you attack them, the anxieties that spawn new anxieties, the tasks that breed more tasks. Don't fight them tonight. Don't try to cut off all the heads in your dreams. Instead, imagine yourself as Heracles, but in the moment before the battle. You're approaching Lerna. You know what waits in the swamp. And you're thinking, planning, considering new strategies. You're calling for Iolaus. You're preparing the torch. You're accepting that this won't be won through strength alone. Tomorrow, you might face your hydras differently. But tonight, rest. The monster will still be there in the morning. And you'll be ready, not with more force, but with more wisdom. With fire to cauterize the wounds. With help from your allies. With the understanding that sometimes victory looks different than you expected. Sleep now. The swamp can wait. And even the Hydra, regenerating eternally in its cave, sleeps sometimes in the deep dark places of the world. Fact 28. Fenrir the Wolf. In Norse mythology, the gods knew something that most deities in other pantheons didn't acknowledge. They were doomed. Not might be doomed, not possibly doomed, definitely, inevitably doomed. The end was coming, prophesied in detail, and there was nothing they could do to prevent it. This apocalypse was called Ragnarok, and at its center, bringing death to Odin himself, was a wolf named Fenrir. Fenrir's story begins with a parentage that guaranteed trouble. His father was Loki, the trickster god, shapeshifter, and troublemaker. His mother was Angroda, a giantess whose name means anguish-boda or she who brings grief. Their children were nightmares, Fenrir the wolf, Jormungandr the world serpent, and Hel, who became the goddess of the underworld. The gods took one look at these offspring and knew they spelled disaster. But when Fenrir was young, he was just a wolf pup. Large, yes, and growing alarmingly fast. but still a pup. The gods made a decision. Rather than kill him, which might anger Loki and hasten the doom, they would raise him in Asgard, keeping him close where they could watch him. Only one god was brave enough to actually feed Fenrir, Tyr, the god of war and justice. Every day, Tyr would bring meat to the growing wolf, getting close enough to feed him by hand. This required enormous courage because Fenrir's growth was exponential. What was a large pup became a massive wolf, then a gigantic wolf, then something far beyond natural scale. The gods grew increasingly nervous. They decided Fenrir must be bound. But they couldn't simply say, "We want to imprison you because we're afraid of you." So they proposed a test of strength. They would bind Fenrir with chains, and he would break free, demonstrating his power. It would be a game, they said. Fenrir, young and proud, agreed. They brought the chain-lading, thick iron links, strong enough to hold a giant. They wrapped it around Fenrir's legs and body. He flexed once, and the chain shattered. The gods applauded nervously. They brought a stronger chain, Dromi, twice as strong as lading. Fenrir allowed himself to be bound again. He strained, muscles bunching beneath his fur, and Dromi burst apart. Now Fenrir was suspicious. This didn't feel like a game anymore. The gods were desperate. They sent a messenger to the dwarfs, the master craftsmen who'd forged Thor's hammer and Odin's spear. "Make us a chain that can hold Fenrir," they begged. The dwarfs created Gleipnir. It wasn't a chain of metal. It was a ribbon, thin and silky, made from 6 impossible things. The sound of a cat's footfall, the beard of a woman, the roots of a mountain, the sinews of a bear, the breath of a fish, the spittle of a bird. Each ingredient was impossible. Cats make no sound when they walk, women have no beards, mountains have no roots, fish don't breathe, birds don't spit, they have no saliva, and bears, well, the exact meaning of bear sinews is debated, but the point is clear. Gleipnir was made from things that don't exist, from absences and paradoxes woven into something real. When the gods presented this thin ribbon to Fenrir and suggested binding him with it, the wolf was no fool. "This looks magical," he said. "If I allow you to bind me with this, how do I know you'll release me?" The gods swore they would. Fenrir didn't believe them. "Fine," he said. "I'll accept this binding on one condition. One of you must place your hand in my mouth as a pledge of good faith. If you release me, I'll release your hand. If you betray me, I'll bite it off." Silence. No god wanted to lose a hand. Finally, Tyr stepped forward, Tyr, who had fed Fenrir every day, who had been the wolf's only friend among the gods. He placed his hand in Fenrir's mouth. They bound Fenrir with Gleipnir. The wolf struggled, and for the first time, he couldn't break free. The more he strained, the tighter the ribbon became. He was trapped. The gods laughed with relief. They weren't going to release him. Fenrir, realizing the betrayal, bit down. Tyr's hand came off at the wrist. From that day forward, Tyr was one-handed, the price of the gods' treachery and Fenrir's imprisonment. The gods dragged Fenrir to an island and chained him to a boulder. They thrust a sword through his jaws, point upward through the lower jaw, hilt braced against the upper jaw, holding his mouth open. His howls of rage and pain became a river, the river Van. And there Fenrir remained, bound, suffering, waiting. But the prophecy was clear. At Ragnarok, when the end times came, Fenrir would break free. He would grow even larger, so large that his lower jaw would drag along the earth and his upper jaw would scrape the sky. He would swallow Odin, the All-Father himself, in a single bite. Vidar, Odin's son, would eventually kill Fenrir by stepping on the wolf's lower jaw and tearing the upper jaw apart, wearing a special boot made from all the leather scraps ever discarded by shoemakers, another impossible collection like Gleipnir. But the damage would be done. Odin would be dead. The gods would fall. The world would burn and then drown, ending the age of gods and men. The Norse knew this was coming. They didn't have the comforting myths of other cultures where good triumphs over evil, where the gods are eternal, where the righteous are rewarded. They had Ragnarok, inevitable, terrible, absolute. The gods would fight and die. The monsters would have their revenge. What's remarkable about Fenrir's story is its moral complexity. Is Fenrir evil? He's the son of Loki, yes. Prophesied to kill Odin, yes. But when the gods raise him, he doesn't attack them. When they bind him the first 2 times, he cooperates and breaks free without harming anyone. He only becomes truly hostile after they betray him, after they trap him with deception, after they leave him in eternal torment with a sword through his jaws. In a sense, the gods created their own doom. By fearing Fenrir, by betraying him, by causing him centuries of agony, they ensured that when he finally broke free, his rage would be apocalyptic. They tried to prevent their fate and instead guaranteed it. This is very Norse. The culture that created this mythology lived in harsh conditions: Scandinavia, Iceland, Greenland, where survival was never guaranteed, where winter could kill you, where even the strongest could fall. They understood that some fates can't be avoided, that even gods are mortal, that the universe doesn't owe you a happy ending. But they also understood something profound about cycles. Ragnarok wasn't simply the end. After the world burned and drowned, after the gods and monsters killed each other, the earth would emerge again from the sea. Green and beautiful, renewed. A few gods would survive. Vidar, who killed Fenrir, Modi and Magni, Thor's sons. Balder returned from hell. 2 humans would survive, hidden in a tree, and they would repopulate the earth. Destruction wasn't meaningless. It was transformation. The old world had to end so a new world could begin. Fenrir had to break free and devour Odin because without destruction, there could be no renewal. Modern readers often see Fenrir as a villain, but he's more complicated than that. His vengeance personified. He's the consequence of betrayal. He's the inevitable result of trying to chain what's wild, imprison what's meant to be free, control what cannot be controlled through force. The gods' mistake wasn't just binding Fenrir, it was doing so through deception and betrayal. They broke faith with him, and faith, once broken, can never be fully restored. The river of his rage would flow until the end of the world. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, think about Fenrir on his island, bound by impossible chains made from impossible things. He's waiting. He knows exactly when and how his bonds will break. He knows that vindication is coming, that freedom is inevitable, that those who chained him will pay. There's something almost peaceful in that certainty. No hope, no despair, just knowledge. The future is fixed. All that remains is waiting. What in your life feels bound by Gleipnir? What impossible restraints hold you in place, made from absences and paradoxes, from things that don't exist but somehow form chains stronger than steel? What sword is thrust through your jaws, forcing you to hull your rage into a river? And what would happen if those bonds broke? What would you devour? What gods would fall? Don't answer tonight. Tonight, just rest. The bonds may hold a while longer. Ragnarok can wait. Even Fenrir, destined to end the world, sleeps sometimes in his chains, dreaming perhaps of the moment when Gleipnir frays and breaks, when the sword falls away, when the jaws that have been held open for eons finally close on fate itself. Sleep, bound one. Your time is coming, but not tonight. Fact 29. The Simmer of Persian Tales. In the mountains of Albers, at the peak where earth meets sky, in a tree so ancient and vast that it holds the seeds of every plant in the world, there dwells a bird of extraordinary wisdom and power. This is the Simmer, and unlike many legendary creatures that embody terror or chaos, the Simmer represents something gentler and more profound. The benevolent elder, the teacher, the guide who helps heroes become who they are meant to be. The Simmer is described as having the body of a peacock, the head of a dog, and the claws of a lion, though some accounts give it a human face. It's massive, large enough to carry an elephant in its talons. Its feathers shimmer with every color imaginable, and when it spreads its wings, they eclipse the sun. It has lived for thousands of years, has seen empires rise and fall, and has accumulated wisdom that rivals the gods themselves. But despite its power, the Simmer doesn't seek worship or fear. It lives apart from the world, in its sacred tree, observing, waiting, helping those rare individuals worthy of its attention. The most famous Simmer story comes from the Persian epic Shahnameh, the Book of Kings, written by the poet Ferdowsi around 1010 CE. It tells of Zal, a prince born with white hair, a shocking abnormality in ancient Persia. His father, horrified by the child's appearance, assumed he was cursed or demonic. Rather than raise him, the father abandoned Zal on a mountaintop to die of exposure. The Simmer, watching from its perch, saw the infant and took pity. The great bird swooped down, grasped the baby gently in its talons, and carried him to its nest. There, in the branches of the tree at the top of the world, the Simmer raised Zal as its own child. 4 years, Zal lived with the Simmer. The bird taught him languages, philosophy, the arts of war and peace, the secrets of nature and the movements of the stars. Zal grew strong and wise, raised not by humans but by a creature of divine knowledge. Eventually, Zal's father, tormented by guilt and convinced by prophets that his son still lived, searched for the boy. He found him in the Simmer's nest, now a young man of extraordinary capability and wisdom. The reunion was bittersweet. Zal loved the Simmer and didn't want to leave, but the bird knew that Zal belonged in the human world. Before letting him go, the Simmer plucked one of its own feathers and gave it to Zal. "Keep this," the Simmer said. "If you're ever in desperate need, burn this feather, and I will come to you, no matter where you are or what danger you face." Zal returned to human society, became a great warrior and leader, and married a woman named Rudaba. But when Rudaba went into labor with their son, complications arose. The birth was impossible. the child wouldn't come, and both mother and baby were dying. Zal, desperate and helpless, remembered the feather. He burned it, and the smoke rose into the sky. Immediately, the simmer appeared, descending from the heavens in a blaze of colored light. The great bird examined Rudaba and understood the problem. It instructed the physicians to perform the first recorded caesarean section, cutting open the mother's belly to remove the child. The simmer showed them exactly how to do it, gave them a poultice made from its own feathers to heal the wound, and saved both mother and child. The baby born that day was Rostam, who would become the greatest hero in Persian mythology, stronger than any warrior, slayer of demons and tyrants, defender of Persia for generations. The simmer had saved not just a child but the future of the nation. Throughout Rostam's life, the simmer appeared at crucial moments. When Rostam was poisoned, the simmer brought the antidote. When he faced an impossible enemy, the simmer provided counsel. The bird wasn't doing the work for him. Rostam still had to fight his own battles, make his own choices. But the simmer ensured he had the knowledge and tools he needed to succeed. This is what makes the simmer unique among mythological creatures. It's not a god demanding worship. It's not a monster to be defeated. It's not even an animal following instinct. The simmer is a mentor, operating out of pure benevolence, helping humans reach their potential without asking for anything in return. The simmer appears in multiple Persian and Islamic texts, always in this role. It's associated with healing, wisdom, and the connection between earth and heaven. Some traditions say the simmer has lived through 72 world ages and will continue living until the final judgment. It has seen everything, knows everything, and uses that knowledge to help rather than dominate. In Sufi mysticism, the simmer takes on deeper symbolism. The poet Atta wrote The Conference of the Birds, an allegory about 30 birds, Simurf in Persian, who go on a quest to find the legendary simmer. They face 7 valleys: quest, love, understanding, detachment, unity, bewilderment, and poverty, annihilation. Most of the birds die or give up along the journey. Finally, the 30 birds who survive reach the mountaintop where the simmer dwells. They look upon the great bird and realize the simmer is themselves. The 30 birds, Simurf, looking for the simmer, discover that what they sought was within them all along. The journey wasn't to find an external savior, but to discover their own divine nature through transformation. This is the simmerer's deepest teaching. Wisdom doesn't come from outside. The mentor can guide, can provide tools and knowledge, but the real transformation happens within. The Simmer raised Zal and gave him a feather, but Zal had to decide when and how to use it. The Simmer showed the physicians how to perform the surgery, but they had to have the courage to cut. The Simmer appears when needed, but it doesn't do the work for you. In modern Iran and the wider Persian cultural sphere, the Simmer remains a powerful symbol. It appears in art, literature, architecture. The bird represents the pre-Islamic heritage of Persia, a connection to ancient wisdom and culture. It's a symbol of benevolent power, of knowledge shared rather than hoarded, of the possibility that somewhere in the world, beings exist who want to help rather than harm. There's something deeply comforting about the Simmer mythology. We're so used to creatures that eat humans, curse them, test them cruelly, or demand sacrifice. The Simmer offers something different: help without strings attached, wisdom given freely, a safety net for when everything goes wrong. The feather Zal received is one of the most perfect symbols in mythology. It represents the knowledge that you're not alone, that help exists even when you can't see it, that burning your desperation into the sky will bring aid. How many of us wish we had such a feather? A way to call for help when we're truly desperate, a guarantee that someone wise and powerful will come, will teach us what we need to know, will show us how to save what we love? But perhaps we do have such feathers, and we've forgotten how to recognize them. The mentor who changed your life, weren't they a kind of Simmer, appearing when you needed guidance? The book that saved you, the stranger who said exactly the right thing, the opportunity that appeared just when you'd given up hope, aren't these the Simmer descending in different forms? And maybe, sometimes, you've been the Simmer for someone else. Maybe you've been the one with wisdom to share, with a feather to give, with knowledge of how to perform the impossible surgery that saves both mother and child. Maybe you've raised someone who wasn't yours, taught someone when you didn't have to, appeared when someone burned their desperation and cried for help. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine the tree at the top of the world, bearing the seeds of every plant that grows. In its branches, the Simmer waits, patient and eternal, watching over the world below. And in your hand, you hold a feather, iridescent, impossibly light, carrying the promise that help exists. You don't need to burn it tonight. Tonight, you're safe. But know that it's there. Know that the Simmer watches. Know that wisdom and help and healing exist in the world, and that sometimes, when we most need it, they descend from the heights and show us how to survive. Sleep now, under the protection of benevolent wings. The Simmer knows you're there, and should you ever truly need it, you know how to call. Fact 30. Naga serpent deities. In the depths of rivers, in underground palaces gleaming with jewels, in the cosmic ocean that supports the world, there dwell beings of enormous power and ambiguous morality. These are the Nagas, serpent deities who appear across Hindu, Buddhist, and Jain mythology, serving as protectors, destroyers, teachers, and tempters, depending on how humans treat them and what the situation demands. The Nagas are not simple snakes. They're divine or semi-divine beings who can take multiple forms. Sometimes they appear as massive cobras, their hoods flared wide, their scales gleaming like precious metals. Sometimes they appear as beautiful humans from the waist up, with serpent tails below. Sometimes they are fully human, walking among mortals undetected, only their supernatural beauty and slightly unsettling eyes revealing their true nature. Nagas are associated with water, rivers, lakes, oceans, wells, springs. They are fertility spirits, connected to the life-giving properties of water. In agricultural societies across South and Southeast Asia, where the monsoon rains meant the difference between harvest and famine, the Nagas were crucial. Honor them, and the rains would come. Offend them, and drought or floods would follow. But Nagas are complex beings. They're not uniformly good or evil. They respond to how they're treated, reflecting back the energy humans direct toward them. Respect brings protection. Disrespect brings wrath. One of the most famous Naga stories comes from the life of the Buddha. After achieving enlightenment, the Buddha meditated beneath the Bodhi tree for 7 weeks. During the 5th week, a terrible storm arose. Thunder, lightning, torrential rain that would have killed an ordinary person. Mukalinda, the Naga king who ruled the lake near the Bodhi tree, emerged from the water. He wrapped his massive coils around the Buddha's body 7 times, protecting him from the rain and cold. Then Mukalinda raised his enormous hood above the Buddha's head, shielding him from the storm. For 7 days, Mukalinda held this position, never moving, never tiring, until the storm passed. When the weather cleared, the Naga unwound his coils, transformed into a young man, and bowed before the Buddha in respect. This image, the Buddha in meditation, protected by the 7-hooded Naga, became one of the most common representations in Buddhist art. You can find it in temples from Thailand to Tibet, from Sri Lanka to Japan. The serpent protecting the enlightened one, the potentially dangerous creature serving wisdom and compassion. The story carries a message. Even beings associated with nature's power and potential destruction recognize and honor truth and enlightenment. The Naga could have ignored the Buddha or even attacked him. Instead, Mukalinda chose protection, demonstrating that wisdom deserves safeguarding, even at personal cost. In Hindu mythology, Nagas play even more complex roles. Vasuki, the king of Nagas, was used as a rope during the churning of the cosmic ocean, a creation myth where gods and demons work together to churn the primordial sea and create the elixir of immortality. They wrapped Vasuki around Mount Mandara and pulled him back and forth, using his body to churn the ocean. The poison that emerged nearly destroyed the world, but the elixir eventually appeared, granting the gods immortality. Vasuki endured tremendous pain during this process, but he cooperated, understanding the cosmic necessity of the work. This established the Nagas as beings who could be bargained with, who understood greater purposes, who would accept suffering if it served important ends. Another famous Naga is Shisha, also called Ananta, described as having 1,000 heads. Shisha serves as the bed upon which Vishnu, the preserver god, reclines during the periods between world cycles. When one universe ends and before the next begins, Vishnu rests upon the coils of Shisha, floating in the cosmic ocean. Shisha's 1,000 heads sing praises to Vishnu, and the poison from his breath becomes clouds in the next creation. Shisha also holds up the earth. In Hindu cosmology, the world rests upon Shisha's hoods. When Shisha yawns, earthquakes occur. This makes the Naga quite literally the foundation of reality, the support structure for all existence. But Nagas aren't always cooperative. They have their own kingdoms, their own politics, their own grudges. The Mahabharata, one of Hinduism's great epics, contains stories of conflicts between humans and Nagas. King Janamejaya performed a snake sacrifice, attempting to kill all the Nagas in revenge for his father's death by snakebite. The Nagas fought back, and only the intervention of a wise sage prevented the complete annihilation of the serpent race. This reflects the ambivalent relationship between humans and snakes in Indian culture. Snakes are dangerous. Cobra bites kill thousands of people every year in India even now. But snakes also eat rats and other pests, protecting grain stores and homes. They are both threat and protector, both dangerous and necessary. The Nagas embody this duality. Treat them well, and they bring rain. Protect your home, offer wisdom and gifts. Treat them poorly, and they bring drought, disease, death. They are mirrors, reflecting human behavior back with supernatural power. Naga worship continues across South and Southeast Asia. In India, the festival of Nag Panchami is dedicated to honoring serpents. People offer milk, flowers, and prayers to images of Nagas or to live snakes. though modern religious leaders discourage the latter for safety reasons. The festival acknowledges the power of serpents and seeks their blessing for the coming year. In Cambodia, the nation's origin myth involves a Naga princess who married an Indian prince, creating the Khmer people. The iconic temples of Angkor Wat feature Naga balustrades, staircases lined with carved serpents, their bodies forming railings and their raised hoods marking entrances. To ascend into the temple is to symbolically travel along the Naga's body, moving from the earthly realm toward the divine. In Thailand, the Naga appears everywhere: temples, homes, boats, tattoos. The characteristic Thai temple roof, with its upward curving edges, is said to represent Naga heads rising toward the sky. Dragons in East Asian art often descended from Naga imagery transmitted through Buddhism, the serpent gradually gaining legs and transforming into the Chinese dragon. What I find most beautiful about Naga mythology is the relationship with water and life. The Nagas aren't abstract gods in distant heavens. They live in the rivers you drink from, the wells you draw water from, the rain that falls on your crops. They're intimate, present, part of daily life. And that intimacy demands respect. You don't just use water, you honor the Nagas who guard it. You don't just take from the river, you acknowledge the Serpent King who dwells in its depths. You don't just pray for rain, you make offerings to the beings who decide whether the clouds will open. This creates a reciprocal relationship between humans and nature. The Nagas are nature, not all of it, but the water part, the life-giving part, the part that makes civilization possible. By honoring the Nagas, people honor water itself, remind themselves not to pollute or waste it, maintain awareness that the gifts of nature come with responsibilities. In a time of environmental crisis, when water scarcity threatens billions and aquatic ecosystems collapse, maybe we need the Nagas again. Maybe we need to remember that rivers have guardians, that water is sacred, that the serpent coiled beneath the earth holds up the world and deserves our respect. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, imagine yourself beside a still pool in an ancient forest. The water is clear and deep. You lean over to drink, and beneath the surface, you see movement, coils of gleaming scales, a flash of gold and emerald. A Naga rises from the depths, not threatening but watching, measuring your intentions. You're thirsty. The water is right there. But you pause. You acknowledge the guardian. You ask permission. You show respect. And the Naga, seeing your honor, your humility, nods once, a gesture of approval. The water is yours to drink. But you'll remember this moment, this acknowledgement that what sustains you belongs to forces greater than yourself, that gifts come with responsibilities, that the serpent beneath the surface watches, always watches, and responds to how we choose to act. Drink deeply, give thanks, and sleep now under the protection of the thousand-headed Shisha, upon whose coils the world itself rests. May the Nagas guard your dreams and bring you the life-giving waters you need to flourish. And so we conclude our journey through legendary creatures and beasts. We've met unicorns and basilisks, kitsune and krakens, dragons and manticores. We've encountered selkies longing for the sea, thunderbirds riding the storm, werewolves prowling the night, and sphinxes posing riddles. We've learned that Pegasus created the fountain of inspiration, that the Hydra taught us how problems multiply, that Fenrir waits in chains for the end of the world, that the Simmer offers wisdom without asking for worship, and that Nagas guard the waters of life. These creatures aren't just monsters or mascots. They're humanity's attempt to understand the world's mystery and power. They're our fears and hopes given form. They're the questions we ask about wildness and civilization, about nature and human nature, about what it means to be more than human or less than human or something other than human entirely. The creatures still prowl our imaginations. They live now in stories and dreams, in the dark places where facts can't quite reach, in the part of us that knows the world is stranger and more magical than daylight allows us to believe. Rest now, dreamer. You've walked with monsters and marvels. You've survived encounters with impossible beasts. And somewhere in your dreams tonight, perhaps you'll meet them again, the creatures that never existed but never quite stop existing either. Sleep well. More wonders await in the parts to come. Part 3: Magical Places and Lost Lands. Welcome back, dear traveler. If you've journeyed with us through ancient magical beliefs and legendary creatures, you've already seen wonders most people never encounter. But now, as the night deepens and sleep draws ever nearer, we turn our attention to places, not the lands you can find on any map, but the lost kingdoms, the hidden valleys, the sunken cities that haunt human imagination. These are the places we're told existed once, or exist still if only we could find them. Paradise Islands, golden cities, lands where no one ages and sorrow never enters. Our ancestors believed in these places so completely that they sailed unknown seas, crossed impossible deserts, climbed forbidden mountains, all searching for what might only have been a dream. But perhaps that's the point. Perhaps these magical places exist not in geography but in longing, in the human need to believe that somewhere, just beyond the horizon, something better waits. A place where we could start over, where we could be healed, where we could live forever. So settle deeper now, let your breathing slow, and prepare to visit the lost lands that have called to dreamers and seekers for thousands of years. We begin with the most famous lost civilization of all, the one that started it all, Atlantis. Fact 31. Atlantis in Plato's writings. Everything you think you know about Atlantis, the ancient advanced civilization, the tragic sinking beneath the waves, the lost technology and wisdom, comes from a single source, two dialogues written by the Greek philosopher Plato around 360 BCE. Not archaeological evidence. Not historical records from multiple cultures. Just Plato, writing what may have been a cautionary tale disguised as history. The story appears in two of Plato's works, Timaeus and Critias. In these dialogues, Plato has his characters describe Atlantis as it was allegedly told to the Athenian lawmaker Solon by Egyptian priests during his visit to Egypt around 590 BCE. According to the account, Atlantis existed 9,000 years before Solon's time, which would place it around 9,600 BC, well before any known advanced civilization. The island was larger than Libya and Asia combined, situated beyond the Pillars of Hercules, the Strait of Gibraltar, in the Atlantic Ocean. Atlantis was ruled by Poseidon, god of the sea, who fell in love with a mortal woman named Cleito. He created an island paradise for her, with alternating rings of land and water, 3 rings of water and 2 rings of land, perfectly concentric, protecting a central hill where he built her a palace. Over generations, Poseidon's descendants ruled Atlantis. They were part divine, possessing superhuman wisdom and power, but also human enough to be corrupted. The island grew wealthy beyond measure. The Atlanteans constructed magnificent buildings from red, white, and black stone quarried from beneath their island. They built bridges across the water rings, tunneled through the rings of land, and created a vast harbor. The description is extraordinarily detailed, almost suspiciously so for a supposedly ancient account. Plato describes a palace covered in silver, with pinnacles of gold. He mentions a temple to Poseidon plated in silver, with a roof of ivory adorned with gold, silver, and orichalcum, a mysterious metal that glowed like fire and was found nowhere else. The Atlanteans had hot and cold springs. They built baths, gymnasiums, and a horse racing track. They created an elaborate irrigation system for their remarkably fertile land. They commanded a powerful navy and had conquered parts of Europe and Africa, controlling territories as far as Egypt and Tyrrhenia, western Italy. But here's where the story becomes a moral lesson rather than just a fantastical history. Plato writes that as the divine portion of the Atlanteans' heritage was diluted through generations of mixing with mortals, their nature became corrupt. They grew arrogant. They became aggressive conquerors rather than wise rulers. They turned from virtue toward greed and power. The gods noticed this corruption. Zeus, king of the gods, called a meeting of the divine council to decide what to do about the Atlanteans. And here, frustratingly, Plato's dialogue Critias breaks off mid-sentence. We never learn what Zeus said, what the gods decided, or what happened next. But in the earlier dialogue Timaeus, Plato had already revealed the ending. In a single day and night of misfortune, Atlantis sank beneath the sea. The entire island, with all its palaces and temples and gardens and people, disappeared. An earthquake, perhaps, or a tsunami, or divine wrath, the mechanism isn't specified. What matters is the totality of the destruction. Atlantis was gone, leaving only shoals of mud that made the Atlantic Ocean unnavigable in that region, according to Plato. Now, here's the crucial question. Did Plato intend this as real history, or was it a philosophical allegory? Most scholars lean heavily toward allegory. Plato was using Atlantis to make a point about the dangers of hubris, the corruption that comes with power, and the superiority of Athens's simple, virtuous society over the wealthy, imperialistic Atlantean culture. The description of ideal Athens as Atlantis's ancient enemy reads suspiciously like Plato's own republic, his vision of a perfect state. The story serves Plato's philosophical purposes too neatly to be coincidental. His writing about justice, about the proper ordering of society, about how wealth and power corrupt. What better illustration than a civilization so advanced and powerful that it offended the gods themselves? But, and this is important, some ancient sources took Atlantis seriously as history. Plato's student Aristotle apparently didn't, suggesting his teacher had invented Atlantis and then destroyed it for the sake of the story. But other ancient writers, including the geographer Strabo and the historian Plutarch, discussed Atlantis as if it might have been real. And from those ancient discussions, 2,000 years of speculation have flowered. Once Plato planted the seed, Atlantis took on a life of its own. The 16th century brought renewed interest after the discovery of the Americas. Could the New World be Atlantis? The civilizations of the Aztec and Inca certainly seemed advanced enough, and they were across the Atlantic. Francis Bacon wrote The New Atlantis in 1626, imagining a utopian society in the Americas based on Platonic ideals. The 19th century saw an explosion of Atlantis theories. Ignatius Donnelly's 1882 book Atlantis, The Antediluvian World, argued that Atlantis was real and the source of all ancient civilizations. He claimed that Egyptian, Mayan, and other cultures were all colonies or inheritors of Atlantean knowledge. The book was enormously popular despite having no archaeological evidence. The theosophist Helena Blavatsky incorporated Atlantis into her spiritual writings, describing multiple lost continents and root races, including Atlanteans who possessed psychic powers and advanced technology. Edgar Cayce, the sleeping prophet, gave readings about Atlantis while in trance states, describing crystal power sources and flying machines. By the 20th century, Atlantis had become a fixture in popular culture, appearing in novels, films, comics, video games. It was everywhere and everything, a technologically advanced civilization destroyed by nuclear war, a magical kingdom protected by crystals, an alien outpost, a prehistoric superpower, depending on which version you encountered. Serious archaeologists and historians have repeatedly pointed out that there's no evidence for Atlantis. No ruins, no artifacts, no contemporary records from any other civilization mentioning it. The timeline Plato gives, 9,000 years before Solon, places Atlantis in a period when humans were still in the Stone Age, when no civilization anywhere had built cities, let alone a continent-spanning empire. Various real disasters have been proposed as the kernel of truth behind the Atlantis story. The volcanic eruption of Thera, modern Santorini, around 1600 BCE, which destroyed the Minoan civilization on Crete. The flooding of the Black Sea around 5600 BCE, when rising sea levels broke through the Bosporus and transformed a freshwater lake into a saltwater sea, drowning coastal settlements. The destruction of Helike, a Greek city-state that was destroyed by earthquake and tsunami in 373 BC, during Plato's lifetime. Any of these could have inspired Plato's story. A real disaster, perhaps passed down through Egyptian records, amplified and relocated and transformed into a moral allegory. The truth might be far more mundane than the legend. And yet, Atlantis persists. People want to believe in it, not just as entertainment, but as a genuine possibility. Why? Perhaps because Atlantis represents a comforting idea that human civilization is older and greater than we know, that we've achieved wonders before and could achieve them again, that somewhere in our past we were better, wiser, more advanced than we are now. Atlantis is also a paradise lost story, a golden age destroyed by human corruption. It suggests that we had it all and threw it away through pride and greed. It's a warning and a promise simultaneously. We were once capable of greatness, but that greatness came with responsibility we failed to uphold. And there's something almost spiritual about the search for Atlantis. It's not really about finding ruins on a seafloor. It's about belief in mystery, in the idea that the world still holds secrets, that not everything is known or mapped or explained. The person who believes Atlantis exists is implicitly believing that wonder remains possible, that discovery still awaits, that the age of miracles hasn't ended. Plato probably made it up. Almost certainly made it up. But in making it up, He created something more powerful than a historical account. He created a myth that would outlive empires, that would inspire countless expeditions and theories, that would become shorthand for any lost civilization or golden age. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine Atlantis in its glory. The concentric rings of land and water, the temples gleaming with gold and silver, the gardens filled with exotic plants, the harbor crowded with ships from around the known world. Imagine the Atlanteans, wise and powerful, but beginning to turn toward corruption, beginning to forget that being part divine meant serving something greater than themselves. Imagine the final day. The earthquakes beginning, the waves rising, the island tilting, sliding, starting to sink. The screams, the chaos, the desperate attempts to escape. And then, silence. The sea closing over palaces and temples. The greatest civilization the world had ever known, gone in a single day and night. Was it real? Does it matter? Atlantis exists now in that space between history and dream, between what was and what we wish had been. And perhaps that's exactly where it belongs, not in the Atlantic Ocean, but in the ocean of human longing for lost perfection. Sleep now, and perhaps you'll visit Atlantis in your dreams, walking its marble streets before the earth shakes, seeing it whole and beautiful in that eternal moment before everything ends. Fact 32. Avalon's Healing Isle. After the Battle of Camlan, where King Arthur fought his final battle against his treacherous nephew Mordred, the greatest king Britain had ever known lay dying. His sword Excalibur had been returned to the Lady of the Lake. His knights were dead or scattered. His reign was ending in blood and betrayal. But the legends tell us that Arthur did not die there on the battlefield. Instead, he was carried away to a place of healing, a mystical island called Avalon, where he might recover from his wounds and wait until Britain needed him again. Avalon, the very name carries a sense of mystery and longing. It's derived from the Welsh word afal, meaning apple, and the island is sometimes called the Isle of Apples. In Celtic mythology, apples were associated with the otherworld, with immortality, with the realm of the fairies and the dead. To go to Avalon was to pass beyond the mortal world into something else, somewhere else. The earliest mentions of Avalon appear in Geoffrey of Monmouth's History of the Kings of Britain, written around 1136. Geoffrey describes it as the Island of Apples, called Fortunate, a place where Arthur's legendary sword Excalibur was forged, and where Arthur himself was taken after his final battle to be healed of his grievous wounds. Later romances expanded the mythology. Avalon became an island shrouded in mist, appearing and disappearing according to its own mysterious logic. It was ruled by Morgan Le Fay, Arthur's half-sister, a powerful enchantress, sometimes his enemy, sometimes his healer. On Avalon, Morgan and her 8 sisters, sometimes 9, possessed the knowledge to heal any wound, cure any sickness, even restore the dead to life. The journey to Avalon was always by water. In the most famous telling, after Camlan, Sir Bedivere carried the wounded Arthur to a lake shore. There, a boat appeared from the mist, carrying 3 queens dressed in black: Morgan le Fay, the Queen of Northgalis, and the Queen of the Wasteland. They took Arthur into the boat, laid his head in Morgan's lap, and sailed away across the water toward Avalon. Bedivere watched them disappear into the mist. Did Arthur die on the journey? Did he reach Avalon alive? The stories deliberately leave this ambiguous. Arthur becomes Rex Quondam et Futris, the once and future king. He was king, and he will be king again, when Britain's need is greatest. This is the core of the Avalon myth. It's not just a place but a promise. Arthur isn't dead but sleeping, healing, waiting. He lies in Avalon attended by Morgan and her sisters, his wounds tended, his rest protected, until the day when Britain faces its darkest hour. Then he will wake, return, and save his kingdom once more. But where was Avalon? If it existed as a real place rather than a purely mythical realm, where might it have been? The most famous identification is Glastonbury in Somerset, England. In 1191, the monks of Glastonbury Abbey claimed to have discovered Arthur's tomb in their cemetery. They found a lead cross inscribed, "Here lies buried the renowned King Arthur in the Isle of Avalon," along with the bones of an exceptionally tall man and a woman, presumably Guinevere. Modern historians are skeptical. The discovery came at a convenient time. The abbey had recently burned and needed funds for rebuilding. Claiming to have Arthur's tomb would attract pilgrims and donations. The lead cross has since been lost, and the bones were reburied and lost during the Reformation. Most scholars believe the Glastonbury identification was a medieval hoax. But there's something poetic about the Glastonbury connection regardless of authenticity. The area was once a marsh island, surrounded by water and reachable only by boat, fitting the description of Avalon perfectly. The nearby Glastonbury Tor, a distinctive hill topped with the ruins of a church tower, has been associated with the otherworld in Celtic tradition. The whole landscape has a quality of liminality, of existing between worlds. In Celtic mythology, Avalon isn't unique. It's one of several magical islands in the Western Seas, islands that appear and disappear, where time moves differently than in the mortal world, where the Tuatha De Danann, the old gods of Ireland, or the fairies dwell. These islands are horizontal afterlives, neither heaven nor hell but something else. A place of perpetual beauty and youth, but also potential danger for mortals who visit. The Fisher King's Castle, the Castle of Maidens, Ynys Witrin, the Isle of Glass. All of these share characteristics with Avalon. They are liminal spaces, thresholds between the mundane and the magical. Time doesn't work the same there. A day on the island might be a century in the mortal world, or vice versa. Food tastes sweeter, colors are more vivid, wounds heal faster, but there's always a catch. Mortals who eat fairy food might never be able to leave. Those who anger the island's rulers might be trapped forever. Avalon, specifically, carries a melancholy quality that distinguishes it from other magical islands. It's not a place of celebration or eternal feasting like some descriptions of the Celtic otherworld. It's a hospital, a sanctuary, a place of healing and waiting. Morgan Le Fay and her sisters are healers here, not seductresses or warriors. They tend Arthur's wounds with herbs and magic, keeping him alive but not quite living, suspended between death and recovery. The psychological power of Avalon lies in this suspension. Arthur doesn't die. That would be final, tragic but complete. He doesn't fully recover either. That would require him to return to a Britain that has fundamentally changed, that no longer has a place for him. Instead, he waits in Avalon, preserved in possibility. As long as Arthur is in Avalon, there's hope. Britain might be saved. The Golden Age might return. This is mythic wish fulfillment at its purest. We don't want our heroes to die. We don't want the Golden Ages to end completely. So we create places like Avalon where heroes rest, where they heal, where they wait for the right moment to return and save us. The Arthur and Avalon story belongs to a larger pattern of sleeping hero legends. Frederick Barbarossa sleeps in a cave in Germany. Charlemagne sleeps under a mountain in France. Ogier the Dane sleeps in Kronborg Castle. Fionn mac Cumhaill sleeps in a cave in Ireland. Each culture has its version, the great leader who didn't die but sleeps, waiting for the crisis that will wake him. These legends serve a psychological function. They acknowledge that the Golden Age has ended, that the hero is gone, but they refuse to accept that the loss is permanent. They create a narrative of return, of second chances, of hope preserved even in apparent defeat. For medieval Britain, occupied by waves of invaders, Saxons, Vikings, Normans, the Arthur legend offered profound comfort. The rightful king wasn't dead. He was just resting. One day, when the need was great enough, he would return and drive out the invaders, restore justice, recreate Camelot. That day never came, of course. Arthur remained in Avalon. Britain changed, evolved, became something Arthur wouldn't recognize. The hope remained unfulfilled. But perhaps that's the point. Perhaps Avalon's real function isn't to house a literal Arthur waiting to return. Perhaps it's to preserve the idea of return, the concept that all is not lost, that healing is possible even from seemingly mortal wounds, that somewhere beyond the mist there's a place where the best of us wait, and hope, and might, just might, come back when we need them most. In modern times, Avalon has been reimagined countless ways. Marion Zimmer Bradley's The Mists of Avalon reimagined the Arthurian legend from the perspective of its women, with Avalon as the last stronghold of the old religion against encroaching Christianity. The BBC's Merlin portrayed Avalon as an eternal resting place. Fantasy novels and games have transformed Avalon into everything from a parallel dimension to an alien world. But the core image endures: an island in the mist, a place of healing and waiting, where the wounded hero rests until Britain's hour of greatest need. It's a beautiful myth. Beautiful because it refuses to accept that heroism and nobility are permanently lost, that the wounds dealt by betrayal and violence can never heal. Tonight, as you settle into sleep, imagine yourself on that boat. You're wounded, not physically, perhaps, but in spirit. The battles of the day have taken their toll. You're exhausted, hurt, unsure if you can continue. The boat moves silently through the mist. You can't see the shores you've left behind or the destination ahead. There's only the gentle rocking of the waves, the cool dampness of the fog on your face, and the sense of being carried toward something. The mist begins to clear. An island appears, green and beautiful, covered in apple trees heavy with golden fruit. Figures wait on the shore, healers with gentle hands and ancient knowledge. They will tend your wounds. They will let you rest. And when you've healed, when you're ready, you can choose: return to the world to fight again, or remain here in this place where time moves differently, where healing never ends. For now, you don't need to choose. For now, you need only rest. Let Avalon's magic work. Let Morgan's herbs and salves heal what daylight damaged. Sleep in the Isle of Apples, and wake whenever you're ready, tomorrow, or 100 years from now, or never. The island will wait. The healing will continue. And hope, like Arthur, will never quite die. Fact 33. Shangri-La's Hidden Valley. High in the Himalayas, hidden among the world's tallest mountains, protected by peaks and passes that no map shows correctly, there exists, according to legend, a valley of perfect peace. The air there is crisp and pure. The people live for hundreds of years without aging. Conflict and suffering are unknown. Wisdom and art flourish. The valley is self-sufficient, producing everything its inhabitants need. And the outside world, with its wars and greed and decay, cannot touch it. This is Shangri-La. And unlike most legendary places we've discussed, we can pinpoint exactly when and how the legend was created. British author James Hilton invented it in his 1933 novel Lost Horizon. But here's what's fascinating. Within years of the book's publication, Shangri-La had taken on a life independent of its literary origins. People began believing it might be real. Expeditions searched for it. Tibetan lamas were asked about it. The name became synonymous with any earthly paradise, any place of perfect peace and isolation from the world's troubles. How did a fictional creation become a cultural touchstone so quickly? Hilton's novel tells the story of Hugh Conway, a British diplomat whose plane crashes in the mountains of Tibet. He and his companions are rescued and brought to a lamasery called Shangri-La, located in a warm, sheltered valley despite being surrounded by some of the world's highest peaks. The valley has its own microclimate, protected from the harsh Himalayan winter by a geological quirk. At Shangri-La, Conway meets the High Lama, an impossibly old man who reveals the valley's secret. People there age extremely slowly. A person who appears middle-aged might be 100 years old. The High Lama himself claims to be over 250 years old, a Catholic missionary who stumbled upon the valley in the 18th century and decided to stay. The lamasery's philosophy is simple but profound: moderation in all things. The inhabitants practice a form of Buddhism mixed with other philosophies, seeking balance rather than extremes. They're not ascetic hermits denying the pleasures of life, but neither are they hedonists. They enjoy music, art, scholarship, conversation, and physical beauty, but without obsession or excess. Conway is torn. Part of him wants to stay in this paradise, to leave behind the chaotic, violent world of the 1930s. The novel was written between world wars, during the rise of fascism and approaching global catastrophe. But part of him feels it's cowardly to hide, to abandon responsibility for the broader world. The novel's ending is deliberately ambiguous. Conway leaves Shangri-La, searching for a lost love, but immediately regrets his decision. The final pages suggest he may be trying to find his way back, but we never learn if he succeeds. Hilton based Shangri-La on real Tibetan Buddhist monasteries and on accounts of hidden valleys in the Himalayas. Tibetan tradition does speak of Baul, hidden valleys that can be accessed only by the pure of heart, sacred sanctuaries protected by spiritual barriers. These Bauls served as refuges during times of war and persecution. The Baul concept predates Hilton's novel by centuries. Tibetan texts describe valleys where the Dakini, female Buddhist deities, dwell, where medicinal plants grow in abundance, where the climate is perpetually mild despite high altitude. Only certain realized masters could find and open these valleys when the time was right. Hilton blended this Tibetan concept with Western utopian yearning. In the 1930s, with economic depression, the rise of totalitarian regimes, and the looming threat of another world war, the idea of a perfect sanctuary hidden from the world's troubles had enormous appeal. Shangri-La offered escape, not supernatural heaven or Christian paradise, but an earthly place where human beings had created a sustainable, peaceful civilization. The novel became a bestseller and was adapted into a successful film by Frank Capra in 1937. The name Shangri-La entered the English language as a byword for any idyllic, isolated haven. President Franklin D. Roosevelt named the presidential retreat Shangri-La in 1942. It was later renamed Camp David by Eisenhower. Hotels, restaurants, and resorts around the world adopted the name, and people started looking for it. Despite Hilton making clear that Shangri-La was fictional, explorers and mystics began searching the Himalayas for the hidden valley. Some claimed to have found it. Others reported that local Tibetans knew of such places but wouldn't reveal their locations to outsiders. The search for Shangri-La merged with interest in Shambhala, another hidden kingdom in Tibetan Buddhist tradition. Shambhala, unlike Shangri-La, has genuine roots in ancient texts. It's described as a kingdom north of the Himalayas, hidden from ordinary sight, where the Kalachakra teachings are preserved. Shambhala has a king and an army, and according to prophecy, will emerge to defeat the forces of evil when the world reaches its darkest hour. Some Western seekers conflated Shangri-La and Shambhala, treating them as the same place or two names for similar hidden realms. Theosophists, including Nicholas Roerich, a Russian painter and mystic, mounted expeditions to Central Asia in search of mystical kingdoms. The Nazi regime even sent expeditions to Tibet, influenced by occult theories about hidden masters and secret wisdom preserved in Himalayan sanctuaries. After China's invasion of Tibet in 1950 and the subsequent cultural repression, interest in Shangri-La intensified for different reasons. As real Tibetan Buddhist culture faced destruction, the idealized version of Tibet as Shangri-La grew in Western imagination. Tibet became synonymous with spiritual wisdom, peace, and non-violence, an often romanticized view that overlooked the complexity of historical Tibet. In 2001, the Chinese government renamed a region in Yunnan province Shangri-La County to attract tourism. A fictional place invented by a British novelist had become a real geographic designation, administered by a government that had suppressed the very Tibetan Buddhist culture that inspired the story in the first place. The irony is profound. But what is Shangri-La really about? What need does it fulfill? At its core, Shangri-La represents the dream of escape from modernity's discontents. It's a place where technology serves human needs without dominating them, where wisdom is valued over wealth, where lifespan allows for genuine mastery and understanding rather than frantic accumulation before death. Shangri-La also embodies the fantasy of sustainable paradise. Unlike many utopian visions that ignore practical questions, Hilton's Shangri-La has an economy. They mine gold to trade for supplies, a social structure, the lamasery governs benevolently, and a philosophy that explains how paradise maintains itself. Moderation prevents the excess that destroys most civilizations. The extended lifespan is crucial. If you live for centuries, you can take the long view. You don't need to achieve everything immediately. You can study for decades, master multiple disciplines, develop genuine wisdom rather than just accumulating facts. Time pressure, the tyranny of mortality, is removed. But Hilton was too sophisticated to present Shangri-La as purely positive. There are shadows in paradise. The valley is isolated, cut off from the vital chaos of the broader world. The extended lifespan depends on staying in the valley. Leave, and you age rapidly, catching up to your chronological years. It's a beautiful cage, and Conway's dilemma reflects real tension. Is it better to live peacefully in isolation or to engage with a suffering world, even if you can't fix it? This tension remains relevant. Should we retreat to our own personal Shangri-Las, comfortable bubbles insulated from the world's problems, or engage with injustice and chaos even when it's painful? Should we seek enlightenment through withdrawal or through involvement? There's no simple answer. Shangri-La persists in modern imagination because the problems it represents an escape from persist. We still live with war, environmental destruction, economic inequality, political corruption, and the sense that civilization is declining. The dream of a hidden valley where none of that matters, where wisdom and peace prevail, remains deeply appealing. But here's what I find most beautiful about the Shangri-La myth. Even in Hilton's original novel, it's fragile. It can be destroyed by outside forces. The High Lama is dying, and there's uncertainty about who will lead next. Conway, the chosen successor, ultimately leaves. The valley's future is uncertain. Shangri-La isn't permanent. It's not guaranteed. It must be preserved through conscious effort, through moderation, through wisdom applied consistently. Paradise, even a fictional paradise, requires work. And maybe that's the real message. We're all searching for Shangri-La, for a place or state of being where peace and wisdom prevail. But we won't find it by escaping to hidden valleys. We create it, imperfectly, temporarily, fragilely, in moments of balance, in communities that prioritize wisdom over wealth, in relationships governed by moderation rather than excess. Shangri-La is everywhere and nowhere. It's in the garden you tend, in the book you read thoughtfully, in the conversation where you truly listen, in the moment when you choose long-term thinking over immediate gratification. It's not a place you find. It's a state you cultivate. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine finding the path that leads to Shangri-La. The altitude makes breathing difficult. The cold is bitter. But then you round a final outcrop, and there it is, the hidden valley, impossibly green and warm, nestled among the peaks. You descend. The air becomes milder. Flowers bloom. You see the lamasery, its golden roofs gleaming in the sun. Figures approach, welcoming, unhurried. They've been waiting for you. They've always been waiting. How long may I stay? You ask. As long as you wish, they reply. As long as you maintain balance. As long as moderation guides you. The valley will sustain you. But remember, Shangri-La is not an escape from the world. It's a preparation for returning to it, wiser and more peaceful than when you left. Rest now in the hidden valley. Let your aging slow. Let the pressure of time ease. Let wisdom accumulate like snow on distant peaks, slowly, silently, beautifully. Tomorrow you might descend again to the ordinary world. But tonight, you're home. Fact 34, El Dorado's Golden City. In the jungles of South America, somewhere beyond the mapped territories, past rivers no European had navigated, hidden in mountains or forests or lake valleys, there existed a city of gold. Not a city decorated with gold, not a city that traded in gold, but a city made of gold, walls of gold, streets paved with gold, temples roofed in gold plates so bright they could be seen from miles away. This was El Dorado, the Golden One, and the search for it consumed conquistadors, bankrupted expeditions, and left trails of death across an entire continent. Men spent fortunes, abandoned families, marched their soldiers to starvation and death, all chasing a dream of wealth so vast it would make them richer than kings. The tragedy is that El Dorado had a basis in truth. But like all great legends, the truth was transformed through retelling until it bore almost no resemblance to its origin. The original El Dorado wasn't a place. It was a person, specifically, a ceremony. The Muisca people of Colombia had a ritual for installing a new chief. The ceremony took place at Lake Guatavita, high in the Andes. The new ruler would be covered in gold dust, literally coated from head to toe so that he appeared to be made of gold. Then he would be rowed out to the center of the lake on a raft, accompanied by priests and nobles. With great ceremony, he would dive into the water, washing off the gold dust as an offering to the gods. His attendants would throw emeralds and golden objects into the lake as additional offerings. Spanish conquistadors, arriving in the 1530s, heard accounts of this ceremony from indigenous people. They saw some of the golden objects that hadn't been thrown into the lake, and their imaginations ran wild. If there was a ruler covered in gold, there must be a source of that gold. If the ceremony involved throwing gold into a lake as if it were worthless, imagine how much gold the people must possess. Surely, there must be a city where gold is so common it's used for everything. The streets must be paved with it. The buildings must be made of it. The legend evolved with each retelling. El Dorado transformed from a gilded man to a gilded city to an entire gilded kingdom. The location shifted based on who was telling the story and what region remained unexplored. First it was in the highlands of Colombia. Then it was in the Amazon basin. Then it was in Guyana. Then it was in Patagonia. Wherever conquistadors hadn't yet searched, that's where El Dorado must be. The search became an obsession. Gonzalo Pizarro, brother of the conquistador who'd conquered Peru, led an expedition in 1541 that started with 220 Spaniards and 4,000 indigenous porters. They marched into the Amazon, following rumors of cinnamon forests and cities of gold. The jungle consumed them. Men died of disease, starvation, poisonous insects, and attacks by indigenous peoples defending their territory. Pizarro returned 2 years later with only 80 survivors and no gold. His lieutenant, Francisco de Orellana, separated from the main expedition and ended up navigating the entire length of the Amazon River, the first European to do so, driven by the search for El Dorado. He found sophisticated indigenous civilizations, but no cities of gold. Sir Walter Raleigh, the English explorer and courtier, became obsessed with El Dorado in his later years. He mounted 2 expeditions to Guyana, modern-day Venezuela and Guyana, in 1595 and 1617, convinced that a golden city called Manoa existed on the shores of Lake Parim. His expeditions failed catastrophically. On the second voyage, his men attacked a Spanish outpost in violation of King James I's orders, and Raleigh's son was killed in the fighting. Raleigh returned to England in disgrace and was executed in 1618, still maintaining that El Dorado existed and he would have found it if circumstances had been different. The sad reality is that the indigenous peoples of South America did possess gold, elaborate gold work, sophisticated metallurgy, beautiful artifacts. But they valued gold for its beauty and symbolic properties, not as currency. They didn't hoard it in vast quantities because they didn't conceptualize wealth the way Europeans did. The conquistadors saw gold objects and assumed that meant unlimited gold reserves. They couldn't conceive that people might create beautiful things with precious materials without having mountains of those materials stockpiled. Their greed-blinded imaginations created El Dorado from incomplete understanding and wishful thinking. The search for El Dorado caused immeasurable harm. Expeditions enslaved indigenous peoples as porters and guides, marching them to death in hostile terrain. Entire communities were disrupted or destroyed. The conquistadors brought diseases that devastated populations. And for what? A legend, a rumor, a city that never existed. But the interesting thing is that the legend never quite died. Even after centuries of fruitless searching, even after the age of exploration gave way to the age of empire and then to the modern era, people continued to believe that somewhere in South America, undiscovered riches waited. Percy Fawcett, a British explorer, vanished in the Brazilian jungle in 1925 while searching for what he called the lost city of Zed, essentially his version of El Dorado. His disappearance spawned countless rescue expeditions and theories. Some claimed he'd found the city and chose to stay. Others said he'd been killed by indigenous tribes or died of disease. His fate remains unknown. In recent years, advanced technology has revealed that the Amazon basin did indeed contain sophisticated civilizations, far more advanced than previously believed. LiDAR, light detection and ranging, scanning has revealed massive earthworks, geometric patterns, and evidence of large settlements hidden beneath the jungle canopy. The Amazon wasn't pristine wilderness. It was a managed landscape with complex societies. But no cities of gold. The indigenous peoples of the Amazon built in wood and earth, materials that decompose in the jungle climate. Their wealth was in knowledge, agricultural techniques, medicinal plants, sophisticated social organization, not in precious metals. So what does El Dorado really represent? On one level, it's a cautionary tale about greed. The conquistadors already had gold from the conquest of the Aztec and Inca empires, enormous quantities of it. But it wasn't enough. There had to be more, always more. El Dorado was the logical endpoint of that greed, a place where gold was infinite, where wealth was limitless, where you could finally have enough. But enough is a psychological state, not a quantity. The conquistadors who obsessed over El Dorado could never have enough because the problem wasn't scarcity of gold, it was insatiability of desire. El Dorado would always recede before them, always be just beyond the next mountain range, always require one more expedition. On another level, El Dorado represents cultural misunderstanding. The Europeans and the indigenous peoples had fundamentally different value systems. The Muisca threw gold into a lake as a sacred offering, demonstrating that spiritual devotion was more valuable than material wealth. The Spanish saw this and thought, they have so much gold they can throw it away, imagine how much they must have. They literally couldn't understand that the ceremony was about renouncing material wealth, not displaying it. And on a deeper level, El Dorado is about projection. The Europeans projected their own desires onto the Americas. They needed to believe in cities of gold because they needed to justify the conquest, the violence, the disruption of existing civilizations. If there were cities of gold to be found, then all the suffering was in service of something grand. Without El Dorado, the conquest was just theft and murder. The legend of El Dorado persists in modern culture as a metaphor for any obsessive, probably futile quest. We speak of chasing El Dorado when someone pursues an unrealistic dream. We say something is like searching for El Dorado when a quest seems impossible. But there's also something admirable, in a tragic way, about the explorers who died searching. They believed in something beyond the mundane world. They were willing to risk everything for a dream. The dream was based on greed and misunderstanding, yes, but it was still a dream big enough to risk death for. Perhaps that's El Dorado's final lesson, the difference between dreams worth pursuing and obsessions worth abandoning. The conquistadors couldn't tell the difference. They destroyed themselves and others chasing a fantasy. But humanity needs dreams, needs to believe that something wonderful might exist just beyond the horizon. The trick is knowing which dreams lead toward meaning and which lead into the jungle to die. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine standing at the edge of the Amazon. The jungle stretches before you, green and vast and impenetrable. Somewhere in there, legend says, is a city of gold. You could search for it. You could spend your life hacking through vines, crossing rivers, mapping territory no one has mapped before. Or you could recognize that the real treasure isn't hidden in the jungle. It's the capacity to choose your quests wisely, to know when to let go of impossible dreams, to understand that enough gold dust in a lake might be worth more than mountains of hoarded metal, if you understand the symbolism. The city of gold glimmers in your imagination. It's beautiful there, isn't it? Shining and perfect. But it's where it belongs, in imagination, not reality. Let it stay there, beautiful and unattainable. Sleep now, and dream of golden cities if you wish. But wake up tomorrow ready to find real treasures, the ones that don't glitter, the ones that don't cost lives, the ones that, paradoxically, become more valuable the more freely you give them away. Fact 35. The Kingdom of Prester John. In the 12th century, as the Crusades raged and Christian Europe struggled against Muslim armies for control of the Holy Land, a letter arrived that offered hope. It was addressed to the Byzantine Emperor Manuel I Comnenus and claimed to be from Prester John, a Christian king ruling a vast and powerful empire somewhere in the east. The letter described wonders almost beyond belief. Prester John's kingdom, the letter claimed, stretched for 3 days' journey in every direction and contained riches that made European kingdoms look like paupers. His palace was made of crystal and precious stones. His realm contained the fountain of youth, rivers that flowed with gemstones, and tribes of strange peoples including giants, Amazons, and men with eyes in their chests. But most importantly for medieval Christians, Prester John commanded an enormous army. He was willing to aid his Christian brethren in Europe against their Muslim enemies. All Europe had to do was make contact with him, establish diplomatic relations, and this powerful ally would attack Islam from the east while Europe attacked from the west. The letter was a forgery, almost certainly written in Europe, not in any Eastern kingdom. But medieval Europeans desperately wanted it to be true. For nearly 400 years, they searched for Prester John's kingdom, sending expeditions across Asia and Africa, convinced that somewhere this Christian monarch waited to save them. The legend of Prester John likely originated from garbled reports of real events. In 1141, a Mongol-led army defeated the Seljuk Turks at the Battle of Katwan in Central Asia. Rumors reached Europe of a Christian king in the east who had won a great victory against the Muslims. The rumors had a grain of truth. The Mongol army did include some Nestorian Christians, a branch of Christianity that had spread across Central Asia, but they transformed a Mongol victory into a holy Christian triumph. By the time these rumors reached Europe, combined with wishful thinking and literary embellishment, Prester John had become a legendary figure. The letter that appeared in the 1160s codified the legend, giving it specific details and spurring European monarchs to seek contact. Pope Alexander III sent a letter to Prester John in 1177. It was never delivered because no one could determine where to deliver it. Was Prester John in Central Asia? In India? In Ethiopia? Reports varied wildly. Medieval mapmakers placed Prester John's kingdom on their maps, but its location shifted over the centuries. Initially, it was placed in Central Asia, identified vaguely with the Mongol territories. When Marco Polo traveled to China in the late 13th century and returned with detailed accounts that didn't mention any Christian kingdom there, the legend shifted. By the 14th century, Prester John's kingdom had moved to Africa, specifically Ethiopia. This identification had more basis in reality. Ethiopia had indeed been Christian since the 4th century, and Ethiopian Christianity had survived surrounded by Islam, maintaining its independence. Ethiopian Christians used the title Prester John, a corruption of Presbyter John or Priest King John, as an honorific for their rulers. European explorers and missionaries made contact with Ethiopia in the 15th and 16th centuries, hoping to find the legendary kingdom. They were disappointed. Ethiopia was a real Christian kingdom, yes, but it wasn't the fabulously wealthy, magically powerful empire of legend. There was no palace of crystal, no fountain of youth, no river of gemstones. Just a real country with real problems, struggling to maintain its independence against Islamic expansion and internal conflicts. But the disappointment didn't kill the legend entirely. Some Europeans insisted that the real Prester John's kingdom must be somewhere else in Africa, deeper in the interior where Europeans hadn't yet explored. The search continued, driving exploration of the African continent. Portuguese explorers in particular pursued Prester John with determination. They hoped to find him, establish an alliance, and create a Christian pincer movement against the Ottoman Empire, Portugal attacking from the west, Prester John from the east. Henry the Navigator sponsored numerous expeditions with this goal in mind. In 1520, a Portuguese embassy actually reached Ethiopia and spent 6 years there. Their account, written by Francisco Alvarez, described Ethiopian Christianity in detail, confirming that it was real but also revealing that it bore only superficial resemblance to the Prester John legend. The Ethiopians were Christian, but they were also poor compared to European kingdoms, besieged by Muslim neighbors, and had never heard of any obligation to help distant European co-religionists. Yet the legend persisted. Even into the 17th century, some European maps continued to label parts of Africa as Prester John's kingdom. The hope that somewhere a powerful Christian ally existed beyond the known world was too appealing to abandon based on mere evidence. What was Prester John really about? On the most obvious level, it was strategic wishful thinking. Medieval Christians were losing the Crusades. They needed allies. The fantasy of a powerful Christian kingdom in the East attacking Islam from the rear solved their strategic problem, at least in imagination. But Prester John also represented a deeper anxiety about Christianity's place in the world. By the 12th century, Islam controlled the Middle East, North Africa, and much of Spain. It was expanding into Eastern Europe. Christianity, which had once been centered in the Middle East, had retreated to Europe. Muslims controlled the holy sites of Jerusalem, Bethlehem, and Nazareth. Prester John's existence would mean that Christianity wasn't in retreat everywhere. Somewhere, Christian civilization thrived and grew powerful. Somewhere, the faith was expanding, not contracting. The legend was a psychological defense against the fear that Christianity might be a declining religion destined to be swept away by Islam. There's also an element of projection and racism in the Prester John legend. Medieval Europeans couldn't believe that non-Christian or non-white peoples could build great civilizations without European Christian guidance. When they heard of powerful empires in Asia or Africa, they assumed these must be led by Christians, by one of us who happened to live far away. The reality was more complex and more interesting. There were indeed sophisticated civilizations across Asia and Africa: the Mongol Empire, the Delhi Sultanate, the Mali Empire, the Ethiopian Empire, Chinese dynasties, but they didn't need Christianity to achieve greatness. They had their own religions, their own philosophies, their own paths to civilization. But medieval Europeans found it easier to imagine a Christian king in Ethiopia than to accept that Orthodox Christian Ethiopians had their own legitimate form of Christianity that differed from Roman Catholicism, or that powerful Muslim empires represented genuine civilizational achievements. The search for Prester John did have some positive effects. It drove exploration, expanded geographic knowledge, and eventually led to meaningful cultural contact between Europe and other civilizations. Portuguese exploration of Africa, though initially motivated by the search for Prester John, eventually led to more accurate understanding of African geography and cultures, even if that understanding was then horribly misused during the era of colonialism. And the Ethiopian connection, though disappointing to those seeking magical kingdoms, did create diplomatic ties. Portugal and Ethiopia maintained relations for centuries, with each supporting the other against Muslim expansion at various points. But the cost was significant. How many expeditions were wasted searching for a kingdom that didn't exist? How many resources were diverted to finding an ally who was never there? How much did the fantasy of Prester John prevent Europeans from dealing with the reality of their strategic situation? The Prester John legend is a perfect example of how legends serve psychological needs. Medieval Christians needed to believe they weren't alone, that powerful Christian kingdoms existed beyond their borders, that their religion had a future despite present difficulties. Prester John gave them that hope. The legend persisted because confirming evidence could be accepted while disconfirming evidence could be rationalized away. Find a Christian kingdom in Ethiopia? That must be Prester John. It's poorer and less magical than expected? Well, the real Prester John must be somewhere else, and this is just a tributary kingdom or a diminished remnant of former glory. This pattern, believing desperately in something, interpreting ambiguous evidence as confirmation, dismissing clear contradictions, is very human. We all create our own Prester Johns, our own legendary allies who will save us if we can just find them. Tonight, as you settle into sleep, imagine receiving a letter. It claims to be from someone powerful and good, someone who wants to help you, someone who commands vast resources and has been waiting for contact. All you need to do is find them. They're out there, somewhere, ready to be your ally in whatever struggle you face. Would you spend your life searching for this ally? Would you launch expeditions, send letters to unknown addresses, follow rumors and half-truths to distant lands? Or would you accept that sometimes we must face our challenges without the perfect ally, without the miraculous rescue, without the powerful friend who solves everything? Prester John never existed. But the need he filled, the need for hope, for allies, for the belief that somewhere help waits, that need was real and remains real. Sleep now, knowing that the allies you truly have, imperfect, real, human, are more valuable than legendary kings in impossible kingdoms. And perhaps you, in turn, are someone else's Prester John. Not magical, not all-powerful, but real and present and willing to help when called. Dream peacefully, without needing legendary rescuers. You're stronger than you think. Fact 36. Iram of the Pillars. In the vastness of the Arabian desert, swallowed by shifting sands and hidden from human eyes for centuries, there exists, according to Arab and Islamic tradition, a city so magnificent that it rivaled paradise itself. This was Iram of the Pillars, also called the Atlantis of the Sands, a city of unspeakable wealth and towering architecture, destroyed by divine wrath for the arrogance of its inhabitants. The story of Iram appears in the Quran, in Surah 89. Have you not considered how your Lord dealt with Ad, with Iram of the lofty pillars, the like of which was never created in the land? This brief mention sparked elaborate legends. According to tradition, Iram was built by King Shaddad, grandson of Noah, in Islamic chronology. Shaddad was immensely wealthy and powerful, ruling the tribe of Ad, who were described as giants of extraordinary strength. But wealth and power weren't enough for Shaddad. When he heard descriptions of paradise from religious teachings, he decided to build an earthly paradise that would surpass even the celestial one. For 300 years, laborious worked on Iram. They constructed a city of such magnificence that no one had seen its equal. The pillars, the defining feature that gave the city its name, were made of jeweled stone and precious metals, rising hundreds of feet into the air. The buildings were covered in gold and silver. Gardens filled with rare plants and trees were irrigated by sophisticated water systems. Fountains flowed with wine and honey. The entire city was designed to be an earthly paradise. When the city was finally complete, Shaddad and his court set out from their temporary capital to take possession of Iram. They traveled across the desert, anticipation building with each mile. They were about to enter the most magnificent city ever built, a city that proved human achievement could rival divine creation. But they never arrived. According to the legend, when Shaddad's caravan came within sight of Iram, a voice from heaven called out, "Do you think you can create what I have created? Do you dare rival paradise?" A terrible cry issued from the sky. Some accounts say it was the voice of the angel Azrael, others say it was a divine thunderclap. The sound was so terrible that every member of Shaddad's party fell dead instantly. The king and his entire court perished within sight of their greatest achievement, never setting foot in the city they'd spent 300 years building. Then a sandstorm came, a storm unlike any before or since. It raged for days, burying Iram completely beneath the desert. The city vanished, hidden beneath countless tons of sand, lost to human knowledge. But the legend claims that Iram still exists, perfectly preserved beneath the desert. The sands haven't damaged it. The buildings still stand, the pillars still rise, the treasures remain intact. It's simply waiting, waiting to be discovered by someone worthy, or perhaps waiting for a divine signal that the time for revelation has come. Over the centuries, travelers claim to have stumbled upon Iram by accident. The stories follow a pattern. A traveler gets lost in a sandstorm. When it clears, they find themselves in a valley they don't recognize. There stands a city of magnificent pillars and golden buildings, utterly deserted. They explore briefly, perhaps taking a souvenir, always a mistake in these stories, then flee in fear. When they try to return later, they can never find the location again. The desert has reclaimed its secret. These stories were dismissed as legends, fantasies, desert mirages given narrative form. There was no archaeological evidence for Iram. Skeptics pointed out that building a city in the deep desert would be impractical. No water source, no trade routes, no strategic value. The story was clearly allegorical, a warning against pride and the futility of trying to match divine creation. Then, in the 1980s, something remarkable happened. Using satellite imagery and radar technology, researchers identified unusual linear features in the Rub al-Khali, the empty quarter, the vast desert region spanning parts of Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Oman, and the United Arab Emirates. These features suggested ancient caravan routes and possible settlement sites buried beneath the sand. In 1992, an expedition led by adventurer and filmmaker Nicholas Clapp, following research by Ranulph Fiennes and others, excavated a site in Oman called Shazar or Ubar. They found the remains of a significant ancient settlement, a fortress and trading post with 8 towers, exactly matching some descriptions in the Iram legends. The site wasn't the magnificent city of lofty pillars. It was a much more modest trading outpost, significant but hardly rivaling paradise. However, it was located at a major frankincense trade route junction and appeared to have been wealthy by the standards of ancient Arabia. Most intriguingly, the site showed evidence of catastrophic collapse. A massive limestone cavern beneath the settlement had caved in, perhaps undermined by over-extraction of water. The fortress and part of the settlement had fallen into the sinkhole. Then desert sands had buried the ruins, preserving them for centuries. Could this be Iram? Or at least the historical kernel that inspired the legend? The evidence is ambiguous. The site is old enough. Dating suggests occupation from around 2800 BCE to around 300 CE. It's in the right general region. It shows signs of sudden catastrophic destruction. And it was buried by sand and forgotten until modern technology revealed it. But it's also much smaller and less impressive than the legendary Iram. The lofty pillars of legend were either never here or have been completely destroyed. There's no evidence of the extraordinary wealth described in the legends. Most scholars now believe that if this site has any connection to the Iram legend, it's as one possible inspiration among several. The legend likely amalgamated stories of multiple lost desert cities, trading posts that flourished and then were abandoned or destroyed, blended with theological warnings about pride and divine punishment. What makes Iram fascinating is how it functions in Islamic tradition. It's not just a lost city, it's a moral lesson. The story asks, if you had unlimited wealth and power, what would you build? And more importantly, why would you build it? Shaddad built Iram to rival paradise, to prove that human achievement could equal divine creation. This was the ultimate hubris. The lesson is that human creations, no matter how magnificent, are temporary and subject to divine will. Only what God creates is eternal. But there's a more subtle reading. Some Islamic scholars interpret the Iram story as a warning against materialism itself. Shaddad had wealth, power, and centuries to build his paradise. He created something magnificent, but it brought him no joy. He died before entering the city, killed by divine judgment specifically timed to deny him the satisfaction of enjoying his creation. The message, material achievement, no matter how grand, cannot provide ultimate fulfillment. The pursuit of earthly paradise is futile because paradise, by definition, transcends the material. You can build a city of gold, but you cannot build happiness. You can construct lofty pillars, but you cannot construct meaning. In Sufi mystical traditions, Iram sometimes represents the soul's journey toward God. The city buried beneath the desert is the divine nature buried beneath the material self. The search for Iram becomes a search for spiritual truth. Finding it requires losing yourself in the desert of spiritual discipline. Only then might the hidden city reveal itself. Modern retellings of the Iram legend often focus on the adventure, the search for lost treasure, the archaeological mystery, the romance of discovery. But they sometimes miss the point. The treasure was never the point. The warning was the point. The question about what we choose to build with our limited time and resources was the point. If you had 300 years and unlimited resources, what would you create? Would you build something to rival paradise, attempting to prove human greatness? Or would you build something humble, acknowledging that all human achievement is temporary and that meaning lies elsewhere? Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine walking through the desert. The sun beats down. Sand stretches in every direction. You're lost, disoriented, unsure which way to go. Then the wind shifts, and for just a moment, the sand parts. You see them, pillars, rising from the desert floor, gleaming in the sunlight. A city appears, magnificent beyond description, exactly as the legends described. Iram of the pillars, revealed to you. You could approach it. You could enter the lost city, claim treasures, prove the legends true. But you pause. Because you remember the story. You remember what happened to Shaddad. And you realize, maybe the lesson of Iram isn't about finding the city. Maybe it's about choosing not to enter it. About recognizing that some things, however magnificent, are warnings rather than destinations. About understanding that the greatest achievement might be knowing when to turn away. The wind shifts again. The sand closes over the vision. The city disappears. You continue walking, empty-handed but wiser. Sleep now, and dream of pillars rising from the sand. Dream of cities that exist to teach rather than to treasure. And wake tomorrow ready to build something, not to rival paradise, but to serve it. Fact 37. Ter na nog. In Irish mythology, beyond the western edge of the world, across the sea where mortal ships cannot sail, there exists a land where sorrow cannot enter and death cannot touch. This is Ter na nog, the land of the young, and it is one of the most beautiful and melancholy concepts in all of Celtic tradition. Ter na nog is not heaven. It's not the afterlife where souls go for judgment and reward. It's a place that exists parallel to the mortal world, inhabited by the Tuatha De Danann, the old gods of Ireland, who retreated to the other world after being displaced by human settlers, and by mortals who have been invited or seduced into crossing over. Time doesn't flow normally in Ter na nog. A day there might be a year in the mortal world, or vice versa. Those who dwell there don't age. They remain forever in the prime of life. Young, healthy, beautiful, vital. There's no sickness, no hunger, no pain. Music plays constantly. Feasts never end. The landscape is eternally spring-like, with flowers always blooming and fruit always ripening. It sounds perfect. And that's precisely the problem. The most famous story of Ter na nog involves Oisin, pronounced Uiscin, son of Fionn mac Cumaill, the legendary Irish hero. Oisin was a warrior and poet of the Fianna, Ireland's band of heroic warriors. One day, while hunting near a lake, he encountered Niamh, pronounced Inilin, a woman of extraordinary beauty riding a white horse. Niamh introduced herself as a princess from Ter na nog. She had heard of Oisin's fame as a warrior and poet, and she had fallen in love with him without having met him. She invited him to return with her to the land of the young, to be her husband and live forever in paradise. Oisin was smitten. Who could resist such an invitation? Eternal youth, endless pleasure, and a beautiful immortal wife? He mounted the horse behind Niamh, and they rode across the sea, the horse's hooves skimming the waves, carrying them westward until they reached Tir Na Nog. And it was everything Niamh had promised. The land was beautiful beyond description. Oisin and Niamh married and lived in perfect happiness. They had children. Oisin composed poetry, fought in bloodless battles, for nothing in Tir Na Nog truly dies, and enjoyed feast after feast. But after what seemed like 3 years, Oisin began to feel homesick. He missed Ireland. He missed his father Fionn and his companions in the Fianna. He wanted to visit, just briefly, to see how everyone was doing, to share stories of his adventures in the magical land. Niamh begged him not to go. She warned him that time moved differently between the worlds. What felt like 3 years in Tir Na Nog might be much longer in Ireland. But she couldn't force him to stay. Love, even in paradise, cannot imprison. Finally, she agreed to let him visit Ireland, but she gave him strict conditions. He could ride her magical white horse to Ireland, but he must not dismount. He must not let his feet touch Irish soil. As long as he stayed on the horse, he would retain his youth and could return safely to Tir Na Nog. But if he touched the ground, he would be subject to mortal time again, and all the years he'd spent in Tir Na Nog would catch up to him at once. Oisin promised to obey. He mounted the horse and rode back across the sea to Ireland. What he found broke his heart. 3 years in Tir Na Nog had been 300 years in Ireland. His father was long dead. The Fianna had passed into legend. The Ireland he knew was gone, replaced by a Christian land where the old heroes were just stories told around fires. Desperate and disoriented, Oisin rode through this strange new Ireland, looking for any trace of the world he'd known. He came upon a group of men trying to move a large stone. They were struggling with it, unable to shift it even with multiple men working together. In Oisin's time, any Fiann warrior could have moved such a stone easily. Without thinking, he leaned down from his horse to help them, intending to shift the stone one-handed to show them how weak this new generation had become. The saddle girth broke. Oisin fell from the horse, and his hand touched the ground. In an instant, 300 years caught up with him. His hair turned white. His skin wrinkled and aged. His muscles withered. He collapsed, transformed from a young warrior in his prime to an ancient, dying man. The white horse, freed of its rider, galloped away toward the sea, returning to Tir Na Nog without him. Oisin was trapped in mortal Ireland, dying, his chance to return to Niamh gone forever. Different versions of the story offer different endings. In some, Oisin lived long enough to meet St. Patrick, who converted him to Christianity and recorded his stories of the old pagan heroes before he died. In others, he simply died there by the roadside, mourning everything he'd lost. The tragedy of the Tir Na Nog story isn't that paradise wasn't real. Paradise was real. Oisin had it. The tragedy is that having paradise wasn't enough. He still longed for home, for connection to his past, for the mortal world with all its pain and imperfection. This is the deep wisdom of the Tir Ene Nog legend. Eternal life in paradise comes with a cost, severance from everything mortal. You can have immortality, but you cannot have both immortality and connection to the changing, dying, mortal world you came from. You must choose. And the choice is genuinely difficult. Tir Ene Nog isn't portrayed as a trap or a false paradise. It's genuinely wonderful. Oisin was happy there. Niamh loved him. But happiness in one world doesn't erase longing for another. The Tir Ene Nog myth addresses questions that remain relevant. What would you give up for immortality? If you could live forever in perfect happiness, but it meant leaving behind everyone and everything you'd known, would you? And if you made that choice, how long before you'd feel the pull of home, the desire to see the mortal world again, even knowing it would cost you everything? Tir Ene Nog appears in various forms throughout Celtic mythology. Sometimes it's called Tir Tangaya, Land of Promise, Tir Futhuin, Land Under the Waves, or Magmel, Plain of Honey. The details vary, but the core concept remains: a magical land where time works differently, where aging stops, where the Tuatha De Danann and other supernatural beings dwell. The land is sometimes reached by sailing west across the ocean, sometimes by walking through magical mists, sometimes by following a fairy guide through a Cid, a fairy mount. The journey itself is often effortless. The magical nature of Tir Ene Nog draws worthy visitors to it. But returning is always problematic. The mortal who enters the timeless land becomes timeless themselves, and re-entering the time-bound world has consequences. You cannot easily move between timelessness and time. The boundary, once crossed, is difficult to cross back. In modern Irish culture, Tir Ene Nog remains a powerful symbol. It represents not just a mythical place but a state of being, youth, possibility, the time before responsibilities and losses accumulate. Going to Tir Ene Nog is sometimes used poetically to mean escaping life's burdens, or euphemistically to mean death. But the story also warns against the seduction of escape. Tir Ene Nog is beautiful, but it's separate from the world of change and growth and meaning that comes from mortality. A life without death is a life without stakes. Eternal feasting becomes meaningless when there's no hunger. Perpetual spring loses its beauty when you never experience winter's harshness or autumn's melancholy. Oisin's tragedy isn't that he fell from the horse. His tragedy was believing he could have both: paradise and home, immortality and connection, timelessness and time. The universe doesn't allow that. You must choose. And perhaps, unconsciously, Oisin made his choice when he leaned down to help move the stone. Some part of him knew what would happen. Some part of him chose mortality, connection, meaning over eternal comfortable pleasure. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine riding across the sea on a white horse. The waves part beneath the hooves. Western light, endless sunset, guides you forward. And there, on the horizon, you see it, Ter Ene Nog, the land of the young, where you could stay forever. Would you dismount? Would you enter? Would you trade everything you know for everything you desire? Or would you thank the rider who showed you the way, acknowledge the beauty of the vision, and turn back toward the mortal shore? There's no wrong answer. Both choices, immortal paradise and mortal struggle, have their own validity. But the choice, once made, is final. The horse doesn't return twice. Sleep now, young one, in the time-bound world where aging continues and tomorrow brings both loss and discovery. Dream of Ter Ene Nog if you wish, but wake in Ireland, where the seasons change, where people die, and where love matters precisely because it doesn't last forever. Fact 38. The Garden of the Hesperides. At the western edge of the world, where the sun sets into the ocean and night begins its journey across the sky, there grew a garden of such beauty that it could only have been cultivated by the gods themselves. This was the Garden of the Hesperides, and within it grew a tree bearing golden apples that granted immortality to anyone who ate them. But these apples were not meant for mortals. They were the property of Hera, queen of the gods, given to her as a wedding gift when she married Zeus. The garden was guarded by the Hesperides, 3 nymphs who were daughters of the night, and by Ladin, a serpent with 100 heads that never slept, each head watching a different direction, ensuring that no thief could approach undetected. The location of the garden was deliberately vague in Greek mythology. It was in the west, beyond the edge of the known world, past the Atlas Mountains, perhaps on islands in the Great Ocean, perhaps on the slopes of the mountain that Atlas himself held up to support the sky. The imprecision was the point. This was a place beyond geography, beyond mortal reach, existing more in the realm of divine mystery than in mappable reality. The golden apples themselves were more than just fruit. They were symbols of immortality, yes, but also of divine authority, of the natural order, of the boundary between gods and mortals. The apples belonged to the gods because the gods were immortal. For a mortal to possess them was to transgress that boundary, to claim something fundamentally not theirs. The most famous story involving the Garden of the Hesperides is the 11th labor of Heracles. King Eurystheus, who had assigned Heracles 12 seemingly impossible tasks as penance for killing his own family in a fit of madness induced by Hera, commanded him to bring back the golden apples. This was perhaps the most impossible labor of all. The garden's location was unknown. It was guarded by immortal beings. The apples belonged to Hera herself, the goddess who hated Heracles most and had engineered his misfortunes. Even if Heracles could find the garden and somehow defeat or bypass its guardians, taking the apples would be theft from the queen of the gods. Heracles wandered for years searching for the garden. The details vary by source, but most accounts agree that he eventually encountered Atlas, the Titan condemned to hold up the sky as punishment for rebelling against Zeus. Heracles asked Atlas where the garden was. Atlas knew. The Hesperides were, in some versions, his daughters. He told Heracles, "I will get the apples for you, but you must hold up the sky while I'm gone." Heracles, desperate and seeing no other option, agreed. Atlas passed him the tremendous weight of the heavens, and Heracles stood, muscles straining, holding up the sky while Atlas went to fetch the apples. Atlas returned with 3 golden apples. But having been freed from his burden for the first time in eons, he wasn't eager to take it back. "I'll deliver these apples to Eurystheus for you," he offered. "You just keep holding the sky." Heracles realized he was about to be tricked. If Atlas left, he would be stuck holding the sky forever. So he employed his own counter-trick. "Of course, I'm happy to hold it. But let me just get a pad for my shoulders first. The weight is digging in painfully. Hold it just for a moment while I adjust." Atlas, not the brightest of titans, took back the sky. Heracles grabbed the apples and walked away, leaving Atlas to resume his eternal punishment. In other versions of the story, Heracles himself entered the garden and killed or subdued Ladin, taking the apples directly. This version is more violent but less clever, the hero defeating the obstacle through superior strength rather than through trickery. But regardless of how he obtained them, Heracles brought the golden apples to Eurystheus. The king, terrified of these sacred objects, didn't want to keep them. Eventually, the goddess Athena took the apples and returned them to the garden. They couldn't remain in the mortal world. They belonged in that distant western paradise, guarded by the daughters of Night and the 100-headed serpent. The Garden of the Hesperides appears in another famous myth, the Judgment of Paris. When the goddess Eris, Discord, wasn't invited to a divine wedding, she threw a golden apple into the celebration inscribed with "To the fairest." 3 goddesses, Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite, each claimed it. They asked Paris, a mortal prince of Troy, to judge which goddess was fairest. Each goddess offered him bribes. Hera offered power, Athena offered wisdom and victory in battle, and Aphrodite offered the love of the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen of Sparta. Paris chose Aphrodite and Helen, which led to her abduction, or elopement, depending on the version, and ultimately to the Trojan War. The golden apple of discord came from the garden of the Hesperides, or at least was modeled after those apples. The symbolism is clear. These golden fruits cause trouble. They represent immortal desires brought into the mortal world, divine perfection that mortals can't help but covet. Every time the apples leave the garden, disaster follows. Ancient Greek poets and philosophers debated what the golden apples really represented. Were they literal magical fruit? Were they symbolic of something else, perhaps oranges or quinces, exotic fruits that Greeks would have encountered through trade and found miraculous? Were they metaphors for esoteric knowledge, for the secrets of immortality that could be gained through philosophy or mysticism? Some classical scholars identified the Garden of the Hesperides with real locations. The most common identification was with the Canary Islands or Madeira, islands in the Atlantic that fit the western edge of the world description from a Mediterranean perspective. Others placed it in Morocco, near Mount Atlas. But these literal interpretations miss the symbolic power of the myth. The Garden of the Hesperides wasn't meant to be found on a map. It was a conceptual place, the location where immortality grew, where divine treasures were kept, where the boundary between mortal and immortal was most clearly marked. The garden represented everything mortals couldn't have. Immortality, primarily, but also eternal beauty, divine favor, escape from the cycle of birth and death that defined human existence. The golden apples growing on their tree were visual proof that such things existed, just not for humans. Just not for you. Except, and this is important, heroes like Heracles could reach the garden. Not easily, and not without divine assistance or extraordinary effort, but it was possible. The garden wasn't absolutely forbidden territory. It was extremely forbidden territory, which is different. The difference between impossible and extremely difficult is everything in Greek mythology. This created an aspirational dynamic. The gods had immortality, symbolized by the golden apples. Mortals couldn't have it. But the greatest mortals, through heroic labor, could touch it briefly. Heracles held the golden apples. He didn't get to keep them, didn't get to eat them, didn't gain immortality from them. He'd gain that later, after his death, by other means. But he touched them. He proved it was possible to reach even the most forbidden divine treasures. That's the message of the Garden of the Hesperides. The divine realm exists. It's beautiful and contains wonders beyond mortal understanding. You probably can't reach it. But if you're willing to undertake heroic labors, to wander for years, to bear unbearable burdens, to outwit titans and bypass hundred-headed serpents, then maybe, just maybe, you can touch the divine for a moment. And then you have to give it back. Heracles couldn't keep the apples. They had to return to the garden. The boundary between mortal and immortal remained intact. The garden remained at the edge of the world, the apples remained guarded, and the natural order remained undisturbed. There's something beautiful about this. The hero's triumph isn't in keeping the treasure but in proving he could reach it. The value isn't in possession but in the journey, in the transformation that comes from pursuing the impossible. In Renaissance and later European art, the Garden of the Hesperides became a symbol of paradise generally. Paintings depicted it as an idealized landscape, classical architecture, beautiful nymphs, the golden tree heavy with fruit, laden coiled around the trunk. It represented the classical past's lost beauty, the perfection that modern, Renaissance, Europeans imagined the ancients had possessed. The Romantic poets were particularly drawn to the image. For them, the Garden of the Hesperides represented lost innocence, lost connection to the divine, lost access to beauty and immortality. Modern humanity, in their view, was exiled from the garden, unable to find it again, left only with memories and yearning. But maybe that exile is the human condition, and always was. The Greeks invented the Garden of the Hesperides as a place they couldn't reach, as a symbol of what they lacked. They were always already exiled from it. The garden existed to be lost, to be longed for, to represent everything that mortality denied. What's your Garden of the Hesperides? What's the thing you know exists? Beauty, peace, understanding, love, achievement, that seems always just beyond reach. What's the immortal treasure you'd undergo labors to touch, even knowing you can't keep it? Maybe the point isn't keeping it. Maybe the point is the journey toward it, the transformation that comes from pursuing what seems impossible. Maybe touching the golden apple for a moment, then returning it to where it belongs, is enough. More than enough, it's everything. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine the garden at sunset. The western sky is golden, and you're standing before a tree bearing fruit that glows with inner light. The Hesperides watch you with ancient, knowing eyes. Ladin's 100 heads track your movements, but they don't attack. Not yet. You could reach for an apple. You could try to take what isn't yours. But you pause, understanding something the younger you wouldn't have. Some things are more valuable when they remain out of reach. Some gardens are meant to be seen, not entered. Some treasures teach us more by their distance than their possession ever could. You bow to the Hesperides, acknowledge the guardian serpent, and turn back toward the east, toward the mortal world, toward home. You leave the garden as you found it, beautiful, impossible, eternal. And somehow, that feels like victory. Sleep now, mortal one. The golden apples will still be there tomorrow, still glowing in their distant garden, still guarded, still impossible, still beautiful. And you'll still be you, aging, changing, finite, but free in ways immortals can never be. dream of golden light, and wake renewed. Fact 39. Agartha's underground realm. Deep beneath your feet, according to certain occult traditions and conspiracy theories, there exists an entire civilization. Not ancient ruins, not buried cities waiting to be excavated, but a living, thriving society dwelling in massive caverns and tunnels that honeycomb the Earth's interior. This is Agartha, the underground kingdom, home to an advanced civilization that has existed for millennia, hidden from surface dwellers, possessing technology and wisdom far beyond our own. The Agartha legend is different from most we've discussed because it's relatively modern, primarily developed in the 19th and early 20th centuries, and because it has no single source in ancient mythology. Instead, it's an amalgamation of various Hollow Earth theories, Tibetan Buddhist concepts, philosophical writings, and pure fantasy that coalesced into a surprisingly persistent modern myth. The Hollow Earth concept itself is older. In the 17th century, astronomer Edmund Halley, of Halley's Comet fame, proposed that Earth consisted of nested hollow spheres. In the 19th century, John Cleve Sims Jr. proposed that Earth was hollow and habitable within, with openings at the poles through which the interior could be accessed. He petitioned Congress to fund an expedition to find these polar openings. Congress declined. But the Hollow Earth remained a popular concept in fringe science and speculative fiction. Jules Verne's Journey to the Center of the Earth, 1864, featured underground oceans and prehistoric creatures thriving in subterranean realms. Edgar Rice Burroughs wrote a series of novels about Pellucida, a hollow earth kingdom lit by a miniature interior sun. Agartha specifically emerged from occult and theosophical sources in the late 19th century. The French occultist Alexandre Saint-Of wrote about Agartha in the 1880s, describing it as an underground city beneath the Himalayas, home to millions of people and ruled by a sovereign pontiff called the Brahmatma. According to Saint-Of, Agartha was the repository of ancient wisdom, preserving knowledge from lost civilizations like Atlantis and Lemuria. The theosophist Helena Blavatsky incorporated similar ideas into her teachings, writing about hidden masters in Tibet and Central Asia who preserved ancient wisdom and guided human evolution from behind the scenes. While she didn't specifically use the name Agartha, her ideas heavily influenced later writers who did. The Agartha legend gained more elaborate details through subsequent occultists. Ferdinand Ossendowski's book Beasts, Men and Gods, 1922, claimed that he'd heard stories about Agartha while traveling in Mongolia. He described a subterranean kingdom ruled by the king of the world, a being of immense spiritual power who could read all souls and influence events on the surface through mysterious means. According to these accounts, Agartha was entered through tunnel networks, particularly in the Himalayan region. The capital city was called Shambhala, borrowed from Tibetan Buddhist tradition, though in Buddhism, Shambhala is a different concept, a pure land or hidden kingdom, not necessarily underground. The civilization within Agartha was described as utopian, technologically advanced, spiritually enlightened, peaceful, and harmonious. The Agarthans had supposedly mastered technologies that surface humanity had yet to discover: free energy, anti-gravity, consciousness manipulation, and more. They lived extraordinarily long lives, possibly even achieving immortality. Why did they remain hidden? Various theories suggested they were waiting for surface humanity to reach sufficient spiritual development before revealing themselves. Or they were monitoring us, occasionally intervening to prevent catastrophes. Or they had withdrawn from the surface world after witnessing the violence and corruption of human civilization, choosing isolation over contamination. Some versions of the legend claim that throughout history, certain enlightened individuals had been invited to Agartha, spiritual masters, advanced scientists, worthy seekers who proved themselves. These visitors would spend time in the underground realm, learning advanced knowledge, then return to the surface world, or not. Some chose to stay. The Agartha legend took a dark turn in the 20th century when it became associated with Nazi occultism. Various groups within the Nazi regime were obsessed with occult theories and searched for mystical sources of power. Some Nazi expeditions to Tibet were motivated partly by interest in finding Agartha or Shambhala, seeking alliance with the supposed master race living underground. The connection between Agartha and Nazi ideology was tenuous and mostly fabricated after the fact, but it permanently tainted the legend. Post-war, some conspiracy theories claimed that Nazi leaders had escaped to Agartha through polar entrances, or that they'd received advanced technology, flying saucers, specifically from Agarthan allies. Modern Hollow Earth enthusiasts and New Age believers continue to promote variations of the Agartha legend. Some claim that UFOs originate from Agartha rather than outer space. Others believe that Agarthans are actually aliens who established underground bases millennia ago. Still others merge the legend with conspiracy theories about government cover-ups, secret tunnels, and hidden advanced technology. But here's the reality: Agartha doesn't exist. We know what Earth's interior contains, not hollow spaces, but layers of increasingly dense rock and metal. Seismology has mapped Earth's internal structure with great precision. The pressure and temperature at depth make large caverns impossible. There's no polar opening, no tunnel network to underground cities, no hidden civilization beneath the Himalayas. So why does the legend persist? What need does Agartha fulfill? First, it represents the fantasy of hidden knowledge. Somewhere, the legend suggests, there are beings who know the truth, about history, about reality, about human potential. They've preserved ancient wisdom that surface humanity lost. If we could only contact them, we could leapfrog centuries of development and achieve enlightenment. This is appealing because it offers a shortcut. Instead of the hard work of scientific research and spiritual development, we could just find the underground masters who already have all the answers. It's a seductive fantasy, wisdom without effort, advancement without struggle. Second, Agartha represents judgment on surface civilization. The legend implicitly criticizes our world. If enlightened beings live underground, it's because they found surface life intolerable. We're so violent, so corrupt, so spiritually degraded that the wise have literally gone into hiding. The existence of Agartha, in the minds of believers, is evidence that another way is possible, that somewhere people live in peace and harmony. Third, Agartha offers the possibility of rescue. If things get too bad on the surface, environmental catastrophe, nuclear war, civilizational collapse, perhaps the Agarthans will emerge to save us. Or at least save the worthy among us, inviting the enlightened into their underground sanctuary while letting the corrupt perish. This is deeply fatalistic. It suggests we don't need to fix our own problems because superior beings will handle it when necessary. It's an abdication of responsibility disguised as spiritual belief. The healthy version of the Agartha concept would be recognizing it as pure metaphor. The underground kingdom is the unconscious mind, vast, largely unexplored, containing both treasures and dangers. The journey to Agartha is introspection, meditation, psychological work. The hidden masters are aspects of our own deeper wisdom, not external beings but internal potentials. Read that way, the Agartha legend has value. It reminds us that beneath the surface of our conscious awareness, there are depths worth exploring. That wisdom doesn't only come from external sources but can be found within. That the underground realm of the psyche is vast and contains marvels. But taking it literally, actually believing in underground civilizations, in polar openings, in hidden masters waiting to save us, that's escapism at best and dangerous delusion at worst. The irony is that the real underground, the actual caves, tunnels, and caverns that do exist within Earth's crust, are extraordinary enough without needing to invent magical kingdoms. Cave systems like Mammoth Cave in Kentucky extend for hundreds of miles. Deep-sea vents harbor bizarre life forms that survive in conditions we once thought impossible. The Mponing gold mine in South Africa descends nearly 2.5 miles into the earth, where rock temperatures exceed 150 degrees Fahrenheit and workers labor in an alien environment. The real underground is hostile to human life, not a sanctuary for it. But it's real, and in its own way, more wondrous than any invented Agartha. Perhaps that's the final lesson of the Hollow Earth legend. Reality is strange and beautiful enough without needing to fabricate impossible civilizations. The universe we actually inhabit, with its quantum strangeness, its vast cosmic distances, its deep evolutionary history, its intricate ecological web, that's the real marvel. We don't need Agatha. We need to appreciate Earth as it actually is. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine descending into the Earth. Not to a magical kingdom, but into actual geological reality, layers of sedimentary rock, fossils of ancient life, pockets of water older than human civilization, minerals formed under unimaginable pressure over millions of years. You descend deeper and deeper, and instead of finding a city, you find something better, you find understanding. Understanding of how planets form, how life persists in extreme conditions, how the solid ground beneath your feet is actually a dynamic, changing system. And you realize you don't need hidden masters. You are standing on a planet 4.5 billion years old, orbiting a star in a galaxy containing hundreds of billions of stars, in a universe of incomprehensible vastness. The mystery isn't hidden underground in imaginary cities. The mystery is right here, in the reality we've barely begun to understand. Sleep peacefully on the surface of this remarkable planet. No hidden civilization waits below. But the Earth itself, in all its geological complexity and biological abundance, is more worthy of wonder than any invented underground kingdom. Dream of depths, but wake to reality. It's extraordinary enough. Fact 40. The Fountain of Youth. Somewhere, in Florida, or the Caribbean, or South America, or maybe Jerusalem, depending on which account you read, there flows a spring whose waters restore youth to anyone who drinks from it or bathes in it. White hair turns dark, wrinkled skin becomes smooth, aging bodies regain their vigor. This is the Fountain of Youth, and the search for it has driven explorers to cross oceans, conquistadors to march through jungles, and thousands of people throughout history to pursue what may be humanity's oldest dream, immortality. The Fountain of Youth legend predates European exploration of the Americas. Ancient sources mention springs with healing or youth-restoring properties. Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BCE, described a fountain in Ethiopia whose waters made people unusually long-lived. Alexander the Great supposedly encountered a river of healing water during his conquests in Asia. Medieval Christian legends placed the Fountain of Youth in the earthly paradise, the Garden of Eden, which was believed to exist somewhere in the Far East. The fountain was one of 4 rivers flowing from Eden, along with the Tigris, Euphrates, Pishon, and Gihon. To reach it would mean finding paradise itself. But the Fountain of Youth became permanently associated with the New World through one man, Juan Ponce de Leon, the Spanish explorer who conquered Puerto Rico and explored Florida. According to legend, Ponce de Leon spent the last years of his life obsessively searching the Caribbean and Florida for the Fountain of Youth, driven by the desperate hope of restoring his aging body to youthful vigor. The problem is, this famous story is almost certainly false. Contemporary records of Ponce de Leon's expeditions make no mention of seeking the Fountain of Youth. His letters and official documents state he was searching for gold, for land to colonize, and for the island of Bimini, which was rumored to be wealthy. The Fountain of Youth doesn't appear in his stated objectives. The association between Ponce de Leon and the Fountain of Youth was created by later writers, particularly Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo, who wrote a history of the Indies in the 1530s, after Ponce de Leon's death. Oviedo may have been mocking Ponce de Leon or simply embellishing his story with folkloric elements that made it more entertaining. But the false legend stuck. By the 17th century, everyone knew that Ponce de Leon had searched for the Fountain of Youth. The story was too good not to be true. A graying conquistador, feeling his mortality, searching desperately for magical waters to restore what age had stolen. The real Ponce de Leon was a practical man interested in wealth and territory. He died at age 47 from an arrow wound received during a conflict with Native Americans in Florida. Hardly the death of someone who'd found immortality. But if Ponce de Leon didn't search for the fountain, why did the legend take hold so powerfully? But if Ponce de Leon didn't search for the fountain, why did the legend take hold so powerfully? Because the Fountain of Youth represents humanity's most universal fear and desire. We're terrified of aging and death, and we desperately want to believe that somewhere, somehow, there's a way to escape them. Every culture has some version of this legend. The Chinese pursued the elixir of life, a potion that would grant immortality. The first emperor of China, Qin Shi Huang, sent expeditions to find islands where immortals supposedly lived, hoping to obtain their secrets. He died anyway, probably poisoned by mercury-containing immortality pills. Indian mythology speaks of Amrita, the nectar of immortality, obtained by churning the cosmic ocean. Those who drank it became gods, freed from the cycle of death and rebirth. The Holy Grail in Arthurian legend provided healing and extended life to those who drank from it. Alchemy's ultimate goal was the Philosopher's Stone, which could transmute lead into gold but, more importantly, could produce the elixir of life granting immortality. The pattern repeats across cultures and centuries. Somewhere, there's a substance, water, potion, elixir, stone, that can defeat death. We just need to find it. Modern science has, in a sense, taken up the search for the Fountain of Youth, though we've renamed it anti-aging research or longevity science. Scientists study telomeres, cellular senescence, caloric restriction, genetic modifications, all attempting to extend human lifespan, to keep bodies younger longer, to push back the inevitable decline. We've made real progress. Life expectancy has increased dramatically over the past century, though mostly through preventing early deaths rather than extending maximum lifespan. We understand aging better than ever before. It's not a single process but an accumulation of cellular damage, genetic mutations, telomere shortening, and metabolic dysfunction. Could we stop aging? The scientific consensus is probably not completely, but maybe we can slow it significantly. Some researchers believe the first person to live to 150 is already alive. Others think that biological limits cap human lifespan around 120 years regardless of medical interventions. But even if we could stop aging, would we want to? The Fountain of Youth legend always glosses over the complications of immortality. If you drink from the fountain at age 30 and stay 30 forever, that sounds great. But what about psychological aging? Would your mind continue to develop, to accumulate memories and experiences, while your body stayed frozen? How many centuries of experience could a human mind hold before something broke? What about the social implications? If immortality were available, who would get it? The wealthy, presumably. Would we create a class system where the rich live forever in young bodies while the poor age and die normally? How would civilization function with immortals accumulating power and wealth for centuries? And what about meaning? Much of what makes life meaningful is its finitude. We cherish moments because they'll end. We make priorities because we can't do everything. We love deeply because loss is possible. Remove the deadline, and do actions still have the same weight? The myth of Tithonus addresses this directly. In Greek mythology, Eos, the goddess of dawn, fell in love with Tithonus, a mortal prince. She asked Zeus to grant him immortality so they could be together forever. Zeus agreed, but Eos forgot to ask for eternal youth as well. Tithonus became immortal but continued aging. He grew older and older, his body withering, his mind fading, but he couldn't die. Eventually, he became so ancient and decrepit that Eos transformed him into a grasshopper, ending his suffering through metamorphosis rather than death. The lesson is clear: immortality without eternal youth is a curse. But the deeper lesson might be, eternal youth without eternal growth is equally problematic. To stay forever 30 in body while your mind and soul continue evolving might create its own kind of prison, youthful appearance masking ancient weariness. The real fountain of youth, if it exists, isn't a magical spring in Florida. It's found in staying curious. Minds that keep learning don't age the same way as stagnant minds. Maintaining connections, People with strong social bonds live longer and healthier lives. Finding purpose. Those who have reasons to get up in the morning outlive those who don't. Moving regularly. Physical activity may be the closest thing we have to a youth potion. Eating moderately. Caloric restriction extends lifespan in nearly every organism studied. Managing stress. Chronic stress accelerates aging at the cellular level. These aren't magical. They are mundane, achievable, and backed by science. But they require discipline, intention, and consistent effort. They're not a fountain you drink from once and gain immortality. They're practices you do daily, year after year, that slow decline and extend health span. Which is less appealing than a magical fountain, admittedly. A spring that makes you young again is more attractive than eat vegetables, exercise, maintain friendships, and find meaning in life. But the mundane version has the advantage of being real. Perhaps that's the final irony of the Fountain of Youth legend. We already know how to age well, how to maintain vitality longer, how to live healthier lives. The secrets aren't hidden in some distant land. They're readily available, taught by doctors and fitness instructors and nutritionists. We just ignore them because we keep hoping for the fountain, for the easy answer, the magic solution, the shortcut to immortality. Ponce de Leon never found it. No one has found it. No one will find it, because it doesn't exist as a place or substance. But youth, the vitality, curiosity, energy, and engagement that we associate with being young, that can be maintained longer than most people manage. Not forever, but longer than giving up and waiting for death would allow. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, imagine standing before a spring. The water is clear and cold, bubbling up from deep underground. You could drink from it, bathe in it, see what happens. But you hesitate because you've learned something. Youth isn't about your body's age. It's about your mind's engagement with life, your heart's capacity to feel and connect, your spirit's willingness to grow and change. You can't drink your way to that. You can't bathe your way to that. You have to practice it, daily, in small unglamorous ways. You turn from the spring without drinking. Not because you don't want youth, but because you found it elsewhere, in the choice to keep learning, keep loving, keep living fully whatever time you have. That's a better fountain than any legend ever promised. Sleep now, in whatever body you inhabit, at whatever age you are. Tomorrow, you can choose, not immortality, but vitality. Not eternal youth, but engaged life. That's magic enough. And so, dear dreamer, we've reached the end of our first journey together. 40 facts about fantasy, myth, and the magical beliefs that have shaped human imagination since the very beginning of time. 40 windows into worlds both ancient and eternal, 40 doorways through which we've glimpsed something true about what it means to be human. And what a journey it has been. Close your eyes now, and let's remember together, one last time, everything we've discovered. We began at the very beginning, with the ancient peoples who looked at the chaos of the world and gave it meaning through story. We watched Tiamat rise from the primordial waters, her vast body becoming the sky and earth. We heard the music of creation, how the Norse gods shaped the cosmos from a giant's bones, how the world came into being through conflict and sacrifice and extraordinary imagination. We understood that the very first human impulse, older than writing, older than cities, perhaps as old as consciousness itself, was to explain the world through magic, through myth, through story. We sat with shamans who traveled between worlds, their spirits slipping free of their bodies to navigate the realms beyond ordinary sight. We learned about the evil eye, that ancient fear woven through cultures from the Mediterranean to the Middle East to South Asia, the belief that envy itself could harm, that admiration unguarded could wound. We discovered how the ancient world understood luck, protection, and danger through the invisible forces that surrounded everyday life. We met the alchemists with their impossible dreams, the turning of lead to gold, the creation of life in a bottle, the search for immortality through chemistry and magic and sheer determined human will. We understood that alchemy wasn't failure but foundation, the passionate, flawed, extraordinary beginning of our understanding of the material world. And then the creatures came. Oh, the creatures! We encountered dragons in their magnificent complexity, not one unified being but 1,000 different beings across 1,000 different cultures. The wise dragon of the East, guardian of rivers and bringer of rain and blessing. The terrible dragon of the West, hoarding gold in mountain darkness, breathing fire on those who dared approach. Both true, both real in their own way, both expressions of the same human understanding, that some forces in the world are so vast, so powerful, so beyond ordinary comprehension that only a dragon can contain them. We walked alongside the unicorn through its long, strange history, from Tejas' Persian travels through medieval European courts, from symbol of deadly predatory power to emblem of impossible purity. We learned that the unicorn represents what we've always desired, the wild thing that chooses to be gentle, power that serves rather than destroys, beauty that doesn't consume what it touches. We heard the mermaids singing. We met the phoenix in its fire. We trembled at the basilisk's deadly gaze. We marveled at the griffin standing guard at the boundaries of the known world. We walked carefully around the shapeshifters, the werewolves and the selkies and the skinwalkers, who reminded us that identity is more fluid than we like to believe, that the boundary between human and something else is thinner than our comfort requires. We met the krakens in their impossible depths and the kitsune in their clever, flickering complexity. We learned that every culture, in every corner of the world, has populated its wilderness with magnificent impossible beings, because nature is genuinely extraordinary, genuinely mysterious, genuinely full of things we cannot explain, and our ancestors were wise enough to honor that mystery with creatures worthy of it. And then we began our search for the lost places. El Dorado, gleaming in the imagination of conquistadors until they destroyed everything real in pursuit of what was never there. The kingdom of Prester John, that Christian king beyond the edge of the world who was needed so desperately that he was invented and then sought for centuries. Iram of the Pillars, the earthly paradise destroyed by pride, buried under sand as warning that the divine cannot be replicated by human hands. Ter-Ene-Nog, the land of youth where Oisin lived in paradise for 3 centuries and still chose the mortal world, and still paid the price. And finally, the fountain of youth, that eternal human longing made liquid and magical, that impossible spring that Juan Ponce de Leon never sought and never found, that symbol of our deepest resistance to the passing of time and the coming of death. 40 facts. And threading through all of them, one golden truth. Humans have always believed in more than what they could see. From the moment we became conscious enough to wonder, we wondered about magic. We created gods and monsters, dragons and unicorns, lost kingdoms and enchanted fountains, because we understood something that our more rational age sometimes forgets. The world is extraordinary. Reality is astonishing. And the human heart, in its most honest moments, knows that what we can measure and explain is only part of what exists. The ancient peoples who told these stories weren't primitive or foolish. They were wise in ways we struggle to recapture. Wise enough to encode the deepest truths about human psychology, about nature's power, about the consequences of greed and pride and the rewards of courage and humility, into stories that have survived for thousands of years and still speak to us tonight. They survive because they're true. Not literally true. The unicorn doesn't roam any forest you'll visit tomorrow. But true in the way that matters. True about what we fear and what we hope for. True about what we value and what destroys us. True about the kind of world we wish we lived in and the kind of humans we aspire to be. So as you drift toward sleep now, carry these 40 facts with you like lanterns into the darkness. Remember the dragons, and know that great power exists in the world, demanding respect rather than conquest. Remember the phoenix, and know that what burns to ash can rise again, that endings and beginnings are the same moment viewed from different angles. Remember El Dorado and the Fountain of Youth, and know that the things we chase most desperately are often the things we already have, if only we'd recognize them. Remember the shamans and alchemists, and know that the boundary between the visible and invisible world has never been as solid as daylight suggests. Remember all of it, and know that you are part of this tradition, this ancient, beautiful, unbroken thread of humans who looked at the world and imagined it could be more. Tonight, 40 facts become 40 dreams. 40 windows in your sleeping mind, each opening onto a different landscape of human imagination. Ancient temples where priests read the will of gods in stars, dark oceans where krakens wait in silence, enchanted islands where time flows differently, impossible fountains catching the light in mist. You've earned these dreams. You've listened carefully and traveled far and paid attention to what the stories are really saying beneath the wonder. And there is so much more to come. 40 Facts is just the beginning, the first pages of a book that contains multitudes. Witches and wizards, magical artifacts, fairy courts, divination systems, the whole evolution of fantasy from ancient myth to modern magic, all of it still ahead, all of it waiting for you in future nights. But for tonight, this is enough. More than enough. Tonight you rest. Sleep now, dear dreamer, wrapped in the warmth of 40 ancient stories. Let the creatures of legend stand watch around you. Dragon at the four corners of your rest, phoenix light at the edge of darkness, unicorn silver at the threshold, the phoenix fire gentle and warm and safe. Let the lost lands spread out in your dreaming mind, El Dorado glimmering but unthreatening now, Ter-Ene-Nog beautiful and accessible in sleep as it never was in waking, the fountain of youth flowing quietly somewhere in the deepest part of your dreaming, offering not immortality but something better, this moment, this rest, this peace. Thank you for traveling with us through these first 40 facts. Thank you for believing, even for these hours, that magic matters. Thank you for being the kind of person who listens to stories about ancient wonders and lets them in, lets them land, lets them mean something. The world needs people who do that. It always has. It always will. Sleep well. Dream deeply. And when you wake tomorrow, carry just a little of the magic with you back into the daylight world, where it is needed more than ever. Good night, dear dreamer.